Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the Wheel of
What's the crack? It's your boy Terry. I fucked up the super chat goal already. Can you believe it, Jack? Can you believe it? We haven't even started the show properly, and I done fucked it up. It is what it is. It is what it is. Welcome back to another episode of Wheel of Madness, baby. The link should be pinned in the chat as well, so anybody who wants to participate, you are more than welcome, as they say. Let me just make sure that everything's set up on the Kick and the Twitch side as well. It should be. As they say. But yeah, let me make sure this is there. Bada bing, bada boom, as they say, folks. This is the Wheel of Madness, meaning you got what do we call it? A repertoire of special moves that you can make for this show only. Because as you can see, we got ourselves a nice fancy wheel here. Okay. We will spin the wheel and the wheel shall give us a topic. Okay. If you don't particularly like the topic on screen, you can spin the wheel for $10. And even if someone is mid-sentence, we spin the wheel and we move on to the next topic. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? That's what causes the chaos. That's what causes the madness. You know what I mean? Then we got change the wheel for $25. If you don't like the particular theme of the prompts being presented, current wheel that we're on at the moment is going to be politics, but if you want to change it from politics, the different wheels are listed below. So if you want something easier like pop culture or dating, all it costs you is $25 to change those prompts. Maybe if you want something religious or philosophical as well, we can cater to that as well, folks. All you got to do is let me know through a donation. And if there's a particular prompt that comes up that you really like or you really enjoy, you can lock the wheel for $50, which means we cannot move on to the next prompt until the wheel gets unlocked. As usual, though, we do have our usual list of moves as well. So we got the meme clips for $5. So I don't know if you're wondering what is the meme clips.
I don't know what you heard, but this show ain't free.
That is an example of one of the meme clips. Okay. If you want the memes to be thrown in, it's $5. And if you want a specific topic or a song, so let's say you don't like, I don't have any of the themes you want, and there's a particular question or a prompt that you're eager to discuss, cost you $20. Or if you want me to read out a song, lyrics of a song in a funny accent perhaps, it's $20. And folks, just to let you know as well, when we get panelists on, if you don't like a particular panelist, you can drop them backstage for 5 minutes, it's $5. Myself is included for that one. So if you don't like my voice, you want to say, I don't like the leprechaun, get him off the screen, it's $5 for 5 minutes. And if you want to kick a panelist for 24 hours, they say, good luck, mate, come back tomorrow. That's $100, but obviously I'm excluded from that one. And then last but not least, folks, we do have a PayPal or Ko-Fi. The links are at the top of the screen. They're also pinned in chat beneath the link, panel link. If you use these links, you get 50% more. Meaning, if you're to donate $20 through the super chat, you get 2 spins. But if you're to donate $20 through the PayPal or Ko-Fi, you get 3 spins. Okay. This is because YouTube takes 30%. I don't know if you guys know, but YouTube are a bunch of thieving bastards. Okay, they take 30% of each super chat, each membership, and all this kind of shit. So, as an extra incentive for you guys to use the PayPal or Ko-Fi, you basically get 50% more for your bang for your buck, as they say. And also, another way to look at it is, William's getting 30% of the revenue. So if you want to give your 30% directly to William rather than giving 30% to YouTube, I heavily suggest you use the PayPal or Ko-Fi, folks. We do have the Super Chat goal as well. First one's for a premium meme. Make sure we hit it. And also, like I said, just to let you know, at any stage, William could just say, fuck it. We're going on a grip break, and it'll be Ko-Fi. And as William says, let's start the motherfucking show.
Let's start the show. Let's start the show. Let's start the show. Let's start the show. Let's start the show. Let's start the show. Man, we got a damn good show for y'all today, man. Damn good show. I think this is gonna be one of the best. We got one hell of a show for y'all today, man. Got a good show. We got a good show for y'all today, man. We got a damn good show. Man, we got a damn good show for y'all, man. Good show. We got a damn good show for y'all today, man. We got a damn good show. A damn good show.
A damn good show. You know what I'm saying? Welcome in, William. Welcome in. We got Ross as well in chat. Welcome in. Welcome in. Don't be afraid to send those donations. You know what I'm saying? And we highly recommend that you donate through the PayPal or Ko-Fi because, like I keep saying, YouTube are a bunch of thieving bastards. Okay? But also, before we begin, we got to make sure we let the madness ensue, boys.
King's like, no more revive. King, you know what happens when you tell them not to do that, right? Wait. What is this?
Wheel?
Wheel. Oh, I know what he's doing. I know what he's doing.
I don't think so.
Let the madness ensue. Let the madness ensue, folks. We're going to spin the wheel to get the first prompt.
Spin it! Spin it! Wow!
And our first prompt off the politics wheel is, should we have a world government? Now, there's a lot of ways you can take this, of course. But specifically when we're talking about like world governments, we're talking about like the idea of the UN, for example. Now you have like this one council and maybe every nation gets a representative and we somehow balance the representation so it's quote unquote equal representation, whatever the fuck that means. And then we basically just we all adhere to one government. Do we think that this is a good idea? Now again, of course, when we're talking about government, there's multiple flavors, there's multiple styles, etc., etc. Like, could one argue that, you know, seeing the world become Christian or seeing the world become Muslim or whatever, is that basically a one world government? You know what I mean? And some people might say, no, that's religion, all this kind of shit. But the reason why I specifically mentioned Muslim is they want to be ruled by Sharia law. So technically it is a legal system. So in terms of the aspect here, there's a lot of different ways this can go, you know? And one must keep their wits about them. You know? And already William's saying, fuck this shit. Fuck this shit.
Shut up, bitch!
Shut the fuck up, Teriak, and spin that wheel.
Spin it! Spin it! Wow!
The next one is, should drugs be legalized? And again, this is one of those ones where there is a lot of nuance to it. For example, some people could say, well, some drugs should be legalized. Like the typical case for, you know, like the stoners and all this kind of stuff is like, hey, man, I'm not harming you, man. Which, again, like I said, it's a bit of the stereotypical argument, all this kind of shit. But fundamentally, when you look at like the aspect of like food, drugs, like that general kind of like aspect, if I'm a responsible citizen, or we put in a test that somehow proves that whether or not you're responsible or not, kind of thing, why shouldn't I be allowed? Or why shouldn't I have the accountability or responsibility uh, to have ultimate say over what goes in and goes out of my body. You know what I mean? No, we got Jack and Chaz as well saying the answer was no. The previous question. With this one, it seems like Jack's going for a similar kind of brand. He's saying maybe some, but where do we draw the line, Jack? Where do we draw the line when it comes to the good stuff? Because one would say cannabis, yeah, but the rest of them, no. But then again, like the counter would be, okay, well, when we look at like psilocybin mushrooms, like they actually give like visuals and all this kind of crazy shit. You know what I mean? So why are we saying yes to the cannabis but not for the mushrooms? Because like bear in mind, if we say like strength is an issue, like there's certain drugs that it's like they're just too strong or whatever, like we can make weaker strains of it. Like for example, when someone like mentions coke, cocaine was originally in Coca-Cola. You know what I mean? So in terms of like the measured dose is kind of fundamentally irrelevant at this conversation because it can be countered through regulation. You know what I mean? We see this in alcohol, for example. Especially like in Germany, like there's certain brewing laws where it's like the alcohol must be above a certain percentage and under a certain percentage, all stuff for the classification of alcohol, all stuff. And one could say it then becomes a definition game, and basically like the first law of logic, like the law of identity, and all this, because as we've seen from the cannabis stuff, especially in an area or a region of the world where there's like multiple states close to each other and one state legalizes, it causes a lot of issue in terms of for the surrounding areas that keep it illegal, because you're basically you're in a predicament where you need to make sure that especially anybody living close to the border, that you're persecuting the right people and all this kind of shit. But in terms of like the broad scope that we're talking about here, in terms of like all drugs, or are we talking about all drugs, or is it only some drugs and all this kind of stuff? Obviously, there's certain things you hear about, like mollywop or whatever like slang terms they have for like the quote unquote new drugs or whatever, or the synthetic drugs that they're making. My counter to that would be, well, if there's such a worry, why don't you just legalize the original? You know what I mean? Because like we could, for example, snap our fingers and every single drug known to man disappears off the face of the planet. There's still going to be fuckers who are like using aerosols or eating glue or sniffing glue, whatever the fuck you do with glue. Like all that kind of shit just to try and get high. So at what stage do we actually try to look at the problem from a different perspective rather than just trying to continue the war on drugs in a sort of like blind faith kind of category? You know what I mean? Medical for psychedelics, completely legal for weed. Interesting take. Why would you only do medical for psychedelics though? Because in the same way that like someone could go, oh, I want to go to Lanzarote, or I want to go down to Florida and just chill on the beach for a week. I just want to go on a trip. Why can't I do the same thing but with psilocybin mushrooms? You know what I mean? If you have to inject or snort, it's a no-go. But then, like, what about snuff? Or what about, IV stuff they have in hospitals? You know what I mean? Because, like, when we paint the picture of your typical, like, drug addict on the streets and all this kind of shit, there's numerous problems in that person's life other than the drugs. See what I'm saying? Like, what was I think it was Vietnam. I think it was the Vietnam War. There was reports coming back that like a lot of the soldiers were using heroin just to get through the day-to-day kind of thing. You know what I mean? And there was like growing concerns that when the military came back, that there was going to be like a major there was going to be major well, there was a major risk, major concern that like all these soldiers coming back are just going to be a bunch of heroin addicts. But that wasn't the case. When the soldiers got back to the Western environment, they stopped taking the drugs because they weren't under that angst, that pressure, that worry, that stress of war. You know what I mean? So in terms of like that aspect, that should be what would be the word? That should highlight the delusion I think we have when it comes to addiction. You know what I mean? Be glad, Ter, you missed it. What did I miss? What did I miss? Por favore. What did I miss? What did I miss? Well, hey, it is what it is. But yeah, and that's what I was saying. Like in terms of like the mature attitude towards drugs, you know, like we all hear about Adderall and amphetamines, like fucking giving that shit to kids. You know what I mean? Like Timmy's too fucking active in class. Oh, we better get him on the fucking Ritalin. You know what I mean? But if I'm, 25, 30 years of age and like I'm PhD in mathematics, and like I spend extensive time thinking and all this kind of shit. I barely go out to the public and all this kind of shit. What is necessarily wrong with using amphetamines to amplify that work, or call yourself a physicist or whatever? You know what I mean? Some job where it's like it's an intellectual job, tons of writing or tons of research and shit like that. What's necessarily wrong in the same way that like when we look at sports, like we can ignore the drugs or the anabolic steroids arguments, all this kind of shit, by simply saying that like as an athlete, if you're not what's the specific part? Like if you're not using nutritionists and all these like the quote unquote sports science stuff, you're not going to be able to compete in modern day athletes. You know what I mean? Generally speaking. You know what I mean? So if we look at nutrients like vitamins and minerals as like key parts to boosting performance on this kind of shit, why not then look at drugs as also boosting the performance or improving the performance in that aspect? You know what I mean? Because addiction itself, it ain't what would be the expression? Like addiction itself is this. It's a category error. It's a separate thing to the drugs. You can become addicted to drugs, but you can also become addicted to donuts or fucking carbs or any of that shit. Do you know what I mean? But folks, we got a guest backstage. Let me introduce him.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Dart Evans, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me.
My pleasure, man. My pleasure. What are your thoughts on the whole drug legalization?
I actually have a pretty good insight on this one. I actually work in the drug industry, and I would actually be on the negative of this, which is very contrary to my job.
Okay. Why?
Well, which drug are we talking about?
Well, just drugs in general, I guess.
Well, I mean, that could be anything, right? That could be cannabis, caffeine, alcohol.
Yeah, so like the aspect I'm coming at this, or the way the questions are typically phrased, are kind of like they're open-ended or they're slightly ambiguous, just to give you kind of more way to debate on it. We could do the whole medicinal versus recreational, what do we count as each? But we do have a guest backstage. Let me introduce him.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Novaltaire, welcome to the show.
How you doing, fellas?
Good yourself?
Yeah, not bad.
We got an easy raid. Let me play the clip. Shout out to Easy. Thank you very kindly for the raid. And because it's Wheel of Madness, we got to make sure that we're logical. It can be mad and it can be crazy, but it's got to be logical. And there's no better man to teach us the logic than our boy Speakeasy.
Well, hang on, stop. Let's start with this. What are the 3 laws of logic? What are they? No, don't look them up. What are the 3 laws of logic?
Do you think this is an inconclusive
What are the
mathematical
3
statement?
laws of logic? There's 3. What are they?
I don't fucking know.
You don't know the fucking laws of logic, dude.
All right.
No, all right, dude. I don't know where. You don't even know the 3 laws of logic. This is fucking crazy. You're fucking crazy,
do you
bro.
want to ask Speakeasy if he knows?
Yeah, it's the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, and the law of the excluded middle.
His name is John C.
Anything else, shit?
Beautiful. Beautiful. But Voltaire, what are your thoughts on drug legalization? Should drugs be legalized?
No. My thoughts are basically that if you legalize the first drug, like weed, then obviously the next drug is cocaine and all this other shit. Like the best weed I ever had was when it was illegal, and now I smoke weed now and it's legal, and it's like, wow, it's all garbage. It all tastes like chemical. It all fucking turpentine to time to shit.
All right, that's something I can push back on if you want to.
That's what we're here for, baby.
No, but I have different reasons.
Well,
No,
just say your shit, bro. Come on, this is the Wheel of Madness.
I'm new to this. I'm just trying to be polite. That's all.
Don't be polite. Just just let her rip.
Sorry, but anyways,
this is the Wheel of Madness. Don't be polite. All right, go ahead.
Here we go. I have different reasons for thinking cannabis shouldn't be legal, and I don't think it has anything necessarily. First off, weed nowadays, if you want to, the pushback I was going to say, weed now is so much stronger than it was before. I mean, I don't know what kind of crack.
Manufacturally so. So, anyways, continue.
No,
what are you talking about?
Like, I mean, you can get concentrate on the regular rosin.
Sure.
Mm-hmm. Well,
So
thankfully, we have another guest backstage who would possibly contribute to this.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Jack of Blades, welcome to the show.
Yo.
Sorry, Darth, you were saying?
Well, what's the fastest way I get there?
Where are you trying to go? Most people in the hardcore fucking weed people are like hard stones in the.
They're mostly vapes now. And I think that's
sure. Same with cigarettes.
Well, nicotine's. I mean, we're not talking about nicotine.
Yeah, but to
Is
me, I
nicotine
think
not
we're
a
all
drug?
talking.
Oh, nicotine's 100% a drug.
All right, let's talk about the real thing.
That's legalized.
Yeah.
To me, like
Is it
we need to
bad?
talk about like how actually like nicotine, alcohol, they can put you through all these things. You can have certain levels, to get to the certain point that you need to be on through the alcohol. But there's also the same thing with weed and all that stuff. And I think that at one point,
I agree with that.
if you fucking can't understand your own complexity of addiction, then you ain't gonna be a fucking functioning person. I don't know. I'm a functioning person. I can do everything I need to do at any point in time, even if I'm
not?
drunk or high or whatever. No, I'm just saying.
Ooh, here's a better question. I mean, does legalization change if anybody's going to do it? Because, I mean, prohibition didn't stop people from drinking.
I will always be against it. I will always be against I think everything should be illegal, to be honest.
Yeah, unless you get caught. Yeah, that's kind of general. But I mean, you got to get caught, right? So if you operate within the parameters, I mean, I smoked weed for 20 years before it was legalized. I didn't get caught.
That makes
Not
sense.
once.
I don't think everything should be illegal. I mean, like certain fucking like the things that the way things were seemed pretty fucking easy to agree with law wise and easy to agree with like illegal wise, and people just were like, yeah, I'm gonna do this other thing. But then now it's legal, like in Canada and stuff like weed's legal. Like it's there's I don't know. Like even drunk driving, I think we went too far. I think we went too far with drunk driving. Like now it's like you can't even in certain cities you can't even fucking drive drunk. You can't even blow over 1%. It's like holy fuck. Like no, just go back to the fucking old ways. That doesn't make any sense.
So with drugs and legalization, do you think that there's any drugs that are like a positive that have maybe medical
Drugs?
effects? Yeah, that would be beneficial.
Well, how can we even talk about drugs that way? 'Cause drugs could mean anything and everything.
Well, yeah, for sure. Like I come from the take of like, I would
Drugs
say
make me
more
feel
than
fucking better when I'm fucking dying. Drugs make me feel better when I have a prostate fucking problem. Drugs make me feel better when my arm's broken. What are you talking about?
Well, what I'm saying is there's obviously certain drugs are more legal in legal sense that you can use them, and then some things are illegal. And I think that if we're talking about weed, I think that it should be legalized fully. But I think when it comes to other things like psychedelics, I think they have medical properties that we could use. But everything else, and this is kind of what I said, is that if you have to inject it or snort it,
we can go
then-
down that fucking mine shaft. Okay, so like the other thing is, obviously one thing is better than the other, and the one thing is medicinal things. Like not even medicinal things, but like natural things, like mushrooms and like weed and stuff like that, and going towards things that are like chemically changing the brain. But the problem is what you're saying is also the other things that can chemically change your brain should also be considered, and it's like, well, like where do we stop?
That's what I was saying. I feel like it's a medical thing. Like I feel like if you're doing it medically like that with psychedelics, the best way I can think of is like basically you have a safe area, because I don't believe that everybody should. It's not a universal. You know, some people just can't handle it.
Safe area.
What
is that safe area?
Well, you know, they did it overseas. I forget where it was. I watched a documentary where they did it for people that were cancer patients, and they knew they were going to pass away. So they, had a retreat basically for them, had doctors basically watching them and monitoring their experience. So I think if you have something like that, that's like maybe like a funded project, it's obviously not going to be huge, but I think that it can grow and people could use that for certain medical things.
It would grow, but that's not what's going on right now. There is no medical community that's like, oh yeah, we can fucking learn certain things and help everybody else going through these certain things. That's not going on at all.
Well, not here. I mean, in other places.
Not anywhere.
There's people who do ayahuasca, and there's a whole big celebration about it and everything.
That's a different thing.
DMTs and all of us,
it's a totally different thing. Well, like, so there's people who have studied ayahuasca and stuff, and they're the middleman who is like, oh yeah, this is good, do this, and he can give you and choose whether or not to fucking understand that this is good or bad. This is not like this is like, what are you talking about? Ayahuasca should sure, it's good through individual experiences, but it's how should that ever be something that should be like a treatment?
Hold on. Can I introduce a variable? Like,
No. Go ahead. Just introduce all you got.
Like I agree with the rule of law and whatnot, but at the same time, isn't this also one of those things where if you're using it medicinally and what you do in your own house should also be considered? Like, as long as you're not going out
hold on. Instead of arguing your point, you're trying to go through rights?
No.
Well, that's what it sounds like. But yeah, sure, let's go through rights. Like, oh, how dare these people fucking do things that are outside of what people should be doing. Like, at one point, like, okay, the problem with certain things is the fact that we need to understand that many people shouldn't be doing these things. Just because a few people do doesn't mean we should allow that to happen, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's what the drug industry is all about.
So, like, are we saying that, like, drugs shouldn't be legalized because they can cause a lot of damage to humans?
Is that...
Me, no.
I don't think that's the fucking argument. Because that's...
So then, like, what's the main worry? Like, what's the main worry in the big threat to drugs?
I know, but that's not what the argument was. But if you want to get into that, then that's crazy.
Well, that just seems like where you were coming from, that they have some type of harm, and that's why you're against it.
That's where I'm getting at now, I guess. Yeah.
It's vague, though, too, because, like, cannabis is useful for all sorts of medicinal things. Should it be... I mean, I don't think people should go to jail for it.
I mean, look where we were when we had medicinal in quotations, places where people just had a place to fucking get all their drugs free and fucking be on the streets. Like, instead of having them pay.
Voltaire?
I thought I had an issue for a second, but he just froze up. They support our side, yes. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, we left him speechless, Jack. We left him speechless.
But yeah, I just think that with like weed, I think that there's beneficial to it. There's obviously some negatives I feel like in there too. But I think with making it easier to sleep, or like cancer patients, stuff like that, I feel like it's very beneficial. And it would be, instead of making a whole medical process, I think that it could just be like, it could just be like alcohol, or cigarettes, Now, like I said, with everything else,
not working,
especially with psychedelics, it's that's, like I said, you have to come in, I feel like, with the medical side. I could see an argument for illegal, but I just don't think, I know that there's people out there that can't handle it. I've literally seen it personally. So, go ahead.
Well, I mean, but who's to gauge that, right?
I mean, it's a hard thing, yeah.
And you just say drugs. I mean, I have very strong feelings on cannabis. I don't think anybody should go to jail for it, but I think the commercialization of it has definitely... I think there's an argument to be made if it's addictive at this point.
Yeah. I don't... I personally don't think it's addictive, but I think that's also scalable. Like, I think that word could be used in a broad way. Like, I don't think it's like something where I'd be like, I can quit it and just be like, oh, move on. Like, I think I can do that, but I obviously want it, Mm-hmm. So it's I feel like it fits in that realm of it, But it's something that I easily could just quit at a heartbeat's notice. I'd miss it, don't get me wrong, but I don't feel like I'm addicted to it at all.
And well, guys, if I could still show you around, here is the biggest, gayest man in the world.
Welcome to the show, biggest, gayest man in the world, Kieran Morgan.
Bro, I did a 3 fucking people raid. You didn't fucking acknowledge. I feel offended.
I was putting the comments on screen.
Bro, I brought 3 people here. Please respect me. And also, I'm black. So please, reparations.
He's black. He's black, and he is delivered.
I'm not gay no more. I am delivered. I don't like men no more.
You don't like mans no more. But Kieran, what are your thoughts on the drug legalization? Where are you coming from?
Oh, fuck, that's a tough fucking question. Should drugs be legalized? I'd say yes.
My man.
Yeah, yes. Yeah, make your own fucking choices, you fucking retards. Want the government to fucking decide? Want the government to decide what you can and can't do? Get the fuck out of here.
And real quick, this message comes from William.
I don't know what you heard, but this show ain't free.
Chat, this show is fan funded. If you want to get the wheel spinning and you want to troll these motherfuckers, get the donations in, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, like in terms of like my aspect, here's the main thing, my main argument, right? If I'm a responsible drug user, why can I not use drugs?
Well, what if you're an irresponsible drug user? Who fucking cares?
No, this like the reason why I phrase like this is because like anybody says, well, the government needs to protect you.
No, bro.
Yeah.
If you say responsible, it sounds like you fit into the fucking system. But what about irresponsible drug users? Should they be fucking legalized or made illegal?
But yeah, you make one law for everybody.
Do you think irresponsible drug users should be fucking come under the banner of government laws?
Yeah, the same way irresponsible gun users come under the same aspects of the law.
Can you answer the fucking question?
I did.
No, you made an analogy.
I said yes, the same way that irresponsible gun users come under the law.
Okay, so you want the government to decide whether you're being irresponsible or responsible?
No, I want to hear from a gay rights activist.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Voltaire is back again.
Does it hear you fucking flag it?
Yes.
What?
And?
Continue.
Back to Kieran's point. Yeah, so like I said, the same way that the guns are legal in America, but there's regulation around them.
No, Tarek, you fucking puffed up. Like all you guys will argue for more government intervention into our lives. The government is going to make us good people. Get the fuck out of here.
Not my argument.
Huh?
Hey,
yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Do you want government intervention into your fucking private life?
Not on my weed.
Well, if you smoke dope, if you have a pipe, how much do you want the government to care about your?
Are you an anarchist? Are you an anarchist?
No.
What is the level of law that you're willing to accept?
What the fuck are you talking about?
What the fuck are you talking about?
Well, it's a big question, bro. What level of get the fuck out of here, bro?
Yeah, so like which well, obviously you'd have to start from the start, like right.
Well, okay. Here's a question. Do you think the government should care if you fuck your wife in the ass?
I'll enjoy the relation.
That should be no.
I'll enjoy the relation to the question. Sorry, I'll enjoy the relation.
You fucking retard. The answer should have been
I'd imagine rectal bleeding would be a concern.
Yes,
No,
exactly.
it's a-
I mean,
it's a
like
serious-
there's
it's a
a whole
serious-
thing.
it's a
You know, it's
serious
funny when
question.
somebody asks me a question. I'd like
Oh
to
my
fucking think
God,
of
you
all the
fucking-
avenues,
the
and
answer
he's
should
like,
be
"No, her wife,
answer should
your
be no.
wife is fucking ass is bleeding. Your wife is ass is bleeding." It's like, wow, this is a whole other thing. And
Well,
it's weird that you wanted my wife's ass to
what
bleed.
if-
It's
what
weird.
Oh my God, you fucking puffed up. What if?
No, I
what
think
if-
I've addressed you properly.
What if your wife said, what if your wife said, Daddy, please fuck me in the ass and make me bleed? You want the government to fucking be involved?
Why would my wife ever say that? That's dumb as shit.
Bro, you see, you can't answer the fucking question.
Okay, are you saying it's a hypothetical? If my wife fucking... Okay, you know what?
What I'm
If your
saying is-
wife...
what I'm saying is-
saying that when we're on Molly and when we're horned up, might not be horned up. You are horned up. Oh, please. You can have a fucking chub right now.
Gentlemen, put the chubs away.
Not the point.
If your wife said that she wanted to have a dick and then you ignored it because it's just some random thing, how would it be if fucking you drank acid? Like that's where you're getting at. It's just
Here, okay. A better question. Your wife said, fuck me, and you said no. And she goes to the government and said, my husband won't fuck me. How do you feel about that?
Why does that have to do with the government?
Oh my God, correct. You're spastic. You fucking spastic.
Bro, you're trying to define governmental laws.
Yes. Do you want the government in your bedroom?
Yep. Yeah, this is a different topic. Obviously not.
No, it's not. It's the same fucking topic. You fucking
No, not a different topic. I mean, this is leading. This was leading to where you were. Sure. Okay.
Well, actually, I kind of agree because, so I work in the cannabis industry. I know that's what we were originally talking about, but do I want the government in my bedroom? No. But this also applies to the regulatory aspect of the cannabis industry because you're just assuming the people testing and regulating it are doing it correctly.
Bro, simple question. Do you think
I got another question?
Do you think the government should regulate you fucking your wife in the ass?
From doctors, nurses, and pharmacists to moms, dads, and caregivers, they have all put their trust in Tylenol.
I'd like to thank this show's unofficial sponsor, Tylenol. That explains all why we're all on the spectrum.
Yes, I
and
agree.
also want to give a shout out to Jack of Blades for the $10. Officially, we have prevented the grift break because of Jack, and it also goes into the spin bank as well. We now have $10 in the spin bank as well, folks. But gentlemen, continue. I believe Kieran is talking about fucking your wife in the arse.
Yeah. I mean, hold on. Like he was saying that Jack is a fucking beast, and he fucking got the goal done.
No, all I'm saying is,
No, he didn't. Oh, sorry, Kieran wasn't saying that. Wow, Kieran, it just shows exactly who you are as a person.
No
Wow.
respect.
Unbelievable.
Do you think the government should be involved in you fucking your wife in the ass?
That is mahogany.
Absolute mahogany.
It's a simple
here,
question. It's a simple question. They can't fucking answer it. They can't answer
Funny
it.
thing is, you understand what we're all going to say about the answer to the question, but you're making the question. You're making the question so stupid. Like you have the dumbest question.
Do you think government?
I think your question needs to be put up on a fucking chart to say the worst question of all.
Can you answer the fucking question?
We've already answered it. It's the dumbest fucking question because the answer is obvious. But you're
What's the answer? What's the answer? What's the obvious answer?
We've already answered.
What is it?
No, obviously.
You can't handle the answer.
You can't do it. You can't do it. You liar. You fucking liar. Oh, we've already answered. Tell me the answer.
Actually, that's just proving.
That's proving
That's
you're a
just
fucking
proving
liar.
you as the bad guy, bro. Like, are you kidding me?
No, you fucking liar. You lying piece of shit.
I'm a liar. I'm a liar. Eh?
We already gave you the answer. We'll say it again. No, one say it again. You liar.
How? I'm a liar.
Yep, you're a liar. You're a liar.
Prove how I'm a liar.
Because you won't answer the fucking question. You fucking
Prove it.
poofter.
Prove how I'm a liar.
Well, prove it by answering the fucking question.
Prove it. Come on.
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my god. Stop your fucking lying.
Yeah.
Prove it.
Okay. I'll make the question a little bit more.
Wait, no.
Would you
Prove
like?
it. Prove it.
Like?
Prove it.
Would you?
Prove it.
Would you like? Would you like?
Prove
the
it.
government-
Wait, are you going to prove it or not?
This is unbelievable because we have Kieran trying to talk about what Kieran's trying to talk about. I've got the prompt on screen trying to talk about what we want to talk about, and then Jack says he wants to talk about me.
Let's talk about me. Let's talk about the 6'8" frame, the 37-inch vertical leap, the black steel that drips down my back, aka the bulletproof mullet, the Google prototype scopes with built-in LCD, LED 1080p 3D Sony technology, the Ethiopian poisonous caterpillar, aka Slick Daddy. Let's talk about the cabinets right behind me that go 40 feet deep into the wall that houses the other 95% of my trophies, the awards, the certificates, all claiming first place, right? Let me give you a little inside glimpse into the hotshot video gaming lifestyle of the two-time international video gaming superstar. Because that's what this channel's about. That's what this domain's about. That's what the society's about. You're looking at the face of Twitch and goddamn, is Twitch lucky.
You're looking at the face of gay, and goddamn, does gay regret it?
Uh-huh.
That was a good one.
But moving on from the I guess the marriage talks, we could say, bringing it back onto the drugs, okay?
Yeah.
Like I was saying, like as a responsible drug user, why should the government be able to say no, you're not allowed to take drugs?
Well, that's the difference between decriminalizing and legalizing, right?
How so?
Well, you
There's
shouldn't get locked up
there's
for it.
obviously two different dichotomies. There's either the one that says, hey, we can let everybody do everything, or we can not care about what anybody does about anything. And the one that not anybody cares about anything actually costs the government, like society, way too fucking much.
I have a curious question. It has nothing to do with the prompt.
I'll allow
Does
it.
anybody want to hear it? Does anybody want to hear it? Okay.
I'm down.
So, Voltaire, do you just like to hear the sound of your own voice? I just wonder that.
Oh shit!
I got
Well,
a
I
question
believe
for everybody to
that-
fucking hear. Everybody can everybody hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right. Do you have an argument? Is that a question, or you're just retarded?
Ooh.
I did get dropped as an infant on my head.
All right, so you're just retarded. Shut the fuck up, you stupid fucking retard.
There can be manipulation. There can be the changing.
Don't you
of
step
the
on
person.
dudes' balls? Who the fuck are you to
You're
say
begging for
anything?
it.
Who the fuck are you to say anything about anybody?
I got 1% on my phone, and it's enough to say you're fucking retarded.
Nice. I believe that's the Oxford argument.
That's what Oxford says. That's the Merriam-Webster definition, bro. But no,
So
seriously,
anyways,
I gotta
now that we had
find
enough
a charger. I gotta find a charger. I'll be. Give me a minute.
You're good, Voltaire. But yeah, speaking on this though, like I said, with the legalization of weed, I agree with that. But I think everything else could either fall into medical or against it.
Yeah, it's a slippery slope, that's for sure.
Because there's some that are considered in the family of psychedelics that I don't feel like are fully psychedelics, and I'd be willing to allow that in certain cases, but it'd have to be like certain medical, certain medical things.
Interesting, kind of who gets to decide that, like, because then you get into the whole.
I think that's why you need studies as well. You need people to come out and say these are the benefits and this is the downsides, and just be honest about it. And I think we could figure out what it is useful for as far as medical.
For sure.
Yeah, but it's recreational medical.
No.
Okay, so
that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that with psychedelics, like I said, there's people, I've seen examples, a personal experience of mine where somebody takes a psychedelic and then they just freak out, and that could be a pattern of behavior. I've actually seen it where it happens more than just once. So there's just people out there that just can't handle it. So I don't think they should be doing those, But I think people have to be assessed for it,
Because legalization implies regulation, does it not?
Yeah, well, in some sense, for sure. But it's like how much of that, Like none of us are in that. As far as I know, none of us are in that field.
Like all fucking problem drugs started out as medication, like cocaine, fentanyl, fucking morphine. They all began as fucking proper drugs.
Well, what they told us was proper, yeah.
Yeah,
that's true.
Oxycontin. They all began as fucking medication.
So I
that's true.
Them.
Yeah.
So,
and
your mama.
So a consistent thing I see in the cannabis industry is that the testing is quote unquote regulated, but nobody's watching it. So like, what's the point of the regulation? It's just dumping money into something. Like the testing machines are not being cleaned in between testings and whatnot. So like, what good is that doing anybody?
Well, I don't know. Is that a truthful thing? Like, does that happen really?
Yeah, there's a lot of lawsuits.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. But yeah, I mean, I'd say that's definitely a problem that needs to be fixed. That's why cleaning's so important.
Mm-hmm. But Chuchin basically got there in terms of like my solution. It's like the same way that you need a license to own a gun or a license to own all this kind of shit. Just have a license for drugs.
Bullshit. Bullshit. A license to have babies. A license to fucking drive a car. What the fuck? You fucking lefty little fucking cunt.
So we shouldn't have a license for driving.
A license for a license to fucking a license to smoke cigarettes, right?
Oh, I know a good one. Should we have a license to fish?
You see where it goes. All the licenses.
Well, that exists.
I know.
Yeah. Do we have a license to drive though, Kieran? Are you against licensing for driving?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, I
think that says everything we need to know.
No. Why can't you fucking live? Why can't the government leave me the fuck alone? Okay.
Yeah, because next thing you know, you'll have a group of 12-year-olds fucking street racing cars around the city.
Always going to the fucking. What about all the normal people?
Who's normal for starters?
That would be the normal people.
How you want to live? To remove yourself from society.
Also, Jeremy, yes, license to hunt. What the fuck? A license to go and fucking shoot deer or elk or fucking what the fuck?
Sort of shit.
Fuck.
Yeah.
It's a license, right? No, fuck you.
A license
what
for
the fuck
everything.
are you talking about? What license do you give a fuck about?
But isn't that about conservation too? Because if everybody's just out killing deer,
gay. No, fucking gay. Fucking gay. No, gay. You fucking puffed up. Okay.
Can you possibly have a fucking argument when like everything else that your country represents is not? I mean, is good. Your country represents nothing. They're all like, oh, well, fucking everything's bad. We need to take everything away. Do you honestly believe that anything you fucking say is good? You haven't had a good argument in the last little while. Like
What's going on? I'm just waiting for Mike.
You haven't
just waiting for
your
Mike.
Your arguments have been Australian as fuck for the last fucking 10 minutes, 20 minutes.
Do you think parents should have a license to have children?
Who? Good.
Do you think
who should have a license against children? Adopting children?
Do you think a married couple should have a license to have children?
A gay?
No. A man, a woman, married. Should they have a fucking license to have children?
Yes, they should have. They should have.
Fucking filter. Yes.
So that should be right.
Wow. Somebody who can't have IVF or anything, IVF or any other fucking measure of.
You just lost your own argument. You just contradicted yourself.
Yeah. Do you think a man and a woman should have a fucking license to have children?
A license to have children?
Yes.
No.
Correct. I agree. Should a man have a license to have a? Hey.
Hello.
I didn't even hear it.
I'm patiently listening.
Yeah.
Yeah, Pachuchin says getting married is the license.
Yeah, correct.
Yes, exactly.
Correct. Do you believe in
God,
do you believe
Bro,
in,
I think you're just I don't know what you're arguing anymore. Is this what you're arguing?
Well, I'll ask this. Do you think a husband can grape his wife?
That's not the same.
Yes. It's not the same argument, but yes.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
No, it isn't.
How would it be the same argument?
No, it's a completely different argument, bro. How can those be the same argument? Like, try to connect them. Like
That's what I'm saying.
Connect them.
That's what I'm saying. I'm so confused.
You just
try to connect rape.
Is what I thought.
Maybe I'm just missing it, but I'd like to see the analogy.
All right, explain how a man cannot grape his wife.
Implied consent.
Yeah.
Meaning
absolutely
the devotion to the wife's vow.
No, implied consent.
Devotion to the wife's vow. What's the implication? Where does she imply that? Devotion through the
by getting married.
Marriage vow.
By getting
devotion
married
through the marriage vow. I just fucking said that. So shut the fuck up, you idiot. Okay, no. So she devotes herself to the marriage's vow. So does she ever devote herself to fucking being part of coitus when she doesn't want it?
I'm here to tell you right now, we don't care. Let me tell you.
William don't care about Gary's topic. He wants to spin that wheel.
Thank you.
Jack, you had $10 in the bank. Should cops have more power?
Yes.
No.
Yes. All the power.
Cops are authority. They're the justice system. So yes, they have more power. That's just the way it is.
It's the enforcement of the law, right?
They are the arbiters of. They're not the arbiters of the law, but they're the fucking ones who dole out the fucking enforcement. Yes.
I think body cams changed everything, right? So, yes, cops with power and body cams. There we go.
Yes, accountability on both sides.
Because they can't just turn it off, right? They just can't turn it off. Yeah.
Well, they can.
I haven't seen that before.
Yeah. Well, after shootings, they have to turn them off. So they go through their.
Yeah, I understand.
Well, I've seen them do it for less than that.
Yeah, I understand. Well, not normally. I've never seen a cop turn off his fucking body cam unless it was for legal purposes. Like I cannot.
You haven't seen that?
I've seen it.
No.
Yeah, I've definitely seen it.
There was one time.
Definitely seen
it. There was one time when a cop turned off his fucking body cam and fucked a bitch in the back of his car.
Yep.
And locked himself in the back of the fucking
I remember
car.
that one.
All right, sure.
And she was drunk, and it was considered a bribe as well to try and get her out of the charge. She said, "Oh, I'll do anything right now." I was kind of shit, and then
but the
body cam footage
police
got off.
All right. Can we not just say it's not a monolith? Like it's not a fucking. Can we all agree on that?
Mm-hmm.
Or
you
not?
go with this bullshit again. What?
He just made the monolith claim. What?
Or what?
That's crazy.
Because he turned his body cam off and whatnot. So I mean, there's that amount of accountability, right? Kind of.
I think that's the biggest problem now is the accountability, and the whole reason for body cams was to heighten accountability, and it's just gone bad for basically the perpetrators and the fucking criminals. And the left is not happy about that because it makes them lose their fucking their racial aspect. They're like believe all criminals and believe all people. Where it's just like holy fuck, like these people are actually fucking retarded, and they actually have false fucking.
Body cam.
Go ahead.
Body cams.
Just go fuck yourself. Don't tell me to shut the fuck up.
I love you. Body cams.
I do love you.
Well, and
What are you gonna say, Kieran?
Too, you want them to have the power if they're the ones protecting you, and you have to have faith.
All I was trying to say is body cams is bad for the cops because now
it's not. How is it? When has it been bad for the cops? It hasn't turned bad for the cops. When
have you ever seen?
There's like three. There's probably like 3%, maybe in less, like 1.5% of fucking cops that actually do bad things that have been actually exposed. What have you ever seen? But Kieran, you have to expose the thing. You have to expose the thing. If you're gonna fucking say the thing is bad, you have to expose the thing.
Have you ever seen a cop forget to turn off the fucking body cam? Then you find
twice or three times. No, twice or three times, and it's been through the fact that they cannot fucking continue talking about the certain thing that they're talking about, and it's never been the thing through court where they're like, oh, that officer, should have fucking kept his camera on because it's some sort of fucking thing against him.
Well, it's usually when they write their statement too.
Also, they sometimes switch it off to fucking confer with their buddies. Like I've seen it. A thing goes down.
I've seen it too, but it's not against them. Why would it? If it was ever against them in a punishable way, why has it never been brought against them in a punishable way?
It has been, bro.
When? Okay, recently, or how? When the body cam was cut off, they're like, oh, that body, okay, we can talk about the times when, like, oh, they turned their body cam off and they fucking raped some chick. Yeah, sure. Like I said, it's like probably 1.5%, a fucking 3%, something like that. Like it's.
Well, I would say I agree with you. It's not a big percentage, but it does happen.
No, I can understand that. I'm not going to say it never happens at all. Why? That's.
But I think
I would never say that.
Yeah, no, that's fair. But what I would say is though, with the prompt on where I come from, with this is I don't think they should have less power, and I think that's what gets argued if you say the opposite side of this, which I kind of agree on. But I also agree that in certain ways they could have more power and better training. So if we're talking about funding side of it, yes, I believe they should get more funding. But I don't know about more power. I feel like I would have to discern what the power is.
No, they understand the power they have now, and
do they?
That gets misconstrued as it is. So like that everybody needs to have just the same amount of power, but I think there needs to be a mediatory, like basically a people who need to say that certain things that you did are good or bad. And I don't think the police need any more power. Like I don't need them. They need any less power. Like that's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So you think it should just remain the same?
Yes, and I think that we can have tribunals, stuff like this, and
right. So I guess
the way that it already is. That's the way it already is. So I honestly don't want any other changes.
Okay, so what I'm trying to figure out is because people answered to yes to this, so I'm trying to figure out like what more power should they have? Like what does that look like?
No, I understand, and to be honest, the people who want more power are they hold they have positions on both sides, right, left. They want to be the problem is there's so many people who want to be the Nazis and not want to fucking fight the Nazis, and that's mostly the left right now. Like most of the left, when they're like, we need to get rid of Donald Trump, they actually are they actually want rounding up of people, re-education camps, death. It's fucking psycho.
Well, I'm not going to disagree with you on that, but when it comes to the prompt, like I said, it's like people did answer yes to this on this panel. So I'm just trying to figure out like what is more power.
That is true. Yeah. So yeah. Who said yes? Like, to be honest, there was one person who said yes.
I think there was more than one that said yes, but just no one.
Well, they don't want to talk. They don't want to talk.
I'm listening. Sorry. I don't.
Are you gonna say yes?
I don't think I said yes.
Oh, okay. Maybe I was just hearing. Somebody said yes, though. I know.
Somebody did say yes.
Yeah.
Okay,
maybe I was scared.
I don't like the wordage of more power necessarily.
Yeah, that's where I have the contention with. Yeah, exactly. Because when I argued this the first time,
no, they need to have the same amount of power. They just need to have.
Shit! I just realized too. All right, it's 4:30, guys. Oh shit! Right on the button. William's like, I'm not letting that. I'm not letting that.
Get it. If we're talking about power, William's got the power of the spin, baby. Oh fuck! Spin that wheel. Gentlemen, should we abolish the EU, or if you're American, the federal government?
No.
EU. EU. Yeah.
The federal government of the EU.
Let's abolish the EU, but like how do we abolish the federal government of the US? This is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Terry, this is a dumb fucking question. Like these are two different questions, brother.
But like,
the EU is obvious.
Got Europeans on the panel, or we've got Americans on the panel.
EU is actually a fucking like a correlation of fucking of European countries that happen to fucking be like, yeah, we're gonna all agree with this, but you're talking about like federal government, talking about like the provinces in fucking Canada, or the fucking states in the state, like America, or you're just talking about like European Union?
Yeah, America, that's a hard.
Yes.
It's like the same concept. It's basically phrased like this, just in case we have either a European panel or an American panel. Because you Americans have difficulty with European concepts.
So this is going to be weird, and it's going to be maybe a hot take, but I would abolish the EU, but I would not abolish the federal government.
Well, yes, that is the most obvious take. Like, that's obviously what should happen.
Yeah.
EU's retarded because it's like the conglomeration of countries that just happen to fucking be just side together. Yes, we all agree with this at
like
one
the same
point.
way. This is the same way America's made up of these states. It just so happens.
Yeah, but that's we're not.
But we're all
he
one
just
country.
Said, hold on. Yeah, exactly. He just this is you didn't define, and he's fucking going off your definition.
Yeah, and what are the EU's doing? They want to do.
They want to split apart.
Like that was the intention of the EU is that they want to split all these countries up and not have claim ultimate power over
exactly.
all these.
I said exactly that they want to split apart. That's their intention, which is why they made this agreement.
They made the EU to split apart the EU.
Yes, apparently that's exactly that's the argument you're trying to say that I'm making.
Holy.
Yes, because that's what you said.
No. No, I actually went from
I
the
didn't
American
make an
side.
argument. I just quoted your argument back to you. Like so far, we're in agreement. I don't see the disagreement.
All right. All right. So, no. Oh fuck! You did. All right. You did fucking. Yeah.
Put a wrench in that system.
The problem is like with the European Union, there's actually separate countries that all fucking agreed to be a part of the union, and America was only separate states.
They're not separate. They're united. It's kind of the name.
Yeah, but obviously, they're not united countries. They're separate states. It's like United. Okay, it's like saying the European Union. It's like the European Union is now one fucking country, where the United States is.
Yeah, okay, so you're talking about countries here, right? So if we were to compare, let's say, the state of
are we
Texas
just gonna,
to one sec. If we were to compare the state of Texas to the country of Ireland, Texas
Are we
has
talking
an
about size
approximately-
now?
Yeah, just the size of the
are you gonna-
landmass.
How's that make a
Texas
difference?
has
Nobody cares a
Texas
fuck about
is
size of
over
landmass.
10 times. Yeah, notice you won't let me
nobody
finish
that
that.
has.
Texas is more than 10 times the landmass.
How does that have to do with anything to do with anything?
I'll tell you.
How does it have to?
Texas is 10 times the size of Ireland, right? Population of Texas is about 31 million people. The population of Ireland is roughly 5 million people. Okay, so it's 6 times the population, 10 times the size. And you're saying that, to consider Texas as its own independent country is ridiculous when Ireland is literally like a quarter of the sixth of the size of population, a tenth of the size of the land area. But you're saying that you recognize the sovereignty of that nation,
argument I've ever
but
heard.
you don't
That's
recognize the
dumbest-
sovereignty of
how
Texas.
How dare you even bring up that argument? That's retarded. Well, certain people. There's so many people on. There's so many people in one. There's so many people in one specific area,
Wait,
so it
you'll
just
call me a
fucking
puffer now,
automatically.
I'll finish
It just automatically fucking. It means factually the other side of the argument. Like, come on, like, don't even start with that.
I'm asking
Why are
you,
you
like,
saying
in terms of like, why do you view states
you add
different to
populum?
countries?
Ad populum. Can you not?
How is it ad populum? I'm not appealing to the masses.
Yes, you are. They're saying there's more people in one country, in one fucking state than
Yeah,
there is in
in
another.
terms of what,
in
how are
another
you defining a country?
Wow.
Yeah,
well, there's
how
more
are you
fucking.
defining a country?
So apparently,
You're saying
the
one sec,
Canada
Walter.
could
You're
be
saying you're saying that a European country
I'm
is
saying that
completely
even
different.
if there's
One
more
sec,
people in a
one
state, in
sec.
one state,
Listen,
no, go fuck yourself.
Linda.
There's more people
Linda.
in one state in Canada, or fucking. It doesn't matter that you fucking have people who have more state in another fucking country and the EU.
Yeah, you're punching goes at the moment. What I'm pointing out is that you're saying that there's no similarities whatsoever between a US state and a country.
You can
And I'm
have those similarities.
Well, yeah,
easy.
a US
I'm
state.
saying, no, you're going through population. You're going through. You're arguing through population.
If you let me finish, if you actually listen to the argument, a US state could be like 10 times the size or like 6 times the population of a European country. Yeah, that's my question to you.
What is it?
Why does it matter whether or not it's considered a state or a country?
You went through population.
Yes.
Well, brother, Tarek, if Texas wanted to fucking secede, they have enough people to make a fucking country, bro.
No.
Yes, that's my point. That's my whole point, Kieran.
Yeah, exactly, Kieran. Shut up.
So,
I'm talking about
why'd you say it's like, oh, the EU is completely different to the federal government?
Because the EU is individual countries all agreeing to do one thing, and the states are individual states. Yes.
Yeah.
That's
And then
exactly
the
what
difference
I
between a
said.
state and a country is what?
It's its individuality. It's fucking nationalism.
Okay, so you can't be a Texas nationalist?
You can be a Texas nationalist. You can be a KKK
Yeah,
member. It
so
doesn't matter.
so what's the difference then? You said it was nationalism, but you just agreed that you could be a
Because
Texas
one's a
nationalist.
state. One's part of a fucking country.
Yeah, so
United
one's a
States
state
is part of
because
a
it's a
country.
state.
Well,
yeah,
you know what?
and then
Are you
what's
part
the
of a
difference
country? Or
between
is
a country
the EU
and a
part
state?
of a country?
Yeah.
You're calling yourself Europe? Bro, you're
Europa.
a continent then. Exactly.
Yes, they want one country called Europe.
Bro, just take the L. Shut up, bro.
They want
Come on
one
now.
country called Europe. And then I
Mhm.
asked you to find the difference between nation and state, and you said a state is a state.
Yeah. Are you? Did I stutter?
Yeah,
Bro.
a woman is a woman. That's basically what the argument. You're doing a lefty argument of a woman is a woman.
Really? I said
A
something
state,
else is a woman.
a state
I
is
said-
a
I said
state who
country is a
identifies as a
I
state.
said- that's funny. What you related was a country is a woman.
No,
A
I'm saying
country is
your,
a state,
your
a country is a
logical,
woman.
yeah, your
No, that's
logical
literally your
argumentation
logic.
is to use
A country
the
is a
word in
woman.
the
A country is
definition.
a state. A country is a woman. A country is a woman, and therefore a state is a woman. That's your argument, man. You
I never
can't fucking-
said. I
don't
never
even-
said. I never said a country was a woman. There are
Sorry,
women
do
in
you
a
know what-
country,
do you-
but I'm still waiting. I'm still waiting, Voltaire, for you to define the difference between a nation and a state, a country and a state.
You don't know the difference between a country and a state.
I'm asking you.
It's state
Does
or
that-
federal. It's state or
is-
federal.
Is it? Is it? I don't
It's
think
state or federal. It's state or federal, right? Okay.
Well,
a state,
the
a state
union,
has
but-
state laws, and federal is a combination, like the USA or the United Emirates. It's all.
I
The
mean, that just goes towards my point.
yeah, go on.
Can a state be federal?
Yes. No. No. A state.
How?
Is,
Exactly. 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 Sorry, I'm
So
just.
what is when you say a state versus a country? What is the difference?
I just told you.
federal versus state. You fucking retard.
Yeah, literally, bro. Come on.
Yeah, so like you're just like, can you define what it is? Do you want me to Google it for you? I can Google it for you as well, boys.
I'm pretty sure you just
Don't have
you
him
just
Google
won't
it.
take the L. That's the problem. You just
I'm
won't
gonna
Don't
take
have
the
him
L.
Google it. Don't have him
It is
Google
what
it.
it is.
Don't have him Google it. Just don't have
Oh
him
my
Google
god!
it. Just
You,
trust
you,
Here we go.
You fucking. You.
Oh
fucking-
god, here comes
state-
fuck.
A state is a sovereign political entity with defined territory, permanent
Sure.
population, government, and a capacity and relations with other states. It exercises supreme authority and maintains a monopoly on the legitimate
Now-
use of force within its
Now-
borders.
Now.
Examples
think
include countries like Japan or Germany. So, gentlemen, please go back to the whatever what was it,
Does
poppycock?
that actually?
Whatever
does
poppycock
that
you
actually
motherfuckers were saying.
define-
The
does that
state's
actually
completely
define-
different to a country. Sorry, go ahead. You were saying.
That defines
Yeah,
what
you
you're
were saying.
talking about United States. That's the problem. You honestly believe that defines the United States. That's the problem.
Look up.
Relate
look up
that to
federal.
the states.
Look up
Relate
federal.
that to the United
Federal.
States.
Yeah, keep it
exactly.
coming, yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. In the Beninging.
You can't even pronounce his words or anymore.
Look up federal. Look up federal. Okay, state. Okay, fair enough. You did say. Look up federal. What's fucking
Kieran,
federal?
that's what the whole contention was about. The fact that I was like, okay, what's the difference between Ireland and Texas? And he was like, oh, you're reading out populations kind of shit. And then we literally read out the definition of a state, and it says countries like Japan or Germany
And it doesn't
are
equate
states.
to the United States.
Look up
That's the funny
federal.
thing.
Look up federal.
It doesn't equate to the United States, and that's the problem with your argument.
All I'm hearing is first
can't-
grade,
No,
high
that's
quality
coke. Can't do
copium right here, boys.
That's code from your side.
Federal. Look up federal.
Mhm.
Look up federal. You fucking puffed up. Look up federal. Okay. Looked up
Okay.
a state. Okay. You did. You asked Rock about states. Look up federal. What's federal?
Oh,
It's
shit.
funny.
It's circular.
Having or relating
That's
to
right,
a
that's
system
right.
of government in which several states from a unity
right.
but remain independent in internal affairs. A
mean-
federal Europe. So yes, the European Union seems like it's a federation that they're actually pushing.
Or the USA.
Are we wrong? Are we wrong? How many more definitions? How many more definitions do you want to pull before you motherfuckers admit that you're wrong and you actually don't know what a state is?
So you're trying to say that this new formed thing is a federation
Here
with
we
the
go.
EU? Is that a federation?
Yeah,
This
Patty
new
Newman,
formed
so
thing?
what you're saying
this
is-
new
yeah, go
formed
ahead.
thing is a federation, apparently, right?
A what?
This thing is a federation that they've created, E EU.
Nah.
Oh,
Anyways, with that.
So they're not a single federation. They're actually a fucking conglomerate. They're not a conglomerate. Okay, so what are they?
Wait a sec. You said the motherfuckers that was like, this question is so retarded. The European Union's
oh my
not
gosh.
federal. You are the
So
ones that were
anyways-
questioning why'd you put EU beside federal?
If you want to,
And we've literally went through the definitions of state
I'm gonna hold
and
anybody
federal,
who doesn't
and you're just
understand what we're
still
talking
complaining.
about as a retard, and not just you.
Okay.
Yep.
Apparently, I'm just gonna hold anybody who doesn't understand what we're talking about as just everybody that's a retard, not just you.
Okay, Terry, I can look to your chat. Pseudo fucking master chef. Yes, he's fucking correct. He's correct.
Okay. Anyways, so what I was saying.
Shut the fuck up. I'm trying to get Terry to engage with the chat. The pseudo master chef. Come on, Terry. Don't be gay. Don't be gay.
Oh no. Anyway, last week.
Anyway, you motherfuckers are now running away from this whole thing. If a state and a country are completely different, when literally a country can be a state.
If you want to suck dick and move on to the next topic, then let's go.
You see what I'm saying? That's why they always talk about sucking dick. As soon as they get caught in the corner, then they start pulling out the dicks. You know what I'm saying?
You're the one that's gotten to the next corner. It's literally like
you
Williams
put the
like
anal
moved,
in analogy.
Williams like moved another fucking wheel. Come
Okay.
on,
Yeah.
don't
Hey,
even start
can
with
I-
this shit.
Yeah, you
Like,
put the
bro.
anal in analogy, bro.
Can I try to speak here without getting talked over, please? All I wanted to say is I just want to make a few clarifying. You're saying states are countries, right? There's
What the hell?
Those are overlap, right? Like states
Wait,
are
who's the
countries?
question? It's me.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Yeah. Countries can be states.
Okay. So in that premise, I see where you're putting both of these together and doing it that way. Here's my problem then. What is the US? A state of states?
That's been the entire argument. That's why.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
For
It's a
for real?
it's a federation.
State of states?
Yes.
Why don't we
the same
call
thing they're
ourselves
trying-
the state
they're
of
trying-
states then?
They're trying. It's a federation.
Oh, because he thinks fucking
The United
nations
States is
can
a
be states
federation.
like the United States is. That's why I said, why don't you compare it to the
Okay,
United
why do they
States?
call
And
it
he
the
can't do
federal government?
He can't compare it to the United States like I was from the very beginning.
So can you first answer my question and I'll answer yours?
I answered your question, and then you said, "So United States is the state of states."
Yeah, is it the state of states?
Yes. So they call it a federation, a federal government.
Right, I agree with that. I completely agree with that. That makes sense to me. What doesn't make sense is state of states. I don't think a state can be over a state. Like that doesn't make sense. Like that's a federal, right? Like you're saying.
Yes.
So state and federal are one, is what you're saying.
No.
Okay, then that's where I have the distinction. That's where the difference is.
But did everybody just like open up batteries and start drinking battery acid or some shit like that in the last like 10 minutes?
What are you talking
If that's what
about?
you've
What
been
are you
doing, it would
talking
make sense. It would make sense.
I'm listening, so I don't misspeak.
Sorry, you're saying state
Yes.
as a
So
as
basically,
of
what's
many
happened
nations.
is you guys were like, states aren't countries. Then I pulled up the definition of a state and it literally listed 2 countries as states. And now all of you are shitting your pants because you actually don't realize what words mean. And you're like, oh, fuck.
No, actually, we literally pointed out after that it was what the definition we're talking about is the United States, and you're one taking a W on the very fucking beginning of the whole giant conversation because you've been taking an L for the rest of it,
Don't
bro.
worry. Just
Literally, that's just what's been going on. So
boys,
if you want to
just
take that
your
W,
fries,
take that
This
W,
fell
bro.
over.
Take that
the chicken
W.
nuggets are all over the ground. Just take the fries, okay? Just take your fries.
Okay, so this is what
the fries
what
are
it
still in
says
your
on
bag. We've been
Google.
eating our chicken.
Oh my god, Tarek, I'm going to say good night. Good night. I'm trying to be a good cunt. Be polite.
Yep.
Okay. Oh, you fucking asshole.
Any nuggets of wisdom? Any final thoughts? Anything coming up?
Don't be gay. Okay.
That's neither here or there. All right, Kieran. Love
See
you,
you,
bro.
bro.
All right. God
Have a
bless
good
you,
night,
bro.
Kieran.
Don't be gay.
Kieran. Right, I'm putting
Yeah.
Voltaire beside Pepe so he watches out. He behaves himself, as you say. Oh, wait, where's he gone? Right,
But I
you're
just
beside
wanted
Pepe now.
to. I typed into Google is state a country, and the highlighted portion here is the term state can be used interchangeably with a country or with country.
Mm-hmm. Alhamdulillah, brother.
Yeah. All right. I can agree with that. But remember when I was talking about the United States, it's specifically, and then I was like, and then I asked you to fucking define states, and then you did it.
And then I Googled it. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then they
I remember
Googled it.
that. But then,
So,
like,
why do we
what
call
I
it
was
two
going
different
off of-
things?
Hold on. Like, so what I was going off was what I understood as the United States. That's why I fucking asked you to reflect on the United States definition of it. That's literally why I've been against your definition, the way you're coming at it from.
And
you saw we
having processed the information, your
I'm saying-
opinion is now.
that you didn't understand the fucking American, the way that you're fucking defining things is not the way the American the American country.
Motherfucker, I ain't defining shit. This has been Google. Okay.
I don't know too enough about the EU to say
It
if it
doesn't
could
matter
be
what
abolished
the way
or not.
the way that
definitions
the
were off
way
Google.
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter the way that things were defined. We were always talking about the United States, and you said those are states. Just because they say they're states, and that's what I said. They're not states anymore.
And also,
That's just how they say they are.
Should we abolish the federal government or the EU? Right?
Yes.
Well, I definitely don't think we should abolish the federal government.
And that's the whole thing. One's a conglomerate. One's an actual nation. The United States of America. That's a nation. There's not one nation called the fucking EU.
We just went through this though.
I know.
That's what I'm saying. They just want to avoid the question.
I know.
Despite the fact that we literally went through the definitions of what is a state, what is federal. How many more words do we need to define what government is?
I've avoided the question the entire time, apparently. I've been always avoiding this. Yes, that's exactly what I've been doing the whole time.
I'm answering the question. No, I don't think we should abolish the EU or the federal government.
Yeah, I just feel like I just don't know enough about the EU, but I just don't like that. I think those countries or states, as we're calling them now, should be independent. Like, I think they should be their own country. So that's the only reason I'd break up the EU. Otherwise, I don't know enough about it. You know?
Yeah, and his question was, why can't the states break up? That was his original thought. So like, this is why we got into this.
They could though. I mean,
No,
I just
we
don't recall.
no. Hang on a second. We got into this because you were like, the EU and the federal government are completely two different things, and then we got into like, what is a state? Like, and then you start complaining that I was comparing Texas to Ireland, and you're like, they're two completely different things, and then we eventually proved it through googling it right in front of your eyes, and now you're trying to gaslight, I guess, gaslight your L away, but you can't gaslight the L's away, bro.
Fair enough.
Well,
I'm
you
new to
can't.
this. I'm learning. You're right.
I think I found somebody that gaslights more than Steelborn.
What do you mean?
What?
I don't know what you mean.
Didn't you say you're gaslighting? Isn't that what you said?
I did not say that.
Oh, no.
Somebody said gaslighting. I don't think I was.
Yeah, somebody said gaslighting. That's why.
Terry said it.
I said
Come on, fellas. Come on.
So, Tarak, did you say he was gaslighting?
Yes, he's trying to say, oh no, we were talking about some other shit.
Yeah, I agree with you. That's what I'm saying. Did anyone follow that?
Yeah, I can
Wow.
see.
This is insane.
Unbelievable. I think I will use the 10 though now to spin it because I think we exhausted this one. I will say that. So,
Spin the wheel.
spin the wheel.
Spin that wheel. Is democracy the best system?
That's tough. I think it's the best right now, but was it the best? I don't think so.
I can't argue with that. It had its time and it needed to be that way. But now, that's not the prompt. No.
Yeah, I would say no because a republic is better.
I agree.
I disagree.
You disagree?
Yep.
What do you think is the better system?
Monarch.
Okay, why?
An elected person who rules over a long period of time.
Because they're good?
Because they are the ones who can fucking understand what
And
is.
who makes that determination?
I said they're elected.
Right. But what
Well, it
if
is
they
democracy.
what if they do screw up though? Like that's where I'm trying to come at this. Like can they
Well, then
get
they get beheaded.
oh. So it's just a little mistake and off with your head?
Yes, that's exactly what I said.
That's crazy. And yeah, how is that
Obviously
not a
not.
democracy? That's a vote.
Because a democracy is majority rules, and in my democracy, there'd be fucking at least less than half the
In my
population.
democracy. Wait, what? What are
Yeah,
you fucking
exactly.
talking about out there?
No, it would be less than half per the percent of people that get to vote.
But it'd still be a vote.
But it'd still be the majority
Yeah.
of those people. It'd literally be
You can. You've
literally
never
be
heard of
per
a fucking.
capita.
You've never heard of a voted in fucking. Like how have you never heard of a voted in king? That's wild.
Well, usually they get chosen.
That
right?
would still be a democracy. You can have
Yeah.
a democratic monarchy. You can have a democratic republic.
Yeah, Democratic Republic.
It's still
yeah.
a mocker, but it's. Smokers are the best. Fuck
Yes, you can have a democracy, but still have a monarchy as well. These are two completely different systems.
Okay, then it'd be yes.
Then
It'd
bring
be
up the
yes.
fucking
Democracy.
definition of
but-
democracy.
I think it's going to be one of those nights.
The definition night.
Because like people, I genuinely think that like people just like don't know like definitions of words. You know what I mean, a system of government where the whole population or all the eligible members of a state or a country, typically through elected representatives.
Yeah.
So both a democratic monarchy and a democratic republic would both be democracies.
how would you see? That's the problem. Like, this democracy is such an overarching thing. Like, is it the populist vote? That's democracy, or is it the fucking people who can fucking like? It's not the popular vote because it's not actually.
That's why they say the U.S. is
a republic. Yes, I know.
Well, yes, a republic, but it's democracy as well. Because we use democracy. It's a tool.
Everything's a democracy then. Any vote is democracy. Yes. All right. Fine. Yes. All right.
Wouldn't that be the best system?
Continue. Like, fuck. I mean, it would be so much easier. Every person should believe that fucking authoritarian. Being in just having authority should be the best way to go. Just tell these people to do this. But yeah, in any way, fuck. If I say yes, because I believe yes.
Yeah, that's fine.
People need to be told what they need to be told, but then it's like, who the fuck is going to be that person? It's just like this. Literally,
that's why I said at the beginning.
It's fucking
you know.
Other than Jesus Christ, I can't fucking have any. I can't have any other answer. But He's not somebody that's a person that you can actually. Yeah. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me give you a bit of help here. Like, there's democracy, but there can also be a dictatorship or an autocracy.
Yeah.
There can be.
Well, obviously, there's those things. We're just saying these are the democratic fucking things that are could be like some sort of
dictatorship is not that democratic.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
No, that's literally what we were just going through. We were just talking about the democracy areas, which happen to encompass the way I was saying, but there's also the fucking complete dictatorships, which is what I'm saying.
But that's not.
Yeah, I'm just naming out the different systems, right? Because like there's democracy, and then you start listing out a bunch of democratic systems. I'm giving examples of non-democratic systems. So like a dictatorship is one.
What was the other one?
An oligarchy, which is like a small group of elite people like that basically control all the country's resources, all this kind of shit. There's a theocracy, is another one.
Yeah, yeah. Which I don't really.
So through the dictatorship, what would you rather, Teriak? Theocracy, dictatorship?
Well, it probably wouldn't be dictatorship. But I don't know what is theocracy. What is that? I've never looked up the definition.
Basically, to me, it's like anybody who can think of anything is the one that's making anything. It has no actual.
So we're talking about democracy.
Theocracy.
Theocracy, yeah.
A system of government which the priests rule in the name of God or a god.
Okay, that might not be what you meant. I think you're going towards more like a degeneracy, the way things are now. Or was I wrong?
Wait, what?
I'm so confused.
It's like, hold on.
We are talking about systems, right?
Yeah.
Like actual like system in terms of how you like choose your leaders. Okay. Democracy is one where it's like you let the people decide. Yes. Then you have, for example, like a dictatorship where it's just one dude, he has all the power, and it's basically the whole kind of we're just going to impose a force, and we're just going to run this shit as we see fit kind of thing. Then you've got something like a theocracy where it's like think of like if you made whatever denomination, whatever, like that's the state religion, and we're gonna based on the head of this church.
That's what he was trying to argue from.
Basically in terms of that thing, then it's whatever the head priest says. But when you're saying like like a monarchy. A monarchy could be a dictatorship, or it could be democratic.
Could you? Oh, no.
Oh yeah,
That's not...
yeah, for sure. Yeah, what I was saying, you mean? Sure.
Yeah, I'm saying when you say monarchy, like that
yeah,
could be democratic, or that could be democracy,
Yeah.
or that could be dictatorship.
Yeah. So that's where I'm struggling. That's where I was at. Where it's like, fuck, like I want to say that, I want to say democracy, but that's just like kind of a knee-jerk reaction because it's like people are like, you could have majority rule on people who actually know what the fuck they're talking about, and it could still be stupid. So you want basically a dictatorship, and it's like, well, fuck, you don't want that because it could be tyrannical. Like that's where where I'm fucking my boat kind of sits right now.
So I would say that yes, democracy is probably the best system. I could see an argument for like theology, but I don't know if I would trust the priest to be able to make all the decisions. That's why
But
I'm
like
mixed
this would be
on it.
more so. This would be more so like the Pope, for example, would be the one that's making decisions.
Yeah, then I'd say no. I think democracy is the best system then. Yeah. Where's everybody else stand on it?
I just don't agree.
So you think it's a dictatorship's the way to go?
I believe that there's no way that the populace could always be right. Like it's I'm saying in short, I'm saying just in general, basically. It's just there's no way
that's
that
where I struggle with it too. Because then
it's just like it just makes sense. Like the majority is usually gonna fucking be stupid if there's enough people that are listening to some other fucking retard. But it's like just because they don't know what's going on just doesn't mean they know what's right. So they're just gonna fucking vote some guy out and do some other shit. And it's like, well, fuck, like you guys are literally doing the wrong thing for yourself. But I'm just gonna say I can understand the opposite side of that, but it's like, fuck, like no, it just makes more sense. Dictatorship.
Yeah.
Well, in pure democracy too, at least in America, is going to favor like the huge cities, which is all one side.
Yep.
So everybody else.
Same in Canada. Nobody but then I guess that's the opposite coin, where it's like, well, who creates the fucking the monarchy? Is just the populace? Like that's fuck, I don't know. It's fucked, but I can't see democracy being the way, because they're literally the ones that have made everything. They've made everything bad. Like you could literally have any other fucking. You could be like, "Hey, this is a better idea," and they'd be like, "No, that's bad."
Yeah, but we're talking about the system
the same way.
Like we're implying that people are moronic, which they are. Don't get me wrong, but there are a lot of good people as well. So it's.
Are we?
I think it's I don't know what the percentages are.
All right.
But,
but that's fuck. We
But
just
it has
need to spin the
potential.
wheel. We just spin the fucking wheel.
we got no money in the bank. We can't.
We got no fuel in the tank, boys. We're currently at $0. We need $10 to spin.
Yep.
And we got
We're
7
stuck
minutes
talking
left
about-
on the goal. If we don't get the donos in, we will be going on the grift break, baby.
And then it'll be Ko-Fi on 20, right?
Mm-hmm.
I do have to go to bed. I am out. Thank you for having me. It's been a while.
Yeah, 100%.
Hey,
Appreciate you. Any shout outs
by.
or any nuggets of wisdom?
For sure. See y'all later.
Take it easy, bro.
Later. But yeah, I just think the best way is like democracy. Like I think, regardless of having potential people. I think there's ways that we could edit it and make it better, and just people knowing what they actually want to vote for and not realize that they've been lied to. I think if we do that and we improve everything else, then it could work. It could be really stellar.
Yeah, sure, but you always need my side of the fucking story to make sure that people understand what democracy is and that kind of stuff. Is it best? I don't think so. I honestly believe that my side's best. Dictatorship.
When has dictatorship ever really worked?
To understand what's not fucking what you don't want. Are you talking about Russia forever?
Well, I mean, I guess when China fall into that, right? That's a dictatorship.
Sure.
Like, they're doing pretty well, right?
Ah, for fuck's sakes.
Or are they? You know, I don't really know. I mean, it is for them, but I feel like if you ask the individuals that live in that country, which is the key crucial part of this whole system, would they say, "Oh, this is definitely what I prefer"? Maybe they'd be scared of the repercussions. I don't think people within the democracy are scared of anything. Like, I can fully say I like it or I don't like it. Nothing's going to come down on me. But that's also the country you live in. So, but I think it is the best system. Go ahead, Derek.
But like, for example, like we have a current scenario where you have plenty of people who are on benefits that are voting. So the question then becomes like, what incentive do they have to vote like on behalf of the actual taxpayers? So policy would be as follows, where it's like, let's reduce reform the tax policy so it's just a 10% flat tax, and it's going to be like a 10% loss in the total tax revenue earned, but this is a fairer policy for taxpayers, all this kind of stuff. Why would someone who's on benefits ever vote for that policy?
They probably wouldn't, right? That's pretty much what you're getting to.
Yep. Which means then all of a sudden you set up a system where the more and more people will just vote for more and more quote unquote free shit from the government when it's just basically taxpayer stuff. So essentially you get into a situation where it's like the tyranny of the majority. Where the majority will just keep voting for more and more stuff out of the workers.
It definitely has its downsides. That's why I said there's certain things I feel like that you can edit and work on. And like throughout the years we've had several amendments and stuff like this, but when it kind of comes down to the system, it does have plus and minuses. I think that's every system, though. You could argue every system has some type of plus and minus, but I think comparatively to other systems, I feel like it has less, but it could definitely be misused really heavily in that sense that you're talking about, because that could easily happen. And then you're at the whim of all this stuff.
And then, like I said, in terms of the comparing it to the other ones, like if we look at like oligarchy, for example, like people would say oligarchy could be a counter towards it, because when you look at oligarchs, it's like these people like had to make or generate this wealth themselves.
Yeah, but is that the best people? Often we see a lot of people that are, I wouldn't say all of them, because there are definitely some good ones, and I think that people slander the name a lot, and it's used in a certain way. But those elites and certain things like that, I generally believe that a lot of them probably are not good. But I do think there are good ones. So that it just depends, I feel like it depends on like how you shake it all out, but I think that's more of a shaky system, because you don't know, there could be some underlying feelings with those people that they have a hidden agenda. I mean, there's several instances with even in all of these countries that have all these systems, they are pretty much giant oligarch anyways, in my opinion. So, especially when we talk about like globally, them wanting to do like a global, currency and certain things with that. And there's a lot of things behind the scenes. And I just think if we're just talking about systems and baseline stuff, then I think democracy is the best to go, even though, like I said, it does have, it has this potential of a really bad thing.
I get that, but like even if we do the whole like dictatorship and all this kind of stuff, like would you not say that like North Korea is more powerful because it has a dictatorship?
No, I wouldn't.
But if their leader, like back before they had nukes and they were developing them and all this kind of stuff, if they had been like, oh no, let's be a democracy instead, and like cave to the Western pressure, they wouldn't have the nukes, which means they wouldn't have as much leverage as they do on the global stage now.
Well, are we on the U.S.? Are we the only one that's a democracy, and just no one else that has a democracy has any nukes?
There are.
Okay, so why couldn't they? Like you're saying, like some hypothetical where they don't have it. As far as I know, as well, if they did that, wouldn't they have South Korea too? It'd be one Korea, like it'd all be together. They'd be a bigger country too, with more supplies. I just don't get it. Like I don't think that that really helped them. I see where you're coming from, but ultimately, I don't think that just like we're just thinking of what if this happened, without knowing how it actually would have turned out.
Yeah, but like what I'm trying to point out is that like in terms of like we could look at it from like human rights perspectives, all this kind of shit. We could look from the average person's, but one undeniable thing is that if you're a country with nukes, now all of a sudden like it can't be a thing of like roll the Syria footage or roll the Iraq footage or whatever. You know what I mean? Not a thing where you can just be easily bullied or pushed around kind of thing. You know what I mean? All of a sudden these other countries have to listen or treat you with some seriousness.
Yeah. I mean, that they do tend to, I would agree, show you with more seriousness, but I feel like there's just a lot more tensions on something that I wouldn't want to be a part of. Like, that's not something that would be fun over there, and I don't think the citizens would, if they were able to, they would say, hey, no, like, we don't want this system, we don't want to be here. And then if you don't have that, you obviously don't have as much, I mean, you got the people that maybe rule under you, but if those people don't want to be there too, then you have no one, you have no country. That doesn't really help you, I think there has to be a balance to it, And I think democracy is probably the best systems for that balance. Like I said, I can also come at this from the theological side because I could see with that being a harder argument to make, because I think if you really were to hone down and make the arguments for it, and we've seen beneficials to that degree, then we could really kind of like understand and really trust the priests that are making those decisions. I just don't know if a priest is like how I would picture like a politician that just knows everything else. I don't know if that's like, I think they would be good on the religious side of it, obviously, and not making sure everybody's degenerate and that side and the values and all that stuff. But as far as everything else, I don't know if that would really work in with them. Where democracy, I think, has best of all these other different type of things. Like they're their own niche things. Like I said, they do have problems, but I think the balance is what it really matters.
But like, if you have, let's say, like an Atlantis type country or nation or whatever way you want to phrase it, and they have, let's say, a non-democratic monarchy.
Okay.
Is that, like, would we say that that's objectively a worse place because it's ruled by a monarch?
I don't know. I mean, if are you talking about like something similar to what Voltaire was talking about?
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, from the aspect of it's a country with vast technological superiority to what we currently have. You know, limited suffering. Like think of like that utopia. See, like the way that Atlantis is typically described. I mean, peak of technology, science, sophistication, etc., etc. All right, this society is able to build pyramids and all this kind of shit, but they run their system through a non-democratic monarchy.
Okay. Didn't they have atrocities that happened as well? Like there was bad things that happened with that as well.
Yeah, but there's bad things that happen in any of the systems.
Right. So we're at the same. We're equal, you know. So I'm trying to figure out what edges one than the other, you know, because I'm pretty sure you're just arguing the other side of this to bring up points to, you know, talk about it and understand it. But I think you would probably agree with me that democracy is probably the best system. Even though we do have a lot of people that kind of cancel out your votes in a lot of situations, or like you said, they en masse hold the seats for the House or the Congress or whatever it is, and you know the people vote for those overwhelmingly. That way, those people remain power and, you know, outvote the people who actually want to make a change and a good positive impact. Like I said, I think there's plus and minuses to both, you know, and I don't think that necessarily like a monarchy is bad, but I think the side of like not making it democratic, like I think that part of it is I wouldn't agree with.
Well, like, let me ask you this: are businesses democratic?
No. I don't think so. I mean, maybe something with like their property taxes, like business license and stuff like this. That might be a vote upon thing, but I don't think that if anyone just wants to start up a business, obviously, we don't vote on that. You know.
Well, like the shareholders vote on stuff, but like fundamentally, when you look at like the day-to-day operations, it's taken by the CEO.
Right.
So when you look at like modern day companies, like a company and a country are fundamentally the setup is the exact same. But when we look at all these companies, no one gives a fuck about democracy.
Well, they have to work. They have to work in the mainframe of it still, though. Even though they're not sitting there as a company and voting or anything that doesn't apply to them voting wise, they still have to work within the system of democracy.
Yeah, the outside system, but I'm talking about the internal system of the company.
Oh, like changes within the company is what you're saying.
There's companies in dictatorships and all this kind of shit. Like there's companies in China,
Yeah.
North Korea, and all this kind of shit. I mean,
Yeah.
But in terms of like the company itself, like it doesn't necessarily have an outside system that's democracy. What I'm saying is when you look at the actual system in the business, there's no
Right.
concern for democracy or whether or not the employees have votes based on what way the company's going.
Well, I guess my clarification is a country a business? Because you said they were similar.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, if you looked at it that way, then yeah, sure. I mean, because You know, if you're looking at a business, they don't often have a change because there was a person that started that company, and I don't think that the people working should have a say on how that person wants to conduct his business. As long as it's legal, like, who gives a shit?
Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, in terms of the whole thing of like the scary world where democracy and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
no one really gives a fuck whether or not the workers are voting in these companies.
Right. I would agree with that, you know, but like there are different kind of things with you know, you got more different kind of systems within democracy. Because if you look at stuff like unions, I mean, that's very unique as well, you know. That's kind of different to a business.
Yeah, but I'm giving you an example of a system that works in modern day. It works, you know.
Yeah, but there's democracy works.
Does it?
In a way,
democracy
it does.
works.
It doesn't. I don't think it works in the way that everybody wants it to work, but it works.
But in terms of like democracy, democracia,
Yeah.
you know, the neighborhood speaks. But when it comes to like the important decisions of like running a country, running a company, or whatever, they don't need the neighborhood speaking. And then, like I said, when you compare it to, for example, like the constitutional democracy or democratic or constitutional republic, like if democracy was so good, then why'd you have to have the constitution there just to make sure that everybody's, you know, following the same hymn sheet, so to speak?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, it just seems like it's the overall best system, right? Because I would say a lot of people that live out of other countries want to come here. That's a sign of a better system than what they have.
Not necessarily, because technically majority of people want to go to UK, and it's nothing got to do with like how the country's actually performing. More so, they provide more benefits that we can milk off.
Right. I mean, I don't disagree there, but like there are things and like that in the US, but I don't feel like they're the same thing.
What you mean?
Well, I mean, there's a lot more with certain politicians and certain things. They want to regulate those things a lot better. That way they don't get into the hands of the people who are just milking them for absolutely no reason. Because that definitely does happen. It's definitely happened in the US, I know.
Yeah. And like I said, the whole kind of thing we were using earlier, where it's like you have someone who's like on benefits, like they literally have no incentive to vote for on behalf of the taxpayer. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So one could make the argument that like that's basically what democracy inevitably leads to.
I don't know. It's how many years of doing that? You know, it hasn't failed yet, really.
Democracies haven't failed?
Well, I mean, in the U.S. I was speaking specifically to the U.S.
Yeah, so even if I like grant like the US hasn't failed yet and all this kind of stuff, the mere fact that it comes down to the fact that it has that constitution in place points that democracy is not the greatest thing. You know what I mean? The fact that it's like, yeah, you can technically vote, but like you vote your guy in, if he starts doing some unconstitutional shit, it's going to be the other branches that are going to step in. The Congress is going to step in, or judiciary is going to step in.
So you think with any other, you think with any other system we can have the Constitution?
What?
You think with any other system that we could have the Constitution? Maybe not like exactly how it is, but roughly how it is.
Well, the Constitution was made for religious and moral people, wholly inadequate for any other country or any other.
Right. Do you think that would apply to like theology or something like that? Like we could have the Constitution under theology?
One could make the argument that that's where it came from. That's why John Adams says that it's like the Constitution is only compatible for a religious and moral people. It's totally inadequate for that, if anything else.
So you think we had a republic theologist? Like that we had that system beforehand and we just changed it to democracy? Because there was voting within there too, right? It just wasn't very many people could vote.
Yeah, but the whole idea or notion is that the neighborhood should speak.
Right, because
So,
it
like,
was small at that point.
What, like America?
Yeah, in the beginning.
Yeah, but in terms of like when you're talking about political systems, they have to be scalable.
Well, yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah, so
I think
like
most
in
things
terms
are
of,
scalable.
and when you look at companies have scaled worldwide, different cultures they have to be able to integrate with, and like different staff. Like one dude could be from India, another dude could be from America, another dude from Australia, fucking Antarctica, or wherever. Do you know what I mean? And all these
Yeah.
people have to be able to. You have to have a system where all these people are able to get along, and be able to like fundamentally like work together, which is going to be measured in the value, which is then converted into the money and the profits and all this kind of shit. Hence why companies only care about profit, or so they say. But when we look at like the modern day companies, like nobody's saying, "Oh, we need to make sure that we take this to the workers and let them vote on it." Nah, they have their board meetings and they don't give a fuck what the workers think. You know what I mean? Also, welcome in, Shazzy. Welcome in. Pull up a chair, get comfy.
But yeah, that I just don't. I don't know if that's the right way to go about it, though. You know, I mean, I guess in a business sense, I can't disagree with that because of the analogy I made. But I don't know, like outside of that, I think that's where I'm getting caught at, is thinking that a country is just a business. Because I see the comparison. I completely agree with you, but I'm just, for some reason, I'm getting caught up in saying that that's, you know, that's how it should be on the outside as well.
But why are you getting caught up on it?
To be honest, I don't know. Maybe it's because I live in America. I don't know. I think the system's all right. I don't think it's perfect by any means, but I think it's a decent system. I haven't experienced any other, so it's hard to know if those systems are better, but it doesn't seem like anybody's really happy in those experiences. So that kind of leads me to believe that it's not very good if pretty much most people are going, yeah, screw this system.
Yeah, but in terms of the, like you just said, like you don't have anything else to compare it to. So like in terms of the other systems that we had listed, like I was using the analogy of the company or the business. You know what I mean, like is that like looking at it now, like do you not think, oh shit, yeah, like technically companies and businesses, like they're not democracies, but they seem to cope just fine.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. I would have to see how the whole system and to study on it to say, like theology is the way to go. Like I said, I could see an argument for it, but maybe have like a, like you said, something of the past of what the U.S. used to be, where it's a republic theology, like I think that might be the best system, but I don't know. I don't know how that looks.
Well, like in terms of like you don't know what, let's say, a dictatorship would look like.
Well, would that be a dictatorship?
No, I'm just saying in terms of these other systems, you're saying like you don't know what it looks like. But obviously, like, in terms of,
dictatorship
like,
for sure.
dictatorships, we can give example of autocracy. We can give an example of
Right.
Like a theocracy. We can technically give examples of as well.
Yeah, theocracy. Like what does that look like? Like what would be the example of that?
Yeah, Iran. Or like
Before?
any country that runs off Sharia law, essentially, would be a theocracy.
Well, yeah, I know, but what there's a good side to that, though. Like, I believe that there could be a good side to that.
But when you go to democracy,
right?
Oh, sorry. When you compare like that versus democracy or autocracy,
right? Well, I don't like how it's like exemplary being used, but I don't that's also, I think, a bad example. Like, I don't know if there's been a good example of these things, because like something with what we call it, like
oh shit, we got a hater in the chat. Companies aren't countries, but also ancient Greek was a democracy, bro. Okay, explain Sparta. Explain Sparta. Was Sparta a democracy? This is what I'm saying. Like, Americans don't even understand where they got their own fucking system from. You know what I mean? Like, the setup of America is ancient Greece. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But like to say that like all of it was democracy when literally Sparta was a monarchy. What the fuck is going on here?
That's what I'm saying. It goes back to Easy's question of the nationalism. We've kind of forgotten who we were. And I think that also plays in history, obviously.
Like that essence of like forgotten who we were, like that's one aspect. But even like I said, you go back through the ages, and there's like split opinion on which way was the best way to rule. Like each one of these like ancient governments still had disagreements the same way we have disagreements in modern day government. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But when you look at like the best way to rule, like it seems like we all have embedded in our heads this belief that, oh yeah, like democracy is the best and we need to save democracy at all costs on this kind of shit. But you can think of multiple systems compare democracy and say it would be retarded to do such a thing. Like, for example, like should we let users vote on like the latest features we should add? You know what I mean?
No. But that's the thing is, when you look at these other systems, they also have ups and downs of certain things that are good and certain things that are bad. I don't know. I feel like it's. I just feel like we could always bring up an example that's bad for each one, and then what are we at? You know, because we're just in the we're all just the same, and it's like whatever place works for whatever place, which I don't think is a very good argument. So I don't know. It seems like they're just equal, because we could just say this is a good example and this is a bad example. It's like, where does that get us? Now we have to judge which ones are worse than others.
Yeah, that's the role of government, bro. That's why they pay them big bucks.
Yeah, I just don't think with something that you pretty much rule over a person's life and they have no choice. I don't think that's better.
But if you're a wise, benevolent king, like, would you not want, let's say, Elon Musk making those decisions for you?
The question is if. What if they're not?
Same thing in democracy and all this kind of shit. You know
That's what I'm saying.
Like,
That's what I'm saying. We're all the same.
Hang a second. Like no,
it's all even.
For example, in the current system, how is it even? How can we make the claim that it's even?
Well, that's why I said we have to make the distinction then, which one is worst and not worst.
Yeah. So like then, like I said, in terms of like when we have a benevolent leader, which system's going to perform better? The democracy,
that's what I'm saying.
Or
if you have to look at it both ways. Like, yes,
that's what we're doing.
they had but the thing is, which one of those is like percentually better. Like you have to look at it and then look at the downside too and go, well, is there more upside with this than downside? Is this better than this system with this upside and this downside? And then compare all those and go, yep, this system works for us. Is it going to work for every place? I don't know. I think you have to be like a shining example, and it seems like for the most part, that's what America's been. So I don't think they're doing too bad.
Yeah, so like what I'm talking about is that like in a system where you have a benevolent leader, right? There's the democratic system, and then there's the dictatorship, whatever way you want to phrase it, right?
Yeah.
In the democratic state, well, then everyone has to have a vote. You have to make sure that everyone's on board with this, or the majority is on board with this, etc.
Do you have to do that?
Versus the democracy. Versus the dictatorship, where it's just like whatever the dude says, like that's what we're going for. You know what I mean? So like there just needs to be all this extra process essentially to get the good shit done. You know what I mean? So in terms of like that aspect, that's why a lot of people are saying now, it's like, oh well, maybe we should consider a monarchy.
So it's just too much work, just too much paperwork. Is that what you're saying?
It takes too much time.
Well, what's long about it?
So like fundamentally, if you were in the state of a civil war or just even like actual conflict, you have to suspend the Constitution. You have to suspend like the quote unquote due process.
Okay.
Because you're in the middle of a war. You know what I mean? So in terms of like what the surrounding scenario is, may determine or may change like what the actual like principles of governance should be. Because if like think about like when George Washington's like fought in the middle of a fucking battle and all this kind of shit, he can't be like, hang on a sec, gentlemen, we need to have a vote on our next best course of action. No, he has to make the decision real time right there and then, and this is what we're doing.
Okay.
So it's quicker to get shit done in a dictatorship or like a non-democratic monarchy, etc., etc. So that's one thing we can
Okay, so what? I guess my question then, one question I have for you then is, how does that benefit the individuals of that country?
Shit gets done quicker.
What if that's not their concern?
It doesn't matter whether or not that like imagine if I said
what?
If I turn back and said, well, the concern for the people is that they want abortion legalized. So they want murder legalized.
Let me clarify this for you. Maybe this will help. If you don't have people in a country, I don't think it's much of a country because no one wants to live there. Like that, I think that's important. Just because shit's getting done, you got to have people to get shit done.
Yes, but if no one,
if no one wants to be there,
but if nothing's getting done in the country, are people going to live there?
I mean, people getting shit done in democracy, so I don't know.
Yes. I'm not saying that things don't get done in democracies, but it's objectively slower to get shit done in democracies than it is in a dictatorship.
Yeah, and I think there's ways you can make that better. Yes, you agree. Yeah, I agree with you on that. Yeah, why wouldn't I?
Yeah, so that's one form that you can compare against direct democracy or democracy versus a monarchy is that it's much more slower.
Okay.
So if there's ever like anything that happens or whatever, it's going to be quicker to mobilize. It's going to be quicker to get shit done, kind of thing.
For sure.
That's an objective thing we can compare against the two. Do you know what I mean? So like that would be a case that like monarchists would say it's like under monarchy we wouldn't have to have this like corrupt government holding us back. We could actually break off into the new civilization, new dawn, all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? That's just one aspect of it, though. Obviously, she gets done quicker, but she can also go down the Swanee quicker as well. You know what I mean?
How so?
We have a guest backstage to explain.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. RK Mangoes, welcome to the show.
Hey, you guys. So I got done with my job. I clock off here in 20 minutes. So I saw this question, and I'm a very staunch supporter of democracy, representative democracy to be exact, and I'm here to represent democracy. So yeah, and yeah. So let's go from there. I was hearing that you're making a comparison about democracy and monarchy. So yeah, I mean, like, I'm gonna be open-minded, but I will contend with the monarchy.
Okay. And why do you think that was it representative democracy?
Yeah, representative democracy is republic, and that's exactly what America is. That's the problem. Yeah, I'll just keep it short and sweet so I'm not overloading the, but yeah.
A representative democracy is a form of government where citizens elect officials to create laws, make decisions, and manage state affairs on their behalf. Unlike direct democracy, this system allows for efficient governance in large populations, with elected representatives held accountable through regular, free, and fair elections. Cool beans.
Yeah.
So,
yeah,
go ahead.
Go on. Oh, okay, yeah. Like an example of what you see at direct democracy would be Athens, like ancient Athens. That collapsed under its own weight because the system is like they have elections every year, and it's based on like the people, like directly from the people. And because of people have a tendency and they change their mind all the time, that's where the direct democracy failed, because there wasn't any consistency of what the objective was of policies that they were passing, because they kept changing all the time through the will of the people. So that's where the indirect democracy, aka a republic, would come in, because there's safeguards to balance that biggest flaw from the direct democracy.
Yeah, but for example, like a democratic monarchy, what would necessarily be wrong with that then?
Well, that's called a constitutional monarchy.
Yeah. But in terms of like that aspect, like, is that cool, or we're like, nah?
I'm actually cool with
party.
It's not a bad idea. Actually, England was the very so real quickly, a little quick history lesson. Like, if you want to be objective about like when you're talking about political science, is that objectively speaking, England was the very first liberal-esque country, because they rid of the absolute monarchy to a constitutional monarchy, I believe, in the Renaissance era, and the very indicative of what helped pave the way to that is the 1215 Magna Carta. So objectively, so like in a traditional sense, I'm okay with it, because England still maintained their empire with that new novel idea of a constitutional monarchy. It was a safeguard to prevent from the monarchy of absolute rule, because don't forget, at that point in time, that was right after feudalism, which actually caused people to be irritated with a monarchy, where they're not willing to look at the monarchy as a proper leader for those people, so to speak. And what I'm saying is, I'm actually cool with it, but being mean as an American, you can call it American bias. I still defer to the democracy, because it's still a very powerful way of government. Now, how it can be maintained through civil action and duty, that's a whole different conversation in itself,
Yeah, but I'm not understanding why this is necessarily better than, like you're saying, like the representative democracy. And I don't know, is one sec. One sec.
Well, don't forget, Teriak, I said my American bias. You know, I'm willfully admitting that I have a bias towards democracy because I live in America. Same as that you may have a bias or something because you live in Northern Ireland and you're part of the union that is the United Kingdom. So it's not, and I can make an argument that in aspects that's better, but I think objectively speaking, both forms of government does serve a really proper effect because it does hold liberal ideas from both ideas. The way they carry it out, that's where the argument or the discussion, that's the meat of it, if that makes any sense to you.
Yeah, and I just googled it there as well. Technically, a constitutional monarchy can be a representative democracy.
Yeah.
So, like this whole thing of like the No Kings protest, technically, America could have a king, and it would still be a representative democracy.
Well, the issue. Well, okay. The reason why I would be against it because when the founding fathers of America founded America, they were absolutely against the monarchy because we declared independence from King George III. Don't forget, at this point in time in the history books, this is when England was a constitutional monarchy, so it wasn't exactly an absolute monarchy as if it was Alfred the Great, you know, back in the ninth century. You know what I mean? But we were very wary of monarchies because we declared independence. And we saw how tyrannical they are. You know, the monarchies were. So the whole ethos of it was that we stay away from that. And actually, one of the amendments, a proposed amendment that did not pass, though, was the Title of Nobility Act from, and it was proposed under Thomas Jefferson when he was the president. We actually offered, like, I think it was like the original 11th, 12th, or 13th. No, it was the 11th. It was the original 11th Amendment, but it didn't pass. Like in American culture, we're solely against of having a monarchy here in America. That's the founding foundation of America right then and there. Like we were, like for an example, I'll give you an example about the nobility aspect. Like it's like we shall not. It's in our Constitution. I got to go look it up, but it's in our Constitution that we do not take foreign titles of nobility by foreign countries, like the Peace Prize, the Nobel Peace Prize, or the England title of Sir, because that's a nobility, that's a knighthoodship. Like, and we had politicians here in America, like Edward Kennedy, accepting the knighthood, which is Sir Edward Kennedy, and also Obama accepted the Nobel Peace Prize. So, by that metric, that was un-American for them to do so because they're going against the original founding foundations of why America became America, of its structure away from the monarchy. Makes sense?
Not really.
What?
Because,
how
like,
so?
Because like I was saying, like the constitutional monarchy would still fit that was a representative democracy.
Yeah, but not in America, though. And that's why you proposed a question about, well, wouldn't that fit? Will that also work in America? And I say no, because that goes against the founding foundation of America. And you're saying no. So I'm asking you the burden of proof of the refutation of why that does not make any sense to you.
No, I'm saying like in terms of like the specific of like your main thing was like representative democracy and all this kind of stuff. And I'm like, well, yeah, well, like you have a constitution, all this kind of shit. You could technically go into a constitutional monarchy, and that wouldn't be un-American.
So let me steel man your position, okay? Here, let me steel man your argument, and correct me if I'm incorrect, okay? So you're saying that if England does it, then why not America?
No. My argument is your main thing is like, so long as we have a representative democracy, then I'm cool. I'm like, okay. we'll put in a constitutional monarchy. That's technically a representative democracy. What would be wrong with that? And then you were kind of saying it's un-American, but then I'm saying, well, it's representative democracy, and then like what makes it un-American fundamentally?
So you do understand that there's a reason why we didn't know. You do understand that when America first came about, that we didn't have a king, correct? We didn't have a monarchy. You understand that, right?
Well, technically, America did have a monarchy. King of England.
No, that's not America. That was a colonial territory of for the British Empire. Totally different. No, that's a false equivocation.
That colony still, that colony in America still answered to England, which was a monarchy. You answered to
not after we declare independence. No, that's a false equivocation. No, sir. You're saying that because America was a Britain colony beforehand, therefore its essence is from a monarchy. No, that's a false analogous argument.
Yeah, one sec. Jack, you heading off?
Yeah, I'm going to bed. I just got up in between my nap earlier, so thought I'd get on for a little bit and contend some few things, and yeah, it was fun. So yeah, hopefully I can get this debate going with JS soon, and yeah, thanks for having me.
You're debating JS?
100%, bro.
Yeah,
he's got a debate plan with JS.
Goku versus Vegeta. Who's better?
Oh, I wish I could have that debate with somebody. Okay, dude, who you taking?
Vegeta.
My man, I love Vegeta.
But yeah, everybody had a good night, and I'll see you in the next one.
You too, Jack.
Take care, Jack.
All right.
So yeah, man, was like,
All
my
right.
main thing is that, like, why would it be un-American to have a constitutional republic?
I think you're asking. I think let me try to help you. I think you're trying to ask is why would it be an un-American for a constitutional monarchy? I think that's what you're trying to refer to. Yeah, because we were so to answer that question, I'm going to have to use the Socratic method because there needs to be some sort of ground boundaries about identity of what we're calling a monarchy. And what is the American ethos that is founding foundation? Okay, so you do so with that. So we understand a monarchy is basically a king or queen that has power over its country or subjects, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So if a country goes to war or a colony that is inspiring, that's not even American yet, it was just an idea when they were declaring war or having a war against a monarchy, would that be a movement towards the monarchy or a movement away from the monarchy if they're having a war to liberate themselves from a monarchy?
Neither.
Okay, so you're saying that the American Revolution is irrelevant.
I'm saying that there's plenty of things that they were fighting for.
Yeah, but the main part was the independence from Britain, which would be in this case from the monarchy of Britain. Yeah. So,
yeah, no. It's separation from what they would have perceived as a foreign power, but if that foreign power was a democracy or a dictatorship is irrelevant. The fact that they're fighting for freedom from what they believed was a tyrant doesn't necessarily mean that monarchy is bad. Or that they're fighting against monarchies.
Who ruled England? King.
They have
yes.
they have a constitutional monarchy. Yeah.
Yeah, but the monarchy, King George III, was the ruling monarchy that put the stamps tax on America, which was an escalation of the was in the escalation to the American Revolution. And also, it was under King George III's rule to actually send 5,000 British troops into Boston, Massachusetts under direct rule of England, correct? Right? So if that happened because a king said so and the people didn't like it, would it be possible that the people rebelled so they wouldn't have to be subjugated to that rule anymore?
Yes, but anytime you have a tyrannical king, there's going to be an uprising against it. It does not necessarily mean they're against monarchy. They could have just been against that individual.
Aha. So that's where it becomes un-American. If you liberate yourselves from, like in this particular case, America, from the monarchy of England, then it would be un-American when the founding members of the, like Thomas Jefferson, George Washington, and so on, when they literally had a constitutional convention to determine who should run the country. And yes, a monarchy was an idea, but the founding fathers were still mindful of the terrors that they had to go through from the king. That's where we decided to have a president and president because that was to be more modest than a king.
Yeah, but it's still the same idea.
What? No, it's not.
Well,
no, it's not.
That, like a monarchy was proposed even all the way back then. It was an idea in terms of Americans' heads that, well, a recommendation here is that we do a monarchy, and then the compromise was that we have a president, but not a king. But a president and a king are very similar roles.
They're not the same. No, a president of the United States is not the same as a king. A king fundamentally has the rule and their authority on a hereditary basis. A president is elected for only maximum of 2 years of 4 two terms of 4 years. The president of the United States elected by the people, by the Electoral College. The monarchy is given that title through hereditary. It's totally different. That's a false comparison.
There's many forms of monarchy.
There's many forms of monarchy, yes,
like
but that has nothing to do with the claim that you just made, though. Or the argument that we're trying to make here. That has nothing to do with it. What
a monarch and a king are similar.
A monarch and a king is a king is in the monarchy.
Sorry. A president, a king, and a president are very similar roles.
Okay, can you explain why they're very similar roles?
One person that the whole country looks to for leadership.
And how do they get that power?
Through government.
But you just said, you just said they're the same, though.
No, I didn't say they're the same. I said they're very similar.
Yeah, you did. They're the same. Yeah, you did.
Very similar.
I want to have to go look back on this, but they're not. If I strawman you on that one or put words in your mouth, I apologize, but I could have sworn that you said that they were the same. And then you changed it that they're similar.
I'll grant you that I did. What I mean is that they're similar.
Okay. I'm trying to be charitable because, I'm really being charitable about this because a lot of people will conflate and miscategorize things, and then they get into this weird Asimov cascade about what is the ontological differences of a president of the United States and the monarchy of England. And don't forget, the original question of this whole dissertation was that what makes it un-American to have a nobility such as a monarchy or a king or queen in America? I don't want to get too far away in the weeds of the other factors and qualifiers, But I gave you a really good history lesson of why, because our founding fathers said so, because we just liberated ourselves from a monarchy. It doesn't make any sense that you would go through a war to get rid of something, then turn around, become that yourself. And that's exactly what's the main purpose of of why the president became the president as the ruler.
I get that, but that does not necessitate that it was against monarchy.
Yes,
it necessitates that it was against being British.
No, and also, and being British, who ruled the British? Who ruled Britain?
the monarch.
No. So if I so in that case, then if you liberate yourself from the British people, that also means that you're liberating yourself from the monarchy. Then, correct? You have to liberate the ruler, not the people of that country. Correct?
Yeah, and you could be against that particular ruler, but not against the system that is being ruled.
Well, right now you're in contradiction. Like you're doing the second law of logic right here. You're saying, yeah, that's true though, but it's not the same thing. It's not, the Americans did not move. The American Revolution was not a conflict where they're moving away from the monarchy, just the British people. Yeah, I don't accept that argument because you're breaking the laws of logic on that one.
How am I?
That's not logical.
Contradiction.
The contradiction is saying that, well, America is just American Revolution is liberating themselves from monarchy. You say no, it's against the British people, but yet through your own admission that the ruler of the British people was the monarchy. So the monarchy rules the country, and the Americans literally went to war to liberate themselves from that country. It will be also liberating from the monarchy because the monarchy has the power within that country to rule and the leaders and as a leader. That's the contradiction.
So let's say man goes, we go off, America employs you, and you say, Tarek, I want you as my first mate, and we're going to go off and we're going to discover Antarctica. We discover Antarctica, and then we have a back and forth with the American government, and we say we're rebelling against America. Does that mean that we're rebelling against representative democracies, or that we're rebelling against a foreign country ruling?
I know this is a bad time. I am not running from this. I have to briefly go because it's about time for me to go get off work. I don't forget 20 minutes ago I said I get off in 20 minutes. I'm not running from this. I will let you know. I got to go so I can clock out and get out of work. And again, I'm not running from this. Okay. So.
Why are you running? Why are you running? No, I'm joking.
No, you're fair. No, it's fair. Anyways, Terry, I'll catch you soon. And if you want to continue this conversation or debate, I am more than willing to engage with you on this because I'm actually enjoying the practice that I'm getting from this debate. So you take care, my friend. I'll catch 100%. You sooner or later, man.
You too, sir. Any final goodbyes or anything you want to give a shout out before you go?
Don't take me too seriously. Do your own research. Look up what I say. Don't take me just, use it as a template to go look up things. But anyways, you guys take care. Goodbye. All right.
You too, sir. Thank you very kindly. But folks, that's what I'm trying to get at least with the Americans. And like we've seen it with Mangoes as well. And again, shout outs to Mangoes. He's making the point of well, we were told that we rebelled against the monarch, we rebelled against England, and that is the way it's told. It's like, oh, you've rebelled against the monarchy, you don't want the king. Just because you rebel against a foreign nation does not actually mean that you rebel against their whole systems and all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? Like the Nazis drank water and were disgusted by the Nazis, but we all still drink water. You know what I mean? So in terms of being able to separate the actual system, there's a lot of people that will phrase certain historical events in a certain way because they want to make sure they keep a certain perspective in your mind, or they paint a certain image in your head, right? This is often in terms of the Civil War in America. Oh, that was over slavery. It was over a lot of different things, and particularly the people who showed up to the battlefield that day, they weren't all lock steep. We're doing this because of this one reason only. Fuck. Even the shit that's going down in Iran. There's at least 3 or 4 things that's being postulated that we clearly know are lies. And then there's the clear other reasons that they're not allowed to mention for legal reasons, but would be a noble pursuit to pursue. Do you know what I mean? So you have to be very careful when you're kind of saying, well, America done this because of X. Do you know what I mean? That's where you have to be very nuanced and where you can be often misled. You know what I mean? Like they'll say, remember the Civil War? Remember what happened after the Civil War? They freed the slaves and all this kind of shit. It's like, yeah, but that doesn't mean that the war was fought for the slaves. You know what I mean? Same way in terms of the like the reason why the country was founded, it could have literally just been, we do not like this particular monarch. This monarch is a tyrant. This monarch is like a Nero, for example. Just because Nero went crazy and ruined it for everyone else doesn't mean that the Caesars that were previous to Nero were, it was a shit system in the first place, all this kind of shit, because it denies the legacy of Rome. Rome lasted for what, 1,000 years or some shit like that. They had an emperor, they had a ruler, they had a quote unquote monarch. You know what I mean? They didn't call him king, but they called him Caesar. You know what I mean? So when we look at like actual systems that work versus don't work, monarchies tend to work and strengthen a nation a whole shit ton more than democracy. You know what I mean? Food for thought, as they say. Food for thought, folks. Just catch up with Jazz. Well, we got Graham saying British monarchs stopped having absolute power through the centuries rather than a single event. Magna Carta in 1215. Key points include the English Civil War, the Glorious Revolution. Fair. And that's what I'm saying as well. Like just because, you know, the Nazis were bad doesn't make Germans bad. You know what I mean? The North had slaves too. And it lasted beyond Europe. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like pull up like a tyrannical fucking, like, clearly this dude's out of his fucking brains. Doesn't mean that the system is wrong. It just means the individual was. You know what I mean? So, and look at this. Even the haters agree. You know what I'm saying? The same as the War of Independence wasn't just because of England. Yeah. You know? Depends on who's on the top. Exactly. It's the individual. Like, for example, like, clearly the shit show that we have across the West, things are bad. But that doesn't necessarily mean that it's okay, we need to get rid of democracy completely, it's a complete failure, and we need to switch to some tyranny or some dictatorship or whatever, or theocracy or whatever. You know what I mean? It's about being able to separate the system from the individual, and then judge the system based on its merits versus the individual. You know what I mean? Because we all know, even like with tyranny and all this kind of shit, you can have a constitution, but if the tyrant's going crazy, it really don't fucking matter what the constitution says. You know what I mean? You know? The American wanted independence from British governments, not the monarchy. That's what I'm saying, Graham. Like, when we look back on it, it's portrayed that, oh yeah, the Americans just hated monarchies so much. That's not the case. You know? Like oftentimes that's like what's thrown in. You know what I mean? Like this whole thing of like, oh, you know, it was clearly because the monarch. It could have just been like, nah, the dude's a fucking tyrant. You know what I mean? We're going to do our own thing. And like I said, when you lay out like a president versus a king, it's very similar roles. You know what I mean? Sometimes people use it interchangeably, and then even the same way that, like, for example, in England, you know, Shazzy will tell you, like, they don't have a president. They have a king and a prime minister. You know what I mean? In Ireland, we have a president and a prime minister. Or Taoiseach, as we call it in Irish. You know what I mean? So, like, in terms of that layout, in Ireland, if we have a prime minister and a president, and England has a prime minister and a king, you know what I mean? What exactly is the difference between a president and a king, exactly? You know what I mean? And, like, notice that when they done the No Kings protest worldwide, for like countries like Japan or England or Australia, they couldn't say a No Kings protest because they all have fucking kings. You know what I mean? Craziness, you know? Maybe the US really didn't like tea. Maybe. Well, the whole Boston Tea Party, you know? Not a hater, I like dialogue. It is what it is. It is what it is. Look up that link real quick. What link? Oh, only myself and the moderator are able to put up links, Mangos. He's back, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, sec. Okay. Did the American Revolution was about separating the monarchy from the monarchy? Bro, you need to learn the motherfucking type. Like, do we just copy paste this in then? Yes, one of the main goals of the American Revolution was to separate the American colonies from the rule of British monarchy. Do you see this? Oh fuck, one sec. from the rule of. But it was about more than just leaving a king. Ending British rule. So, again, this is not... What the fuck? What is going on? Unbelievable, chat. Unbelievable. Never that exactly. It's never that simple. But I'll tell you what is simple, folks. I'll tell you what is simple. Putting in a super chat goal of 5 super chats for $2 or more, and then going on a grift break, folks. We need to get some super chats, okay? You want to return to the Wheel of Madness. I'm holding the Wheel of Madness hostage, and the only way to free the Wheel of Madness is to get the super chats in. I'll see you in a little bit, folks. 1 second, I need to drop the curtains, and we're going to get the grift going. Been a while since we've grifted. So get her done, chat. Get her done.
In the merry month of scams, from me hidden lair I started, left the suckers crying, their wallets nearly parted, saluted me old ma, who popped some Tylenol, made me slow of wit, but a trickster after all. Then off to spin the yarn, leave where I was born, cut a shamrock crook to charm the fools and nobles, a pot of rainbow gold, promising the bold, and swindling all the cold on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full Alderah. In Mullingar that night, I rested limbs so weary, started by day next morning bright and early, took a drop of the pure to keep me heart from sinking. That's the Terriacs cure whenever he's on for drinking. To see the lassies smile, laughing all the while at me curious style, 'twould set your heart a bubbling. They asked me was I hired, the wages I required, till I was almost tired of the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full Alderah. In Dublin next arrived, I thought it such a pity to be so soon deprived a view of that fine city. Then I took a stroll, all among the quality, me bundle it was stole in a neat locality. Something crossed me mind when I looked behind, no bundle could I find upon me stick a wobbling. And while I'm for the road, they said me Connaught brogue wasn't much in vogue on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full Alderah. From there I got away, me spirits never failing, landed on the quay just as the ship was sailing. Captain at me roared, said that no room had he. When I jumped aboard, a cabin found for Terriac. Down among the pigs, I played some funny rigs, danced some hearty jigs, the water round me bubbling. When off Holyhead, I wish myself was dead, or better far instead, on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full Alderah. The boys of Liverpool, when we safely landed, called myself a fool. I could no longer stand it, blood began to boil, temper I was losing, poor old Erin's Isle they began abusing. Hurrah me soul, says I, me shillelagh I let fly. Galway boys were by, saw I was a hobbling, with the loud hooray, they joined in the affray. We quickly cleared the way for the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the promising donations. Send your gold our way for a cause so grand and true. We'll charm your coins away and vanish in the blue. Me ma's Tylenol twist gave me wits to trick and tease. Retarded charm they say, but I bring 'em to their knees. Join the merry scam, donate quick and free, for the pot of gold's a sham on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road. All the way to Grifton, whack for Lolera.
Nothing in green. Got a rainbow for on me and a pop that's looking lean. I've been dancing on TikTok, selling shamrock and FTs. But the gold's running low, darling, won't you send a little to me? I'll jig on your screen, do a reel with me, beer. Drop a super chat, sugar, make a poor Sprite feel cheer. It's a wee bit of grip, but it's honest and true. I just need your dollars to sparkle like dew. Fill me pot of gold, pretty baby, won't you fill me pot of gold, make it overflow. Send a 5, send a 10, send 100 if you please. I'll be dancing all rainbows down my knees. Fill me pot of gold, honey, don't be shy. I'm a grifting little leprechaun with a twinkle in me eye. Come on, y'all, Venmo's have Leafy Grift 6 night. I got Lucky Charms courses, just $9.99. Millionaire mindset from a fella who's never seen a dime. I'll bless your PayPal with a 4-leaf emoji spell. If the pot stays empty, I'm heading straight to well. I'll trade you a selfie with me pot for a tip. Add glitter and filters, make your timeline flip. It's a hustle with heart, just a wink and a nod. Help a leprechaun live like a country five god. Fill me pot of gold, pretty baby, won't you fill me pot of gold, make it overflow. Send a 5, send a 10, send 100 if you please. I'll be dancing on rainbows down on my knees. Fill me pot of gold, honey, don't be shy. I'm a grifting little leprechaun with a twinkle in me eye. Cash App, Zelle, crypto, whatever floats your shamrock. Now listen here, sugar, every coin that you send turns a poor little sprite into your rainbow best friend. Ooh, fill it up, right eyes. Fill me pot of gold, pretty baby, won't you fill me pot of gold, make it overflow. Send a 5, send a 10, send 1,000 if you dare. I'll be jigging in diamonds, green glitter in me hair. Fill me pot of gold, honey, don't say no. I'm the griftiest leprechaun you'll ever know. Kinpy, fill me full.
Birds flying high, you know how I feel.
sun in the sky, you know how I feel. Breeze drifting on by, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me. Yeah, I'm feeling good. Rainbows and gleaming, you know how I feel. Clover patch scheming, you know how I feel. Little
I apologize, I was getting a coffee. Can a man not get coffee? Shout out, just fucking legends.
He's a grifting leprechaun and I'm helping with his gold. Yeah, we're feeling good. Kettle, you know how I feel. Jig on the pebble, you know how I feel. Shillelagh and treble, you know how I feel. He's a sly little trickster, but his heart's made of gold. Feeling good. Stars when you shine.
I'm feeling good.
You know how I feel. Scent of the pine, you know how I feel. Freedom is mine, and I know how I feel.
And as we slowly wrap it back in, folks, we got a link from Mangoes. So let me end the top. Mangoes, you came up on panel again after you left, not once but twice, Senore. Okay, and I'm questioning why. Because okay, the first one was we went through that. I was called. Oh, so let me zoom in. So there's no tricks up my sleeve here. This is the original link that Mango sent us. Got to do with the American Revolution, monarchy and monarchy separation. It says yes, separating from the monarchy, and again, this is separating from the monarchy, not being against the monarchy, was a major part of the American Revolution. And I'll lay you any money. Mangoes was like, yes. He read that first line. He was like, fucking thank you, ChatGPT, and just fucking went full send and all this kind of shit. He didn't read this part where it says, but it was not the original goal at first. The conflict evolved from a dispute about rights within the British Empire into a full break from the British King. So they're breaking from the British King, they're not breaking from kingdom. Alright? And then, Mangoes, if you actually had read the full motherfucking thing, yes, the American Revolution ultimately resulted in separating from the British monarchy, but the original conflict started as a dispute over rights and representation within the empire, not a plan to abolish monarchy from the beginning. More like a cell phone at this part. On his part. Yeah, bro. Mangoes, why are you sending me evidence that defeats your own point? What the fuck's going on here?
Yo, what the fuck is going on right now?
But thank you for confirming what I've been saying, where a lot of Americans have been tricked and fooled into thinking that monarchy is always bad. That's why we fought the war, was we didn't want to have monarchs anymore. That is wrong. It is wrong. Fundamentally wrong. You didn't want to be ruled by the British, whether the British were democracies or whatever the fuck. That's what that's what you broke from the British. You're like, I ain't doing nothing got to do with the fucking England anymore, right? They could have had a president and it still would have been the same thing. Do you know what I mean? No taxation without representation. That's what it was all about. It had nothing got to do with monarchy as a system. You know what I mean? But that's why we're here. We're here to learn. You know what I'm saying? But seriously, I appreciate your mangoes. Like I said, if you're still listening, you're more than welcome back up. You can continue on this discussion because, like I said, the more Americans that understand that they've been lied to in this kind of what would be the way, like this like subtle kind of misdirect or kind of like reframing of history, where it's like, yeah, you guys fought the war because you didn't want to have monarchy. No, you fought the war because you didn't want to be British. Which, again, I know the feeling, being Irish and all, you know. But it's nothing got to do with monarchies being bad. Like, this is like the propaganda that's been pushed and just drilled into your fucking mind as a kid, where it's like, king is always bad, democracy always good. And they don't tell you about Socrates being executed by a bunch of fucking retards because of direct democracy and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? Also, Flamey says separation from the monarchy was just a byproduct. If the British had been a republic, it would have been to get away from a republic. Exactly. You know what I mean? But this is why I'm saying it's very important, like, to have these discussions, and even being willing to let us tangent off into these particular things, because this is when we dig down and it's like, actually, fuck, we've been lied to. You know what I mean? In more ways than one, folks. 1 sec, let me get that off screen and fix that. But appreciate it kindly. We're now up to, also, by the way, just to let you all know, we're up to $15 in the spin bank. So let me know when you want to spin, because as William's been saying, we're putting the madness on. Can't even speak. I think I need more coffee. What William's been saying is that we're not doing the madness of the mods for a while. We put it on the shelf. You know what I mean? And like in that interlude as well, we're going to be thinking of more ways to whatchamacallit, more ways to like increase the madness from the mods. You know what I mean? And hey, we got Shazzy and Jack. Great minds think alike, folks. Great minds think alike. He said, "Shut the fuck up, white boy, and spin that motherfucking wheel." Oh shit, we got mangoes back, baby.
That sounds like a lot of fucking Irish coke, though, to be fair with you. A lot of coke.
He says, bro, you sent me the fucking link. I'm just reading your link.
Yeah, but you're cherry picking to trying to prove a point, though. Cell phone my ass. So, I mean, that's pretty fucking disingenuous.
How?
Because it says it was a major part. It just says it was a major part. So, I mean, like, if you want to deny it right there, you know, because... The very first part, you're denying it was a major part.
Okay. So you're confirming my suspicions. You confirmed that I was right, that you literally just read the first sentence and said "fuck it" and went full send. Is that correct?
No. Look at the third part too, where it devolves into where it becomes that we're trying to separate from the monarchy. Just because that it wasn't the original cause of it doesn't mean that it isn't relevant. That's where you're going wrong.
But it's saying that it's not the original goal at first. You know what I mean? And then when we scroll down, it says,
here's
the American Revolution ultimately resulted in separation from the British monarchy, but the original conflict started as a dispute over rights and representation within the empire, not a plan to abolish monarchy from the beginning.
Yeah, so you're just admitting it without saying that I'm correct, though. That's the issue.
But you're not correct.
Because No, I am correct. You just don't want to admit it. You don't want to admit you're wrong.
Bro, this is your link. This is your evidence. That's backing my claim here. Wait, what? Where the fuck did you go? Mangoes, get your ass back on this panel. You're not running away again. But again, just to explain and make sure we're all clear in terms of like what we're talking about here, right? Separating from the British monarchy is one thing. That doesn't mean you're against monarchy. That means you want to be separate or you want your own authority that's not governed by the British. Yeah? And it could have been a British monarchy, it could have been a British presidency, whatever the fuck you want, right? Or oligarchy. He's back. He's back, baby. Welcome back.
No, I lost connection. I don't know what happened. Like, I literally lost connection for no reason, but go on, man. I don't know what the fuck happened, but go on, man.
the distinction, because remember we got here because the whole thing was about democracy, and then we got into monarchy, and then it was the whole thing of like monarchies, anti-American, all this kind of stuff. And then I was pointing out that yes, like you fought the war against the British because you didn't want to be ruled over a British monarch, but that does not necessarily mean that you did not want to be ruled over a monarch.
Well, yeah, it does. You're just so what I can say is that if we're talking about like the idea of the absolute monarchy, you'll be correct. But what I'm trying to get at, because don't forget, the beginning of this whole dissertation was about why is it un-American, and then I went on to spiel about the American Revolution, of the purpose and what the end result of the American Revolution, and then you refused to say like, well, no, because it's against it was basically separating from Britain, which that's the argument that I can be more charitable, because basically it's basically a rebellion against the constitutional system in Britain, which would be the Parliament of England and the King, you know. But that was but we kind of like slipped into this weird area because we kind of like steered away from why is it un-American for, you know, on my end, you know, why is it un-American to even have a monarchy?
Yeah, so the office of Prime Minister in Britain developed during the 18th century, with Sir Robert Walpole generally considered the first held position when he took office in 1721. Okay, so this is before 1776, right? They had a prime minister, meaning it was a full-fledged representative democracy, constitutional republic. Constitutional monarchy, right?
Okay, go. I'm listening.
So in terms of your argument, you're saying that not only were Americans rebelling against monarchy, they were also rebelling against representative democracy then?
They weren't rebelling the representative democracy. They're just rebelling the system of England, you know, they're rebelling the constitutional monarchy because of the fact that they wanted the same rights as Englishmen because of taxation, about representation. That was the main antithesis of it. They wanted the same rights as an Englishman. An Englishman is one who resides in Britain at that time, and the Parliament said no, and the King also agreed with the Parliament. So when both enacted taxes to help pay for the French and Indian War, sales tax, that the Stamp Act, you know, that was the first one that started that, the Stamp Act and all that. And then once Thomas Paine came out with Common Sense, that's when it was starting to deter more towards the monarchy because of the King actually enforcing what that Parliament wanted to do. He enforced it. He enforced the rule that is the American colonies. So I mean, I can grant that the idea of the absolute monarchy is not the point of the American Revolution, but what I can say is that it was that they're rebelling against the constitutional system with a Parliament and King that was ruling over the American colonies. So if you want to say that it was 50-50, I can grant you that, but regardless of the fact, it's irrelevant at that point to why America does not, it's un-American to have a king, you know, because fundamentally we did have independence away from a monarchy, whether it's absolute or constitutional monarchy. That's what I was trying to get at, and I guess I fumbled in some areas of that argument. I can give you that.
Yeah, but to use your logic, that what you're applying to it is that like they would also be rebelling against having a constitution then.
No, they were just rebelling the system. You can rebel against the system because the way it's being carried out.
Yeah, which is a parliament. Like, they had the whole parliament system that they do now and all this kind of shit. Like, by that stage.
Yeah, but rebelling the institution doesn't mean you're against it. You're just against how it's being run. And in some cases, not all, of course, it's not all cases, you know, I can give you that. But in this particular case, I think that's a misnomer at that point, saying that Americans are against the constitutional authority or constitutional system because they rebelled against it themselves. Because what happened is that... Go on.
The reason why the reason why Americans rebelled was that like you guys are not treating us as like a separate entity, the same way they do with Northern Ireland now, and the same way they do with Scotland and Wales. You guys are basically like making all this. Basically, you guys are not giving us any representation in the Parliament, so that's why we're rebelling. We're no taxation without representation. So it's like if the British had just said, "Okay, we will represent you in our Parliament," everything would have been Gucci.
And you're saying that that's what we Americans were saying at that point, at that time in history, correct?
Yeah. And then the British said no, and he says, "Well, fuck yous, we're going to make our own government," and then that's what she's done.
Well, we actually tried to appeal and petition that though before we actually went to war. We actually many times to send them letters and try to use diplomatic solutions before we decided that war was the option and independence was the solution. And the king and the parliament said, "Fuck off," you know. Go on.
But to be against Britain is not necessarily to be against monarchies.
No, not necessarily. But I'm just saying that in the American ethos that we wouldn't allow a title of nobility, so to speak, as a king to rule us. If that makes any sense to you.
But to deny nobility is to deny your heritage.
Well, that's a whole different topic, and I can actually agree to a point with that one. But again, don't forget, I'm giving you the description of the American ethos from the founding to now why to answer that question. Why would it be un-American to allow a king? I'm not, and honestly, that's a whole different conversation, and that would be a very interesting conversation because there is some little truth to that. A little, you know, I can agree to a point with that, and all depends of how you go with that argument. You know what I mean? So, I'm not entirely against that, you know, idea because there is some truth with that, you know.
And you see, because like the same thing is done, like for example, where it's like America was never a religious country or was never to be founded as a religious country is not true either.
Yeah,
like John Adams literally says that like this constitution is not it's insufficient for any government or any peoples that are not religious and moral. So like this is a typical thing that lefties do, where they'll say, "Oh, like if you're against the constitution, all this or like the be American is to rebel against religion, all this kind of shit." That's all nonsense.
No. Yeah, the part of rebelling is like, okay, so yeah, like now we're getting some, you know, like we're coming to a point in this conversation that we're going to converge together in agreements because now there's because the protest of the religion of in itself is to break off and make your own. That's where the freedom of religion First Amendment, because of again a lot of the American ethos was basically from the Protestant Reformation. You know.
Yeah.
So it's yeah. So, anyways, but okay. So fake news is the real problem. That's the problem. No, I'm glad that we actually got that more clear. It's just I don't want to misrepresent my argument, which I can grant that there are some areas that I probably did. You know what I mean?
No, but you understand. But you understand what I'm doing here. Like I want these conversations to happen because obviously like you have that kind of embedded where it's like to be American is to rebel against monarchies. But it's not necessarily the case. It's to rebel against the British, which again is I share that as being Irish.
Well,
I mean, but in terms of that thing, it's to find that direct thing and then, like I said, eliminate this thing, and then next thing you have that knock-on effect where it's like, actually, I mean, like, let's look at it from a different angle, like and ask questions like, what's the difference between a president and a king, or what's the difference between an axiom and a dogma? And then all of a sudden we get that enlightenment moment where it's like, oh shit, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
All that kind of shit.
Well, we're always wrong. Well, one wrong I will tell you is that when I was trying to make it so that the sole reason the American Revolution was to break away from the monarchy. Now that one right there, that's where I went wrong. And that's where that one guy, I think that's the one who was commenting, the guy with the letter T. Anyways, I should have said that it was the constitutional system, which is the parliament and the king, both of them, but they're, but I'll just go ahead and leave it there. Yeah.
It's just more fun like that Americans did not have representation. They had no legal or governmental recourse. You know what I mean? They just had to blindly follow, and they had no say in saying, no, we should do it this way or we should do it that way, kind of thing. That's what it was fundamentally about. You know what I mean? But when you say, yeah, go ahead.
No, yeah, go finish, man. I'm go ahead and finish, dude. You're on. You're hot right now, so go on.
Because when you say that, like, it was against monarchies, or it was the same way with like the Constitution arguments, like, oh, like we had the Constitution, but when you pair that with John Adams, like words where he's basically saying that it's wholly inadequate for any other people, it's for religious and moral people. Like, this is when, like I said, all of a sudden your eyes start to open, and you start to realize, holy shit, these people are lying to us. It's not necessarily that they're knowingly lying about it, but even like the case you were making, you're saying that for a reason. The reason is because that typical thing is said so much. Like, we had the No Kings protest. That's the idea or the lie that they've been told, where it's like, you fought a war against monarchy. You have to be against monarchy, otherwise you're not American. That's a lie. That's what they put in your head. And then, like I said, you find yourself repeating it, and then it's only until moments like this where you kind of like take a step back. You're like, hang on a second, why the fuck do I believe in this? You know what I mean? Same thing with the democracy question as well,
Yeah. You're missing one important it's not so much as the monarchy, it was tyrannical monarchy. That was because the so-called Americans then during the American Revolution said that, well, we're rebelling against the monarchy, but in reality it was the constitutional system, the monarchy and the parliamentary, both of them, and it's basically should be the story of fighting against tyranny under the American purview of the American Revolution, and these guys are in the spirit of that, regardless if you like it or not. But their reasoning of acting on that is wrong, if that makes any sense. Like the No Kings protests, particularly.
Which again is hilarious when you're looking at Canada, Japan, Germany, England. Like, all you guys have kings, and you're protest. Like, what the fuck's going on here? You know what I mean, but it's this like that's the thing that they're trying to drive. That like Trump wants to convert into a monarchy and all this kind of shit, and they say that because they know that they've already instilled in your minds that it's un-American to have a king, which is not necessarily the case.
Yeah, Trump doesn't help himself with that when he's depicting images of himself or chat GPT images of him being a king. Yeah, he doesn't help his case out with that, and honestly, I'm against that because I don't want a fucking monarchy here because again, being American, again, this is my American bias, and like we ought not to have any nobility as part of our governing system. Period.
But why is nobility a bad thing?
But it's not so much as a bad thing; it's just part of the American spirit. You know what I mean?
To be against nobility?
In America, as a part of the governing body of America.
Okay, what does noble mean?
A title that you can achieve through hereditary, like a nobility system, like duchies, dukes, counts, barons, knights, kings, queens, things of that nature, regents, like a system that governs, like the king is the head of the country, and then you got your lower that controls districts and different parts of the country, like district, counties, and duchies and so on. If that makes any sense. It's hereditary, passed on down, and they have more authority. They have a lot of authority, and depending who has more authority, a representative in a representative in a republic versus nobility, that's a different conversation, But hopefully that satisfies your question.
Yeah. So if I describe someone as a noble person, what does that mean?
Well, a noble person. Well, it depends. Okay, now it depends on the context. When you say nobility, that's where the previous reliant. But when you're saying noble, that's like describing a person's character, that they live a noble life, you know, like a clergy, like a priest, bishop, cardinal, you know, they live a noble life because their whole existence is to serve God. You know, that will be noble because they're putting God above themselves, and they worshiping that so they can show their faith through works in that manner. That will be a noble thing.
Oh shit, sorry, I was muted. So yeah, when describing a person, noble means having high moral principles, integrity, and admirable personal qualities like courage, kindness, and honesty.
Yeah.
And you're telling me that's un-American?
No, now you're conflating two different words, though. That's a word concept fallacy now.
How?
Because I said nobility, not noble.
You know, I asked you, like, what does noble mean? And then you, like, brought nobility into it as part of that. But, like...
No, that was before the question. No. You asked me the question first. What is nobility? I gave you and then you asked me what is noble, and then you're conflating two. That's a word concept fallacy. No.
One sec. Just have to sort something out in the Discord.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I asked you what noble meant, and then you said, "Oh, it's like someone from nobility, like a king," when you like listed off like a Dutch duchess and all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? And then I said, "Well, what does like if if someone's a noble person, what does that mean?" And then, like I said, you pretty much point to like morals or something like that. But like that's basically what noble means. Do you know what I mean? So when you're saying like it was un-American to have like any nobility and all this kind of stuff, or to be against nobility, I would say no. Like part of being American is that essence of nobility. Part of being Irish is that essence of nobility. Canadian, Australian, like Germany, like all these like European countries, like nobility and free spiritedness. That's what binds us all.
Well, actually, I gave you the two different. You know, like you're taking a definition, putting it two words when I clearly gave you the definitions of the two different ones of where my point of view is, though. And also, like noble, you know, like the problem is that like this right here in this context, noble is the act of doing something good. Nobility is the title of authority that governs a piece of land or has a hand in governance.
Yeah, it also describes the moral quality of having a noble character, high ideals, and dignified behavior.
Yeah, but it has nothing to do with, like, let's say a king or a queen exactly. You can say that, but that's not exactly the same thing as nobility when you're looking at the context that I just gave you about being an un-American to allow nobility to be part of the governing, to be and part of the governance of America.
Yes, but when I'm talking about the concept of nobility, the concept of noble, that is the American character as well as the free spiritedness.
Well, I said also too. It depends on the. God fucking. I'm sorry. It all depends on the wording of how we're used to. That's what I also said too. So I was very clear of what I was saying.
Yeah, but like, given all this now, like, would you agree that like part of being American is nobility, is to be noble?
Depending on what we're defining as it, I'm not going to let you put me in a weird conundrum of how we're interpreting that. Like it depends how you're defining it, though, and how you're going to associate that.
Yeah. So the more quality of having noble character, high ideals, dignified behavior.
But here's the problem, though. If I say yes, and you're going to conflate that, saying so you're saying that it's even though you agreed to it, you're saying that it's not American to have a king, even though you're saying that it's a good thing to be a king or something of the lines of that. That's where you're heading with this.
I'm not sure what you mean.
What I think you're going to do, well, no, what I think you're trying to do is trying to sneak into different things that I've laid out and say it's the same thing. When I say yes, it's a good thing to be noble, and then you're saying, well, then you're contradicting yourself. That's the direction you're heading with this.
No, I'm just trying to ground it in terms of like, because you made the claim that like being America or American is being against nobility. And I'd argue different.
Yeah.
Like when you're talking, or when you evoke nobility or aristocracy, like what we're talking about here is like high moral character.
Yeah, it's a high moral character, but it doesn't mean it's nobility.
That's what noble means.
No, it does not necessarily mean a title of nobility. It's an act of a person's character. Nothing to do. It does not exactly have to do with the title of nobility.
Yes,
because you can be a noble person.
Yeah. No, nobility refers to a high-ranking social class, aristocracy holding hereditary titles like duke or baron, historically enjoying special privileges. It also describes the moral quality of having a noble character, high ideals, and dignified behavior. Right? That's what nobility is. Like, you can't be like we're nobles and like we shit on each other.
So what definition? Okay, so tell me exactly what I said. What nobility is?
Yeah, so you gave the first part. Nobility refers to a high rank in social class, holding hereditary titles like duke or baron or king or queen, prince, princess, historically enjoying special privileges. It also describes the moral quality of having a noble character, high ideals, and dignified behavior. Now, here's the thing: you're saying that nobility is anti-American. And I'm pointing out, it's like, again, this is one of like the propaganda things that's been put into your head. Like, if you are American, by definition, you would be noble.
But you did just hear me explain that the part that makes the nobility on American is to have that high-ranking social class holding a hereditary title, duke, or historically enjoying special privileges. You did say that that's the explicit part that I'm saying that's what makes it un-American, that nobility, right? You do understand that that's what I am inferring to, correct?
Yes, you were saying that nobility is un-American. And I'm saying, no, nobility is American.
No, again, you're doing that thing you're doing. See, that's like, in this particular case, this is where the word concept fallacy falls in, because I gave you the particular of what nobility is that makes it un-American. You're taking two definitions of the same thing and clumping it into one. That's the argument that I'm having against. There's nothing wrong with being a noble person, like if you act good to other people and you carry out goodwill for others. That's not what I am speaking to. But you're saying that because I say nobility is un-American, you're saying that being a good person is un-American because it's under the guise of being noble, after I just explained to you what part of the definition of nobility that I'm speaking about that makes it un-American. That's the issue I'm having with your argument right now. You're trying to take two definitions and clump them into one and strawmanning my position on that.
So you're saying, what specifically about nobility is un-American? Just giving the titles?
Okay. So you're just generally confused with what I'm trying to say here?
I'm confused in the claim that American, like, it's anti-American to be.
Okay.
Nobility is anti-American.
Okay. So, okay. Let me strike this part then. Okay. When I'm talking about nobility, I am speaking specifically about being un-American is to allow a person of nobility, like a king, queen, duke, regent, baron, knight, as part of the American constitutional system that helps govern the country. That's the nobility I'm speaking about. The nobility the other half of nobility, like being a good person in general, that is not un-American. That's the human spirit of treating each other, like the golden rule: treat others the way you want to be treated yourself.
Yeah, but what
I
I'm
hope
pointing
that
out,
clears it up.
is it just because they have fancy titles? That's what makes them American?
Not just fancy titles, but but the power behind the title.
Like the Secretary of War or the Treasury Secretary, or like all these titles as well that we already have.
How's that relevant to nobility?
Yeah, because I'm genuinely trying to understand, like you're basically saying it's like nobility's un-Americans because basically we have like these people with a title of king or a title of duke or a title of baron, and then they have special privileges. That's un-American. But then I say, well, you have like, for example, Secretary of State, you have president, you have like all these titles that have extra power than the American citizens.
Because they're elected, because that's where the aspect of the republic comes in. Because like those titles, the president appoints that. Because what's really unique about the president in America, that is the only, other than the vice president too, but it's the the only executive officer that is elected by the people. The Secretary of State, Secretary of War, all of that is appointed by the president, and then it gets confirmed by the Senate. That's the republic part of America. That's not the same as a title of nobility as like a king, queen, baron, duke, and so on. That's the difference. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, so like in terms of like, do you think that it like part of the American spirit is to be noble?
Yes.
Okay. So then in terms of like the same way we could say part of being American is cannibalism. All right. If we were to make that claim, then being a cannibal would be part of being American. Same way, if you say that to be an American is to be noble, then nobility should be part of American.
Now you're just getting weird with it. You're losing me with that cannibalism.
Yeah, so right. So nobility refers to like the high social ranking class of nobles, people who were considered noble. That is to say, people who have high moral character, ideals, dignified behavior. Right. That's what when you say that's nobility or that's a noble person, that's what we're pointing at. Right. When we say cannibalism is people eating people, and a cannibal would be someone who eats another person. Right. So what I'm saying is, your logical entailment here is X country, being part of X country, like is a cannibal, right? But then this country has nothing got to do with cannibalism. That's basically what you're doing here with the nobility. You accept that noble means high moral character, and you think that Americans should have high moral character and all this kind of stuff. But then when I throw the word nobility, you're like, no, but we don't want kings or we don't want dukes and all this kind of shit. But that's what nobility leads to.
No. That's not true. It doesn't lead to that, because we've been doing it for 250 years and we have never had a title of nobility such as what they have, what you guys have in Europe. No, absolutely not.
Okay, like obviously we're gonna have different words to it. But in terms of like the like just having a title of Duke or Baron, like if we're to take that as like just take away the title part, because like I said, in terms of titles, you know what I mean? Like we could say Secretary of State, is that a title? POTUS, President of the United States, is that a title? Is President a title? You know what I mean? But there seems to be this thing of like where Americans have basically denied their nobility, and now they're wondering, First of all, what makes us American? And second of all, why the fuck is everything degenerate? Because
Well,
you're denying
in
the
that
nobility.
case, in that case, then like okay, so all right then. So like so title nobility like a baron. So let's look at a baron. They're kind of like they govern a district like a duke, right? Or a town or a city or an earl. You know. Let me ask you something. Under the traditional British British system of monarchy, does a baron get their power by being appointed by like the title baron? Okay, the title baron. Do they get that from being appointed by the king, or do they get that title from an election by the people who elect them to be a baron, or do they get that from hereditary, being their power from hereditary? Where do they get that power from? Which one of the three?
President?
No, baron.
In America, well, or in England?
No,
it would
in
come
England.
directly from the king. Yeah, it would come directly from the king.
It'll come directly from the king.
Mm-hmm.
Is that true? Because if it's true, then I'm willing to. Yeah, but you made a comparison that you're still under that guy. It's because you're Northern Ireland, and that still falls under the United Kingdom.
I'm not Northern Irish.
Because you did.
Jazzy is Northern Irish. I'm Republican.
Oh, that's different. Yeah, the troubles. Yeah, I understand.
And the same way,
yeah.
the same way.
Okay,
If you notice, in England, they have a parliament and a monarch. We have a parliament and a president. President and king, very similar.
Oh, la la la. Wow, I did not. I assumed you're Northern Ireland. My fault on that one.
But even as being Irish, that sense of nobility, like that's why we call it Éireann, where we get the word Aryan, Aaron. Same thing, same meaning, nobility.
Okay, so I'm looking up baron. So it can be inherited or bestowed by the monarchy. So in this, I just looked it up. You know, it's both. It can be appointed by the monarchy, or inherited. So in that case, then in the case of a monarchy, like let's say a ruling monarchy, king or queen, is the king or queen get it from inheritance, or were they elected by the people of the country, like in a democratic manner?
The nobles get their power from the sovereign, which is typically a god.
Okay. That's where, right there. That's the fundamental difference. In America, we don't do that. We don't say you're the president because of the sovereign of God, or the God. You're right though about the monarchy part. Yes, I agree. Even goes back to the ancient Egyptians with the pharaohs, because they believed that was the direct connection of God. And medieval, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. You're correct. In America, we don't do that. We elect the presidents by the people of the republic, because the republic, the foundation power in the republic is by the people. The people give the government power in exchange for protection. It's like a social contract. We give our rights away to the government, so the government can protect our rights from tyranny of the supermajority. Yeah, that's it. It has nothing to do with the bestowment of God giving power to the president. That's a fundamental difference.
Mm-hmm. Well, you see the problem here, though, right?
What's the problem?
What happens if the morals of the people get corrupted? And the president's going to be corrupted, correct?
Yep. Well, that's the problem. Well, that's
welcome to the modern world, baby.
Well, that's with all systems, though. But the thing is, the self-correcting mechanism to eliminate that. you know. And in a monarchy, you can't do that. There's no like let's say a traditional before the constitutional monarchy. See, that was the reason of the constitutional monarchy, to help keep the kings in check, because we saw how awesome feudalism was, you know, back in the medieval times. Feudalism, yeah, that pushed a lot of people to where they wanted to get away from the monarchy, and the only way for the monarchy to maintain that title, to at least have political power, is to give some of that up for a parliament, so they don't be completely 100% without power of the title.
Now, real quick, I just want to highlight this comment from Abe. Abe says, Aryan comes from the Indo-Iranian word area. What does area mean? Well,
actually, you just covered this a few nights ago.
Exactly.
Yeah, I remember that.
How far it goes back. And when you look at like all the monarchies and the civilizations and the nations since, they've all had this inherent belief that they are based in some sense of nobility or noble and free-spiritedness. Like, that's basically what it always comes back to. And when you look at modern day America, like, they all recognize the free-spiritedness, but there's been this deliberate attempt to poo-poo or to knock down a nobility, when nobility should be the high moral character. Arya means noble. Exactly. So when you look at, like I said, going back through the histories and like the most, if we were to say what would be the most effective form of government, it would be some sort of monarchy-style government. Those are the kingdoms that last the longest, or the empires that last the longest.
Well, no, not necessarily.
Hit me with it, baby.
Well, what do you think Rome was? They had they basically had a 1,000-year empire.
Yep, and they had a
republic. They had senators. They had a ruler. It's not the same as a monarchy.
So Caesar.
Yeah, the Roman system.
Would you be in favor of appointing a Caesar then, instead of a king?
Yeah, because there's an election. There's an election to have that person in power.
Yeah, so you've no problem with a king so long as it's a democratically elected king.
No, because now you're getting to another false word concept fallacy: a king and an elected official. You know, because again, we just established that king or queen is they get their power from inheritance. We just established that. So if that's the case, then you can't say that a Caesar is the same as a king, because here's a fundamental flaw of your logic here, Teriak. In the Roman system, a Caesar only had 1 year of ruling. And that's why you see a lot of warmongering, because they were trying to achieve greatness to show how great Rome was and how great that leader was. That's where you get a lot of the weird corruption and also quasi, well, I'll just leave it at that. You know, that's the difference. Well, eventually he wasn't. Well, I was reading that comment, but but there's a fundamental difference on that.
But like, this is what I'm saying though. Like when.
Go on.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, you can say that. Look, again, don't forget the beginning of me saying that it's my American bias that the republic here in America is better. You know, like I see it more useful than an absolute monarchy. Absolutely. Like, I never said at any point, don't forget, Teriak, I never said at any point in time a monarchy is a bad thing. It's basically a preference, a choice of what governing body you want to. You know what I mean? And I think that it's mainly contributed to of the country and the culture you live in. You know what I mean? Like, I'm American, you're Irish, and there is some more ties to your people and your culture to a monarchy closer than mine is to an autocracy. You know, because we have different methods of historical ways to what we determine of who's going to lead us.
Yeah, but what I'm pointing out though is that it's like when you look at like America was like it's a combined mix of like German, English, Irish, bit of Spanish, some Italian shown in there, Baltic states, Scandinavia,
yeah,
a couple of Russians, all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? So when we look at that, like from that aspect that like America is the quote unquote melting pot, we look at like where did all these people come from and what systems did they have, and all across Europe, all kings and nobility and all this kind of shit. So like as an American, like I'll put it this way, like in terms of the crisis that America faces, is that like what does it mean to be an American? And like people will say, they'll shout freedom, and it's like, yes, free spiritedness is half of the equation. The other half is the nobility. It's like the whole thing of like the noble and the fools. Think of the king's court; they always had a jester. You know what I mean? So it's like America remembers the jester, but they don't remember the actual nobility or the king. And now America has this, like it's coming to a head where America needs to step up and actually become the empire. Otherwise, things are going to go to shit. That's what this whole like thing with Iran is and all this kind of shit. And like a lot of people are saying, "Fuck it, I'd rather like America step forward and actually become an empire rather than this whole like situation we find ourselves where everything's just a fucking psyop." You know what I mean?
So you're just trying to make the argument that they're both similar because that they're leaders of their country, like you said before, right?
What's leaders of the country?
A president and a king, right?
Yeah.
They're leaders of the country. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they're not the same, though. You can agree, right? They're similar, but not the same, correct?
Yeah, I'd even say that presidents, like just different presidents of different countries, aren't the same. Like president, that's slightly different and all that kind of shit. Yeah.
Yeah, and the method of them achieving being a president is through, when you say president, people are automatically going to think an election to determine who is the president, though, now something I can grant you, like let's say if we said a prime minister is the same as a president, that I can actually grant you, because a prime minister is synonymous with the word president, because both have if I'm not mistaken that like a prime minister is also elected by the people in a same or similar fashion as a president would, unlike a king.
Yeah, but in Ireland we have a prime minister and a president.
Oh, really? Okay. See, there's some things I'm ignorant about your country's politics on that. So, So who has more authority?
The prime minister. Like the president has fuck all authority. More like a figurehead.
Oh, okay.
Which is the exact same setup in England, but instead of calling it president, they call it monarchy.
Oh. Oh, right. Okay. I think yeah, right. Because so like contemporary, basically, like the prime minister is the, God damn it, dude, I'm getting tired. This is, dude, I actually been enjoying this exchange. It's not, I'm enjoying this. Okay. I'm just getting tired. So what I'm just trying to say is that basically it's kind of working the same factor in Ireland, where you got a prime minister and a president, to where a monarchy to a prime minister, right? Is that it's like the same mechanism of how that system operates? Is that?
Yeah, but in that system, it's better to have a king rather than a president if it's just going to be a figurehead, because when you have a king, you'll have a royal family. So you'll have a full family to point towards and say, this is who represents our culture. This is who represents or what it means to be.
Right.
Like in England's case, they can say, they just point to the royal family and say, this is what it means to be British.
Yeah,
America
only ish. Okay. So okay. Because you do know that nowadays, like a king and queen in England is more of like a ceremonial traditional title, more so than a political title nowadays.
Yeah, 100%. They
There's
don't
like
have much political power, but they still represent what it means to be English.
Now that one I can actually, because that's heritage, that's history. You know, there's got to be respect for. Yeah, that aspect I can agree with because it's historical fact. You know, because
hence why
regardless
it has to be
of
hereditary.
Yeah. Not like a president of the United States, though.
Yeah, but this is why America has the crisis of what does it mean to be American.
Right. Well, I think that right there is a different ontological discussion. Like I'm not disagreeing with what this, you know, the theorem on that is. It's just I think you know, personally, I think a lot of Americans have lost, and also it's not taught too here in America for some fucked up reason. We don't have civics here as we did 50 years ago. You know, we don't teach civics, and that's a tragedy because we lost because there, you know, you gotta, and that's also part of Rousseau's and John Locke's right there about how to, you know, you got to have civic duty to maintain your system, your liberty, your life. You know what I mean? Like your rights. It's a civic duty. You got to participate and maintain it by challenging the government through legal action, not revolution by violence or anything like that. We lost that, and it's a tragedy, and I'm not happy about it. Mainly on the left, because they think the American system needs to be burnt to the ground so a new can ascend. And it's not going to be the story of the Phoenix if they get their way.
No, it's going to be, and like obviously, like that would have like massive implications across the globe. Yeah, and like I said, like if they think things are bad now, wait till they see fucking like an Islamic Republic with nuclear weapons, or if North Korea decide to expand, or if China started taking over Taiwan, or if Russia took over Europe. You know what I mean? And like this is why I keep. Yeah, go ahead.
Go on. No. You go, dude. I've been talking. You go ahead. You talk, man.
But this is why, like, I keep kind of like sounding the drum or beating the drum, in terms of this word noble or Aryan or whatever like term you want to use for it. Probably noble is a better one because Aryan always goes back to the Germans when it should actually go back to the Persians. But like when you look at like these empires that were able to not only like achieve such great power, but then maintain the power for hundreds of years, it needs to be from this sense of nobility. And like you're saying, it's like in terms of hereditary, like the whole like nepotism is what like a lot of people poo-poo, and they say this is bad and all this kind of shit. But as we were pointing out, it's like the only way to maintain the history is as if it's one family that represents it and the future of going forward from there. You know what I mean? But when you look at when you look at like modern day America, like you ask like even just the average conservative, what does it mean to be American? They look as if you have two heads. You know what I mean? But
yeah,
it let alone the left. Holy shit! When the left tries to define what American is, you're like, what the fuck? Do you know what I mean? So in terms of like that essence, and again, it's the left who are the ones that are trying to claim that morality is not objective. Like the whole like essence of nobility, like what's tied to nobility is this high moral character. You know what I mean? And from like the aspect of to know like as an average day citizen, like the English can look at what's happening at the royal family and see all the shit with Prince Harry, Prince Andrew, and all this kind of shit, and say there's clearly something rotten in the state of Denmark. You know what I mean? So in terms of being able to point out when the system's wrong and all that stuff, this is just another added benefit to monarchy.
I just wanted to make it clear that I wasn't going to let the two distinct definitions that I laid out be fused into one, because there's a massive difference of what my rationality was going to with that, in terms of being un-American, because we did like not only in the American Revolution we fought against it, but also in the Constitutional Convention of who we were going to decide of who's going to run this country and lead the people, that. So I just want to make sure that properly distinguish that so it doesn't get into a funky area, you know?
Well, like, given this, would you not say that, like, maybe monarchy could be American?
No. Dude, I'm American. I'm going to go hard no on that one. Like, anytime you're trying to say that in a monarchy could be American, it can never be an American. And if as soon as it does become like a movement that it does, then I'm going to be reevaluating people's priorities of what they should value as American. Because don't forget, dude, like, we have the Constitution and the Bill of Rights, and that was supposed to be a solidified right to protect the people away from the government in case the government has too much power, and checks and balances has been ignored by our three branches of government, which is kind of been happening a longer time than we Americans want to admit. But we don't really. The only action, like if you're in modern day, if you're on the right, you go on the elections and vote out people and get to vote in people who you want to get that change going. And on the left, it's basically we need to burn everything down so a new can ascend, you know. And it's just like they don't even like. Okay, like the problem with right wingers, you're going to hear them say, "Well, there's no democracy. The word democracy is not in the Constitution." Okay, so that's a semantics argument because you got the word republic, and republic is a democracy because both of them entails that power of the people that give the government the power for them to even have power in the first place. It comes from the people. It starts with the people. That's what makes it democratic. And republic is where you're electing representatives to carry out the will of the people and making sure, you know, I'm trying not to really go, get carried away in my own, and other things. But that's a big one where, there's no word democracy. And it's like, well, true though, but there's another word synonymously to democracy. It's the same effect, but there's a lot more, it's representative. That's why it's called a representative democracy. That's a republic. And right-wingers have a hard time understanding that to a point. You know what I mean? So it boils back down to that, in general, most Americans don't understand the Constitution because the Constitution is supposed to be the law of the land of America. And I did say in the beginning, it's also in our Constitution that we don't accept titles of nobility, like a king, queen, separate from the act of somebody being noble as a good person. You can act up as a noble person without being a king, baron, regent, and so on. That's what I was trying to nail down. Matter of fact, while I'm talking to you, I'm on my computer. I'm going to go look it up where it's in the Constitution so I can help nail that one down to prove that it's un-American in general to have that. Holy shit. Getting back to the original basis of this argument now.
Yeah, but then, like I said, I keep pointing out, it's like, okay, in terms of the difference between a president and a king, both are a title, both come with extra powers. You know what I mean? Yeah. Well. Yeah. It's not wrong, but I don't want you to get it confused with how they got that power. It's different. Same, but different. All right, dude. Whatever, man. Whatever helps you sleep at night, man. Because, like, you're basically like, I'm vehemently opposed to a king, but you have no issue with a president, or even if the president had more, like, the president has more powers in America than the king does in England. So, like, if the whole thing is that, like, I don't want a tyrant to have too much power. Here it is. Okay, listen. Okay, yeah, well, because you're not, okay, I'm right, once again, and you're not listening. Here it is, and go look it up. And the main clause appear. Okay, federal chat. I'm using ChatGPT. People got a problem with it, so what? I don't care if you call me cheating because I said it and I got to get receipts for this. Is there in the U.S. Constitution that isn't okay to have a title of nobility? Yes. The Constitution explicitly forbids titles of nobility.
There are actually two separate clauses about this. Number one, federal government ban. The main clause appears in the United States Constitution, Article 1, Section 9, Clause 8, often called the Titles of Nobility Clause. Here's the key part. No title of nobility shall be granted by the United States. It also adds the federal officials cannot accept titles or gifts from foreign rulers without Congress approving it, meaning the U.S. cannot create aristocratic ranks like Duke, Earl, Baron, or Lord, separate from landlords. That's totally different. Don't get it confused. Government officials cannot accept noble titles from foreign governments unless Congress approves of it. This was designed to prevent European-style aristocracy from forming in America. Number two, states are also forbidden. There is another clause in Article 1, Section 10. It says no state shall grant any title of nobility. So state governments cannot create nobility titles. Why the founders put this in? The framers just had fought the American Revolutionary War against British monarchy under George III, where society had a hereditary aristocrat system. They wanted America to be a republic, not a hierarchy based on birth. So the Constitution bans hereditary titles, aristocratic titles, and nobility privileges. This ties into Republic principles that citizens are politically equal. Does that satisfy your curiousness?
Yeah, so America can't grant nobility and American politicians can't accept nobility titles.
Yeah, so like let's say that if a political candidate from either side, Republican or Democrat or even independent or third party, say that we need to have a king and we need to have a king instead of a president to rule America, that would be that's illegal. That's not allowed. It's not acceptable you know what I mean? So that's where, like to give you an example that it wouldn't. Absolutely not.
We got Shazzy in chat saying,
Boo this man!
boo these fuckers talking about monarchies and shit. Spin that wheel, Teriak.
I really appreciate this. Thank you. I actually enjoy this back and forth. Thank you.
It's my pleasure.
I actually had fun. Thank you, dude. That was great. I loved it.
Mango.
Dude, thank you, man.
100%, bro. 100%. That's why we're here. Is multiculturalism weakening nations?
Oh, I exert a lot of fucking brain power on that when I'm stimulated. I'm intellectually stimulated, man. We had some good intellectual sex, baby. Fuck yeah, we fucked our minds so good. Oh, had an orgasm. I'm going to weird places. Anyways, so to contend with the question. Oh, that's so weird. All right. Yeah, in modern day terms, yeah, it is. Unregulated multiculturalism is the exact way I would say it that is hurting nations. Unfiltered. Like for an example, Joe Biden.
Yeah.
Oh, what I was reading that, but like Joe Biden, like what he just because like open borders policy. Oh, he wanted people from different nations because we are the bastion of the last hope of the free world. Open up the borders and let people come in. We're a country of immigrants. Yeah, well, you need to have a process to make sure that you're not letting fuckers in here trying to kill us.
Mm-hmm.
So unvetted multiculturalism, unfiltered multiculturalism is very fucking dangerous. Multiculturalism is a great idea, but you got to be very careful because historical sense, whenever you have multiple cultures living in the same area, they don't fucking get along.
Okay, so like, what would be an example of multiculturalism that's good, or that you'd want?
America. So I'm making pizza, like flatbread pizza. So
yeah, no worries, no worries.
No. Stop laughing at me, you fuck. Anyways, so multiculturalism. So like let's say after the Industrial Revolution, you had a boom, right? So we had Chinese building railroads. I mean, they were treated like shit, but they did contribute to our railroad system. Your countrymen came to America and fought in the American Civil War. The 69th Infantry Regiment, the 69th New York Infantry Regiment. They were called the Irish Brigade. One of they get their fame in the Battle of Fredericksburg in the American Civil War. Germans come into this country, along with Germans, Irish, Russians, and other European ethnicities, came into this country, assimilated as Americans, and helped build America, build cities like, especially in New York City. That was a good thing because back then they came from rough countries. They came here to America to have a better chance of living, right? But because of that toughness, they were able to help build America. Like the cities in New York City, I'm really getting fucking tired. But yeah, I'll just keep it there, man. That's an example. That's one example of that I can point to that it is beneficial for multiculturalism. America.
So like when we're talking about like multiculturalism and all this kind of stuff, there's obviously like this whole thing of like what the lefties do, and they say multiculturalism is our greatest strength and all this kind of shit. Which, if you define a nation that the nation is by definition multicultural, it's no longer a nation, because like what do you unite under? Because if it's multiple different cultures, could be multiple different languages. So what language are you going to unite under? If it's multiculturalism, it could be like for example, like even when they do religion, like, which is the whole thing of like, oh yeah, like America should be Christian nationalism. If only we just united under Christianity, things would be awesome. And then I keep pointing them to Northern Ireland. It's like, Habibi, those were Christians blowing up other Christians.
Yeah, Catholics and Protestants, correct? Am I right?
Precisely. Yes, precisely.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm not entirely. Yeah, you guys. Yeah, that's what it's called, the Troubles. Yeah, it's a tragedy because Irish people, I always like Irish people are great. I've always liked Irish people, and it's just sad that countries like yours have to go through that to even. It's just a tragedy because y'all the same people through historical bloodlines to the Celts or Gaelic. So it's a goddamn tragedy. It breaks my heart that places like that in Ireland happens all over the world.
Because this is a key thing to me, because when you look at Europe speaks all different languages. Well, majority of people would say, well, Europe has a culture, or Europeans have that distinct culture. Versus, right? Like for example, I can give you just think of those mannequins, like the faceless mannequins. Let's say it's just a blue mannequin, right?
Yeah.
And let's say I could animate the mannequin. Like if I start doing twerk and all that kind of shit, regardless of color, regardless of whatever the fuck, there's not even a human that's doing that. To me, I could view that as a bad culture. You know what I mean? Even though it's just dance moves. You know what I mean? So in terms of that aspect, there's a lot to culture to actually define what we're talking about in terms of the culture itself. And that's why I always point back to nobility and free spiritedness, because that's goes all the way back to fucking ancient Persia, if not North India and all this kind of shit. And that same meaning has transcended all these different cultures or all these different countries and all this stuff, which would then point me to saying, well, is Western culture that of nobility and free spiritedness? Thankfully, though, we have a guest backstage. Let me introduce him.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Due Diligence, welcome to the show.
Oh.
Yeah, what's up?
Oh, cool. He can take my spot because I'm getting intellectually exhausted.
No, y'all was having a good conversation. It sounded good to me. Y'all was making great points. As far as multiculturalism, I think that we may I think we look at it as too much of a boogeyman, myself included. right? Because nobody wants to see their traditions fade away. You know what I mean? And we look at that. My son want to talk, but
I get you, bro.
Yeah. So I'll take for example, like what happened to like black people. And I'm not going to turn this into something else, but whenever I look at myself and I look at my heritage, like I don't know what my heritage is, and we had to essentially assimilate to American culture, whatever that is. But in hindsight, it's not that bad, but it just kind of it hurts. It leaves something empty. So when I look at it like on the world level, like when I turn it into the macro instead of just internalizing it, I don't necessarily, it might not be a bad thing overall. Like in the short term, yeah, it hurts, but overall, if we can just get everybody on one accord and people be happy, then I think that may be like the evolution. Like I think that might be the next thing, even though it sounds horrible, you know. So that's how I look at it. I just try to use the black, you know, narrative to kind of look at that and try to put it in perspective.
You know, one thing about black people in America, a lot of people like this is what here's like the story of black people in America. They're brought up on this, you know, during the slave trade, and they went through generations and generations of degradation. It was also when even they got their freedom, so to speak, under the 15th, 14th Amendment. You know, they got their freedom by an amendment in our Constitution. They didn't even get their civil liberties, so they had to wait a whole another 100 years to even get their civil liberties from 1957 to 1964 because we had two major civil rights acts passed into law. And also, Jim Crow, and also it was illegal for black people, especially in the South, to have literacy, like be in school, knowing math, reading, you know, having a formal education. It was illegal for black people. And you look at what they've done for this country, because here's, you know, like black history is American history, because you look at figures like Frederick Douglass, Booker T. Washington, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, and other black Americans that whose heritage started as slaves and they became a very prominent part of our culture. Without black Americans, we wouldn't have America. I do credit black Americans as part of a real big reason why we are the way we are today. You know, you guys fought in the American Revolution, didn't get credit. You guys fought in the War of 1812, didn't get credit. You guys fought in the only time you guys really got any credit for anything was the 54th Massachusetts. Not 54th Massachusetts helping turning the tide of the Civil War ever since you know, they attack on Fort Sumter. And then you got the 369th Harlem Hellfighters that was to be considered by all the Central Powers and the allies of World War I to be an elite and the best infantry regiment of the entire World War I, which were all black people from Harlem and up in New York, outside the 5 boroughs. And then you have black pilots that were, you know, like there's a movie called Red Tails. That shit really did fucking happen, where they actually helped a lot. They really contributed a lot to the successful bombing campaigns in Germany, because they were shooting down the Luftwaffe. And the Germans hated it once Hitler found out that. And also Jesse Owens just showed out like, hey, you know, fuck you, Aryans. Look at me. I'm from Cleveland, Ohio. I got a gold medal in Berlin. That fucking drove Hitler fucking mad. So with everything, that's where, I mean, like, it's the point that I'm making about black Americans is that they embody the American spirit, the body of the American spirit of resiliency and determination and willingness to, even though that they had a terrible history in the beginning, they still had the American spirit. It's a very remarkable story. And no, this is not no white man, liberal, left-wing virtue signaling. No, I really feel that, because as a student of history, it is a very remarkable resiliency that black Americans have had in this fucking country. I mean, And it burns my ass that we get into these identity politics to separate us, because here's the thing: your grandparents or due diligence, or your parents, I don't know how old you are, your fucking grandparents fucking fuck this shit that the fucking radical left is trying to fucking bring back. They're trying to bring back fucking segregation again. And it's like, what the fuck are you fucking doing? Did Malcolm? I'm sorry, dude. It just boils my microaggression. Sorry, but it just fucking sucks, dude.
But Mangoes, if you want to stop burning your ass, stop sitting on the stove. I keep telling you that, Mangoes.
Dude, I fucking cooked. Shut the fuck up! Don't tell me.
Yeah, no, you cooked.
But what I'm just trying to get at, that I'm educated in this shit, and you're like, I can also keep going in more detail, but
you made great points. You made great points, but let's bring it back around to the multiculturalism, because I think you gave a great example. You said America as like the pinnacle of like a multicultural like nation. So I think that's the crux of the question, because even now in the present, that's the question: is multiculturalism like making nations weak? And I think some people in America are thinking that, especially like white nationalist white people. They like, hey, yeah, it's making us weak because we founded this country. We want to keep it, a white country. We want to stay in power. So they can make the argument on that side. So the argument is, do you keep your country like what it was, or does multiculturalism help? And I think that both of those things are valid positions. But I think like any nation, like come from the past, even when like Greek, with the Greeks and Alexander, like I just think whenever you look at how history unfolds, like, this is what happens. Like, people assimilate, people mix, people, you know what I'm saying? So I don't think there's no fighting it. Like, people are going to do what they do. And America, like you said, is a prime example. We're the melting pot. And I think we were one of the prime examples in the world to where it says you can bring everybody from around the world under one roof and get along. So, yeah.
I want to make a point very clearly. I said that unfiltered like Joe Biden, for an example, this open board, that's an example. Like I am all for immigration, I am all for multiculturalism, but the crux is it has to be by the system of which it's been working before. These left-wing lunatics just want to open up the fucking borders of virtue signal to their friends and family that they're good people, when actually there's a net negative, and that's where Republicans or these right wingers like they don't want to admit, but right wingers do engage in right wing identity politics. Recently, and I'll give you an example. Yeah. Recently, the Super Bowl halftime show with Bad Bunny, a Puerto Rican rapper, they're making a big stink. Oh, it's un-American. He's not American. First off, he's from fucking Puerto Rico, and if you know anything, and see, this is where it drives me nuts about right-wingers, because they'll do the same shit that the left is doing at times, because they say it's un-American, they're not American, Puerto Rico is a territory, therefore they're an American citizen, they can go into anywhere in the States and vote for a president, but they can't do that there in Puerto Rico. And guess what they did? They had a separatist halftime show. They had their own halftime show. And that, like when you look at those metrics, it's like, look, it's a horseshoe theory in action. Both sides, in this particular case of the halftime show, both sides, this is like it's a radical action by the right, and therefore they're no different temporarily as their counterparts on the left that they claim they're fighting against through virtue signal, through virtue. And I don't care that piss off right wingers, because they're doing the same shit,
Yeah.
Anyways.
And Jordan Peterson warns of this. He was like, stop doing this because the right wing will play this game and the right wing will win. Right? And just to point out the chat as well, white nationalism is bullshit. Fuck that. People can come here, sort of have their own communities, but they have to assimilate. And this is what I'm talking about with culture. I don't believe this psyop of black culture or white culture. Culture transcends skin color. For example, I want to know your thoughts of this video, Jonathan.
Like, maybe I'm too woke, but I don't find the quarter zip shit funny, because I also didn't find it funny a couple years ago when all those black men put on suits and then stood around in suits. I don't understand what men in general, but especially black men's obsession is with defining themselves by their clothing and not really actively doing any is not deeper than just like, well, we can put on suits. I can also put on a suit. What is the point that you're trying to make here? Like, it's like costume. Like, let's dress up as the social idea of success or productivity or decent, productive human being. I don't know. I don't even understand what y'all are trying to communicate to us. Y'all are constantly like essentially dressing up as white men. Like, that's kind of the underlying idea. Suits, quarter zips, like associating yourself with this like stereotypically white style. Hello? Do y'all not see how that's one, offensive to you as a black person, upholds white supremacy, but is also reductive of your like humanness? I don't know. It's like everything all the time with them. Nothing latches.
Gentlemen, your thoughts. Make any fucking sense. It does not make any fucking sense. So first off, if this bitch knows anything about Black history, fucking Malcolm X was wearing a fucking suit. Booker T. Washington wore a fucking suit, and Martin Luther King wore a fucking suit. And also, in fact, that when Malcolm X was trying to free one of his brothers, I forgot which city, New York or Boston, which one, but one of his black brothers were fucking unlawfully detained by police. He and a group of black men were in fucking suits, stood in front of the police precinct of where these black people, and it was a show of force, like, hey, look, we mean business. It's like kind of like anything else. You wear a suit, it's showing of power. It's a demonstration of power, like seriousness. And it's like the identity politics to associate it with, like, you're acting like white people. It's fucking stupid. So you're telling me Thurgood Marshall was just trying to act white when he was throwing his black robe on the Supreme Court, same as Clarence Thomas? What the fuck are you even talking about? Like, that's where you're getting really weird to this Asimov cascade of identity politics, trying to compare to what they're doing and compare it to the white man. That's where you're going to get that fucking representation. That's like Western Marxist doctrine dogma bullshit. And also, this is the same argument that they use about the braid. Remember the braids? Like white girls or white people having braids, and black people are like, no, that's ours. And it's like, no, it's a Dutch braid. It's a culture shared through humanity. It's like it gets really fucking weird when they do this shit, and it's just the veil of ignorance at best with this kind of thing.
Yeah, agreed. I want to comment on the commentary that you gave before you played the video, because he's just spewing nonsense. And what's your name, bro?
Mangoes.
Mangoes. Yeah, Mangoes. Yeah, Mangoes. Yeah, he did a good job. So he tackled that well. But I wanted to say something, because Terry, like you said, like when you talk about certain things transcend like color, tradition, religion, all that type of stuff. And that's what I say. Like, it's not about, we get sad when we talk about multiculturalism because you're thinking about losing those things. But to me, it's more about the ideology that you're under. You know what I'm saying? Because I will be willing to leave those things if the place that I'm going to is more, I guess more pleasant to live under. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if the trajectory, like America, you know what I'm saying? Like, this is what people always say to black people, where if you was in Africa, you wouldn't have it as good as you have it now here in America. Now, I don't know if that's the case, but it's a valuable argument. You know what I'm saying? I don't just totally throw that out. You can't make that the case for everyone. But anyway, the point that I'm getting at is certain things do transcend those cultural factors. I would rather be somewhere that's great rather than preserve my traditions and be somewhere that's like trash. That's what I'm just trying to get across. It's about the ideology. The ideology of America is grand. The ideology of different places, you know what I'm saying, some Western nations, some European nations, they got good ideology behind them. I think that's what it's about, trying to get somewhere to where you have some freedoms and some privacy and some rights, you know what I mean, so where you can be your full self rather than, the opposing view. And to me, that's what multiculturalism is about. It's like, hey, if you don't want to just do what you've been doing for 100 years and you want the freedom to do something else without being judged or without being hung or without being, you know what I'm saying, whatever the case may be, come over here, and it could be a good way in that sense.
Yeah, and like this is what I'm trying to point towards with like the whole kind of multiculturalism, or just even when you look at the left. The key thing is that if you notice, like, she's like degrading black men as a whole and saying that dressing up nice. I mean, like that's why like the monarchs and all that stuff like have their fancy dress and all this kind of stuff. Because when you look at it, it's like it's highly detailed, and every single like detail of what they're wearing is like to emulate it to perfection. Their clothes are literally cleaned, pressed, all this kind of shit. You seen the dude, he was like ironing at the start of it and all this kind of shit. It takes effort to actually like dress up and like actually look like properly he is at the end of the video. You know what I mean?
And one thing I do want to.
But this, I just want to point out in terms of the.
Yeah, sorry.
But just real quick, in terms of the like what I see from like a lot of lefties, but then also like specifically like black women when they talk about black men, is that like anything like the black man does to better himself. Oh, that's white culture. Why you being a coon or a whatever the fuck? You know what I mean?
It's fucked. Well,
you know what I mean, it's this thing, degradation of nobility and reverence for like the sacred, essentially.
I do want to add is that I'm not, like, I hate it. I'm just going to fucking throw my fucking hat out there, and the other biggest issue with her opening up her fucking mouth and being ignorant is that she's black and she has no fucking incentive to be with a black man to help her raise a child because it's the worst fucking demographics of single parent household because our government subsidized single parent household. Thanks, Lyndon Ben Johnson. You did us a great service on that shit. So she has no incentive to respect black men because in her mind that all you guys are just fucking seeds. And that's all you are. And seeds and money. That's it.
Yeah, the cultural appropriation type shit, they go too far with that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like if a white person wears dreads, I don't give a fuck. I'm not gonna be crying like, oh, black people can't have nothing. And then black guys in suits, you had a whole era to where the whole generation wore suits. If you go like back to the 30s and 40s and 50s and shit, like that was the thing. You would be working in a field in a goddamn suit. You know what I'm saying? So I just think it's ignorant. Like people don't know what the fuck they talking about. And then opposed to what? Like what is black culture then? If suits ain't a part of black culture, then what is then? Because I don't know nowhere to where I can say, this is how black people dress. Except like poor type ghetto type shit. You know what I'm saying? Like whenever I was growing up, it was baggy pants, baggy shirts. But we wore that shit for a reason. It was like hand-me-down shit, and so you could grow into it. Motherfuckers was poor. Now motherfuckers don't have to do that, and now you looking at it like, oh, you trying to dress like a white boy. No, I'm trying to buy clothes that fucking fit. The fuck are you talking about? So the only thing let me say one more thing, I'm going to get out the way. The only type of valid cultural appropriation that I think that a motherfucker has something to stand on is when the bitch was going around tricking people into thinking that she was a different race type shit. I think that shit is bogus. I don't think you have to do that. But as far as dress and culture, like whenever you look at like nations, like everybody borrows from everybody. That's how America is what it is. That's how the nation is what it is. Culture transcends boundaries. Everybody borrows from everybody.
Yeah, and that's actually the best part about multiculturalism. When you have people that are actually willing to assimilate, in particular here in America, or assimilate into the country that they live in, and also work alongside with the members of the community that they settled in. Like without those two prerequisites, you're going to have many cases where, look at the fucking Middle East. Fundamental Islamic theological rule kills you for not believing in their God. Just, oh, hey, you believe in my God? I mean, you believe in God? Yes. Do you believe in my God? No. Bang, you're dead. My God has a bigger dick than your God. That's basically Islam. Fundamentalism in Islam. And it's just fucked up. And that's an example of where it can be bad, And
I got a question regarding that.
Yeah.
I don't want you to lose your thought. You can finish if you want to, but this will be like a sidebar to what we're talking about. But I got a good question regarding that point.
Go for it, bro.
All right. I was arguing with somebody on panel they were saying that, you know, they want a Christian nationalist nation. You know what I'm saying? They want orthodoxy to be the prominent thing that governs the nation. And my concern is that you'll have a theocracy. Like whenever you do that, whenever you put all your heads of state in one religion and you want all of the policy to be in line with Christian doctrine, you're going to have a theocracy. And the ultimate goal is going to look like the Islamic State, like you just described. Would you agree with that?
Well, there's some fundamental differences. So, like in the Bible, it doesn't say kill anyone who disagree with you. The Quran or the Quran actually has that where it's like they call this jihad. You know, needs more realism. Yeah. Anyways, but you know, what you probably would be worried about of a theocratical state in America with orthodoxy, if they want to have an absolute ortho state, is that there's going to be more laws and penalties to enforce that. Because if, like, let's assume for a second that they get that they're theocratic orthodox state, that means that it's the power is mainly going to be resting on the ecclesiastic authority more so than your local governing body. And that could be a pernicious fact. That could be a pernicious system, because if you're making things illegal because you feel or you deem them harmful to society, it's like you're going to be putting yourself in a position. What do you call bad? What do you consider like look on the left, like you know, hate speech, right? Like if they control the legislation of what is hate speech, who defines hate speech, and how is it carried out once you're guilty, and how you find out who's guilty of hate speech. You got to apply that same logic over on the Orthodox side. Like, okay, so what is it non-Christian? Who determines what non-Christian is, and how you're going, you know, so that right there is like how you're going to do that. Like when it comes to Christian nationalism, it's a good idea to help reverberate back from Christian ethics, but you don't want to have a solidified state where it's the only enforcement body to carry out the idea, because now you're heading into the radical left-wing position of power.
That's what I wanted to comment on. I don't think it'll be literally like the Islamic State. You can take out the extreme of killing people that have a contrary view. But how Christian nationalism cops out, because in the definition of Christian nationalism, if you look it up, they say that, you know, you want all your leaders to be, you know, of the Christian faith, and all their edicts will come from the Christian faith. Like all the policies, they want to reflect that, right? So they got a cop out in it, and they said they want to do it in a democratic way. So they're like, if we do all these things in a democratic way, then we can't be a theocracy. But they're not looking at the whole picture, because if all of your heads of state don't pass any legislation that's contrary to the Christian doctrine, then it's really not democracy. You know what I'm saying? You're not really living in democracy. It's all dictated on the edicts of Christian principles. So they don't see that being a theocracy, because they think that everything that they have is absolutely right. You know what I'm saying? And if that's what you're coming under, then you're not in a democratic society. So that's what I wanted to kind of get across.
Well, there's 3 points I want to try to tackle on that one. So when you're engaging in a debate about this kind of thing, my friend, you always want to lock down the definitions of what they actually mean, so they don't have to move the goalposts mid debate. Though a lot of people will fucking do that to you. You got to force them to stick with their own definitions, and then you gradually bring out the principles behind the worldviews. Secondly, now, with the oh god, I'm losing track, dude. I've been going at this for a while. You know, I'm like getting mentally exhausted. But fuck. So yeah, and here's my theory, and this is like oh yeah. Okay, here's the other two. So, and I think this is an overcorrection. I mean, like I think this is a consequence of how bad the left has gotten things with this with the social justice warriors, cancel culture, and what is that? Politically correctness, which kind of works in their own way, and I can explain that of how they kind of act as a quasi three branch of governance on the radical left. I can actually explain that because it's a very interesting thought that I came up with a few years ago. Anyways, but the most important thing here, it's like an overcorrection. You look at the left and how bad they fucked up, and it's just so like they're butchering children, and they put like this is the same crowd, my body, my choice. But when it came out the COVID vaccine, and they're trying to force people to take it, where was that fucking argument? Where was your bodily autonomy argument? So I mean, like because they're so fucking crazy. A lot of people on the right and also moderates from the left, or the moderates in the center of the political spectrum gravitated to the right. And normally when you have a radical side of a political spectrum like the left, there's always going to be an overcorrection. That's where you got to be very fucking careful of how you navigate that from here on out to correct that wrong so you can get back to balance. My theory, what I think is going to happen, because I do think that the right will match energy at some point in terms of the radicalization, but the radicalized part is because the left does not want to engage in dialect. They even fucking killed Charlie Kirk, for God's sakes. They shot at Donald Trump. These fuckers do not like anything outside of the dissent of their own worldview. They do not engage with you. And that right there is the start of where we're going to be leading into. Again, this is a theory. We're not out of the woods. Donald Trump, I think he's an interesting character, but I think he's an effective president. What I think what we got to really pay attention to is the after effect of the after of his presidency. So what I'm getting at is that I don't think that it's going to be a new ethnic nationalistic state. What I think we're going to be leaning into in the future is a neo-nationalistic movement. You know what I mean? I think that's what's going to be, that's where you're going to start seeing, because I said this ever since Charlie Kirk died, is that you're going to see right-wingers, you're going to see Republicans and conservatives going to get radical. It's going to be very slow. It's going to be very subtle. Look at the TPUSA speech that Vivek Ramaswamy was saying. That sound like the way he pitched. If you're not a Christian, you don't belong here. If you're not American, you don't belong. I can understand the American part, because you got to be an American to live in America. I understand. But you take the rhetoric that he used is the exact same thing what Obama said back in 2012 in his second term of in his presidential campaign. What I'm saying is that right now the Republicans are kind of like entering the territory of where the Democrats were 10 years ago. You know what I mean? Before they got radical to where we're at now, right? And that's what I'm getting at. And you can see a pattern. You can predict the future. And the path that we're going on, the patterns are getting more vibrant, and it's getting stronger by the reaction from each side. You know what I mean? At this point, I do think that Republicans and conservatives collectively on the right will still engage with open dialect, but you will see inconsistencies of their logic and how they adapt the argumentation from the radical left that they say they're fighting against to suit their own needs at times. You will see that. So I'll leave it there.
Yeah, but it's not as simple as like a left-right kind of like thing. You know what I mean?
I know.
Like
I understand.
Because, like, for example, like from the right wing, they would call the likes like Douglas Murray or Jordan Peterson, oh, they're just a bunch of classic liberals. They're basically just like, center-left people. You know what I mean? And they say we need to make sure we go actually like right wing here and like actually be conservative and not like get seduced by libertarianism and all this kind of thing. You know what I mean? Because the general principles that they're applying on this kind of shit can be applied in terms of the right wing context as well. And like you were highlighting as well, like there are plenty of people who are like, nah, fuck this, I'm going to lean full into a Christian nationalism from the point of a theocracy, and I'm going to swing into like white supremacy and all this kind of shit. And like I said, like I pointed out, like this whole like white supremacy thing, like there's no such thing as quote unquote white culture. You know what I mean?
I do.
All this shit goes back to Iran and North India.
I don't think that it's. I don't believe it's white supremacy, but when I see a group of right wingers segregate themselves from American event like the Super Bowl because of the halftime show, you're kind of proving the fucking left's point, though. Are they not, though? Because that was an act of segregation, whether they want to admit it or not. It really
Audio
is.
dropped out. I'm finna drop out and come back in.
You know worse?
Yeah, dude.
But go ahead, Mike.
But I mean, like, I'm just saying that I don't think it's like white supremacy, so quote unquote. But when they act like that, you're giving them fucking ammunition to believe that they're right when you do things like that.
Like that's my main thing, where like why you'll typically see like a lot of them use like what's the optics, emotionally charged language, rhetoric, all this kind of stuff, like framing it in a certain way and all this kind of thing.
No, I agree. And that's why you hear me say the horseshoe theory.
And like this is the thing though, like because like Daniel's bringing up that Japan is a monocultural society. They seem to be okay, but they're still suffering from the replacement rates, same way as America has and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? Now, if you want to say like Britain, or like look at Britain, or like you could even say Germany or France at this stage as well, like in that essence. Especially like coming from like a multiculturalism point of view and all this kind of stuff, like that proves that like you just can't like import in another culture and everything's fucking fine. You know what I mean? Like what everyone kind of says is that it's like, yeah, like I'm like so long as they as long as they assimilate into the nation, all this kind of stuff. Well, then what you're basically saying from that is that it's like we have one culture and you need to join the culture rather than, you know what I mean, like go off and have your own culture kind of thing. You know what I mean? So. Like, would that not then confirm that America's not multicultural? America has one culture; it just doesn't know what the culture is.
I mean, I think this is where it gets really sticky, right? Because I think two things can be true at once, though. You know, because there is an American identity, and it's just because the majority of the people don't know what it is doesn't mean it's not there. You know.
True.
Okay. Cool. So, all right. So, can you repeat that last part, bro?
Yeah, so like what I'm saying is like this whole essence of like Americans don't know what it's like, what is American, but like, and this is why you see the discussion from particularly the left wing is like, oh, like we're like multiculturalism is our strength, but you also see this thing in the likes of England and France and all this kind of shit. When you look at these countries, they've clearly become shitholes, and that's because they've welcomed in plenty of quote unquote multiculturalism. They basically just kind of like taken in massive amounts of different cultures and expected it all to blend. You know what I mean? But like I said, conversely, when you look at the likes of Japan, even though Japan's not necessarily multicultural, and they didn't even buy into this like multiculturalism propaganda, they still have problems that we have in the West on this kind of shit. So even in that essence, it's not necessarily like one thing or the other. It's an amalgamation of a lot of different things in terms of like the problems a country face. But going back onto the culturism thing, the main point is that like I would argue America does have a culture. It just doesn't know what it is.
Yeah, I would have to agree. In my personal experience, and for me, it's really hard to get through to people, because I do think that in some of my arguments or what I'm trying to get with people, it's not appealing, so it gets voided real quick because, people like me have a strong sense of what America is. What is America? What is to be American in terms of culture and civic duty, And when you're trying to explain people and explain the history, I've noticed on panels, people like, fuck, dude, please stop talking. Dude, shut up. I don't want to hear this. Like, I get a lot of that fucking angst, like they give me, they act like it. They don't care about the fucking history. They don't fucking care. They don't care. They want to hear themselves talk. I'm like, no. And the worst part about it is that they want to have the opinion without doing the research on it. That's the biggest fucking problem on both fucking sides. right wing is more stronger on that because they're you look at the Republican platform, they even mimic the Constitution of the Republican, like the Republican Party has the Republican Party Constitution, which is modeled heavily from the American Constitution because of personality traits that allows them to have more of an objective understanding of what they're reading, especially with the Constitution. But there's other instances that they don't understand it is because that they don't believe it. Here's the irony. Here's the ire of both political sides. Okay, so the problem with left wingers is that they are high open. They're high in open mindedness. Right. It's easier to have them. You know, it's fundamentally it's easier for them to receive new information. Right. Fundamentally, let's ignore the radical part of the left wing. But left-wingers, open-minded, downfall, too much information, indecisiveness, okay? That's the downfall of that. Good, but that's the negative. Pros and cons. Pros and cons on the right. High in conscientiousness, meaning that it's harder for them it's where it becomes that they don't take the new information openly as they do with their left counterparts. So it's harder for them to be swayed on a new idea. Conservatism, they're conserving their thoughts. The pros is that you can't bullshit them, but the con is that it's harder for them to accept new data at times, right? So on a fundamental sense, you know, so that's the ire on both sides of the political aisle, and that's my point. And with the conservatives right now, like they'll listen, but they don't want to hear you at times. With me trying to really get into the nitty gritty of the history and why it is the way it is now. Like for an example, Terry, look at us earlier. We were talking about why is it un-American to have titles of nobility or nobility, that. Like, a lot of people do not have the mental fortitude to carry on a conversation or even debate on that, you know, like a lot of people fucking don't, you know. I mean, credence to you fucking went up against fucking Rob Noor for fucking 6 hours, dude. You're fucking something else. I mean, that to go against someone like Rob Noor for 6 fucking hours, regardless of anything, you know, that is a respectable feat. The point is, not a lot of people can do that. Not a lot of people can get past phase one in debate and still stay on topic. You know, it's alarming how people are just not willing to. It's alarming. I'll just leave it there. You guys go ahead and take over.
Well, I was trying to remember I was trying to respond to the point that you were making, but you said so much. I forgot what the hell you was trying to get at. So just go ahead. I'll jump in. Could you reiterate?
I am not ready. I think he's eating a pizza slice. Is what he's pointing towards. But like the basic kind of like what I got from it, at least, was like this whole thing of like this is basically the situation that we find ourselves in terms of the political divide. Whereas the lefties or the left wing is supposed to represent like this progress into the future, like constantly looking forward, whereas the right wing is like this like preservation of history, constantly looking backwards. And basically that you want that kind of like that perfect balance that like Mangos talks about, where it's like you want both concerns being met, where we're not just throwing away our history and forgetting where we came from, but also that we're not just like remaining stagnant and not actually trying to progress and move forward.
No, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, like you said, we got to find that balance because you want people to be able to, like, I think that you can have a multicultural nation like America that says, if you want to keep your traditional values, so be it. If you don't, good too. As long as you follow these laws and policies, you know, you'll be good. So I think that's where we get, because so many places in the past didn't allow that, you know. It's only been in modern times, like the last, you know, maybe 1,000 years, if that. You know what I'm saying? Because even Alexander, whenever he conquered people, different nations, he'd allow them to keep their old gods, their old ways. He just said, you know, follow these laws. You know what I'm saying? You can keep your old practices, you can keep your old language. You know, even though they brought Greek with them, I think they did make Greek the prominent language in those places. Though I think that was one of the deals that he did for certain. But yeah, man, I think that you can be progressive and traditional if you like. It shouldn't have to be forced on anybody. And I think whenever you force people, that's when you get into the theocratic type realm. And I don't think anybody wants that, you know, to be forced to do anything as far as cultural practices is concerned. I think that's one of the reasons for the separation of church and state. So the church wouldn't be the dominant force behind the government. You know what I'm saying? You want those to kind of be separate, but you still should be able to have your tradition in private if you like. And everybody knows that your culture and your traditions are what buttresses your political ideology. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people is not going to go against their belief for their politics anyway. So essentially it's one and the same. So you could separate it on paper, but what you believe does dictate the way that you want the world to be. So yeah. Terry, you were saying something about you was going to start talking about white supremacy and something else. That's what I wanted to comment on. And I want you to set up a debate for me, man. I want to get back in the ring. I want to debate somebody on some religious topics. I want to debate one of those ortho bros or whatever the case may be. I ain't been in the ring in a long time. Set that up.
Yeah, if you message Speakeasy on Discord, like he does like Swords of Reason, and you can basically say like I want like this particular topic or whatever, and like if you already have an opponent in mind, you can tell him, or you can say, oh, like I already found someone, and like he'll still be able to host the debate. So Discord at Speakeasy, or send him a message whatever way, and like he's basically looking for people for more debates on this kind of stuff as well.
Is that how I find them? Speakeasy on Discord. Yeah. It'll come up and speak. Okay.
Should be.
All right. I'll send them a message and see what's up.
But yeah, in terms of like the white supremacy thing, like that's why I'm kind of saying like that's like the same thing that I point at with that video where it's like the woman who was like, oh, like you're a black man, you shouldn't be wearing suits or whatever. Like that's not black culture. It's the same thing with like the white supremacists where they'll say, oh, this is white culture, or white culture is European culture, and all this kind of shit. But to me, culture transcends skin, the skin color or genetics or whatever, because like you can have, for example, like a black person or white person or brown person or a yellow person or a purple person. Like they can all be noble. They could all be free spirited and noble, which is that like intrinsic cultural identity that goes all the way back to Iran and northern India. You know what I mean? And when you look at like all these empires and all this kind of shit, to have a monarch or a king or any form of like any kind of like structure like that, you're basically emulating nobility, you know?
Yeah, you can, man. History shows it. You can start with the Egyptians and see that the Greeks borrow from the Egyptians and the Middle East. You know what I'm saying? And then you can see the Romans, you know, borrowing from the Greeks. And then you can see everybody else today borrowing from the Romans. And you know what I'm saying? So it's just like, I don't know. It's just not no big deal to me. I think this just the way the shit flows. It's going to happen. You're going to have cultural assimilation, especially amongst bordering nations, right? Nations are going to, culture is going to transcend boundaries. It's going to flow back and forth, whether it be language, tradition, culture, religion. And that's the way it's always been. That's just a happenstance of life. It's just the way culture works. Somebody's going to do something that you like. You're going to see somebody in a different culture dress and you're going to like it. You're going to do your hair like it. You're going to wear the same shoes because you like it. And so what? Somebody that pops up and be like, hey, you're not supposed to be doing that. You're black and white people do that. It's like, shut the fuck up. I don't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? Like, how childish is that? You know what I'm saying? You're a black guy. You're not supposed to wear a baseball cap. You got to, if you wear a baseball cap, you got to wear it backwards because you're black and white people wear it forward. Like, how stupid is that? You know, it's just ignorance, man. I don't see like what kind of value comes from even being that way? Like how does that serve you to say that you can't wear anything that another culture brought into existence? You know what I'm saying? Like if I want to wear a poncho and Mexicans traditionally wear ponchos, I'm not supposed to do that because Mexicans, brought it to the world. It's just stupid.
And like a key thing in this that I always point to is like the example you gave where it's like the Romans, like their elites and all this stuff, like they took on Greek. You know what I mean? They weren't forced to speak Greek from like a young age because the Greeks colonized them or anything like that. It's just because the Greek language had so much meaning into it. Because they were naturally kind of like investigative and all this kind of shit, and it's what led to science, et cetera, et cetera. But like the Greek language had so many different words, like bound in certain meanings and all this kind of stuff, where it's like when a foreign culture discovered the Greeks or like had any conversation with the Greeks, they'd understand that, oh shit, like these people know a lot of different things. They're pointing to a lot of different phenomena that we've never even noticed. You know what I mean? In terms of the dialogues and the conversations that they had. So even the Romans, even though they militarily conquered Greece, they still chose to speak Greek because it had so much meaning built into it.
A lot of influence. Oh my god, it was almost a carbon copy. Almost. It's yay Greeks. It's really crazy. Speaking of multiculturalism, I'm the grandchild of immigrants from Greece too. That's great that we're bringing Greece into this conversation. Opa.
But like that's the one main thing that I point to is that, like, how can you say that, like, on the same breath that we have a Western culture, but that America is multiculturalist? Like, we're saying that, like, all of Europe, America, Australia, Canada, all of them, like, that's like quote unquote white culture apparently, or like that's one culture. But within Europe alone, you have like a multitude of different languages, different culinary foods, different things, different that, all this kind of shit. But they all somehow able to get along or to see or to try and move at least in the same direction. You know what I mean? To me, that points that culture is something that transcends. Yeah, go ahead.
So you don't think America in general has a specific culture?
No, I'm saying that America does have a culture, but it's forgotten what its culture is.
Yeah, I think it's become so. What's the word to where it's just around you? So ubiquitous. Ubiquitous. I think American culture, has become ubiquitous because it's everywhere. You know what I'm saying? Like I think like capitalism is American culture. You know what I'm saying? Like the Industrial Revolution, like how we like capitalized the world. I think that a lot of places wasn't into like capitalism until like America and went through the Industrial Revolution and really like capitalized the world. I think America has like an entertainment culture too. Like the way that we do entertainment and Hollywood type shit is different from other places. I think other places took that from America, and people are trying to do what America do in that way. I think the multicultural thing is American culture, right? America was the first one to raise up the banner, like we're taking everybody, bring them on. I think that's American culture. I think we were one of the first places to do that, to just raise the banner, like we want everyone. Even though you had, Egypt, Greek, and Rome, that they had multicultural societies, but that's a part of America's propaganda, is that we're a multicultural society. You know what I mean? That's part of the American ideology. I think American culture, man, I think there's a lot of American culture, but like the world has assimilating to it. And I think that's what the New World Order is about. I think America is trying to make the whole world in America. You know what I'm saying? Like that's American culture. Like democracy is not necessarily American culture, but America got their own flavor of democracy. This representative republic. Representative democracy. Yeah, is American culture. You know what I'm saying? So I think we got a few things that just become ubiquitous because a lot of every place is practicing them now. Those are some.
Well, you do know that when America became America at first, the Europeans called it the American Project or the American experiment, right? Because it was so novel. It was unheard of. 50 states acting as their own government, as the federal government, but the federal government still enforces federal law. Unheard of. And they thought, and the Europeans really thought it was going to fail. They didn't see how it was going to last. And oh boy, when the Civil War fucking happened, they're like, "Yep, we saw. Yep, there it is." But we still stuck together, and Europeans were like, "Yep, we saw this coming," but for some reason, we prevailed from that shit, which. Again, it's very, very, and also the remnants of that. You go down to the South, you do see people that embody that Southern spirit. Like, the shop rush again. They're I'm going to fuck my cousin in my t-shirt. But no, that's a caricature. That's a like.
But you're right though. But you're right. That is Southern American culture though. You're right.
I'm from Florida. I've been. Part of where I'm from in Florida, there is Jim Crow relics, like especially the schools, the schools that was used to segregate white and black students are still standing today, but they don't segregate it because integration happened, But it's just. But anyways, going back to the point though, like Europe was even shocked and. Spain felt Spain and Britain really got the shit end of the stick when America became. I mean, in terms of 19th century adversaries, like they got the shit end of the stick of what America really is when we went to war with them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
War of 1812, Britons found out that we, they tried, because I guarantee part of that war was to try to take back some of the territory that they lost from the American Revolution. That I guarantee that was part of it. And then don't forget, the incident at Trafalgar when we had, the Philippines. That's how we got Guam, and the Philippines was the Spanish-American War. And then we had a quasi-war with France, in the last part of the 18th century,
So
England.
I got a question.
Yeah.
I got a question for you. And this is not so much for Teriyaki, because I don't know what's going on where Teriyaki is from, but you in the States with me, born and raised, I'm assuming. So you don't have an issue, right, with multiculturalism could potentially put America in the hands of another ethnic nation? Is that an issue to you if America, let's say the Mexicans became the majority and they got control of politics in the house, and all of a sudden all of the political leaders are Mexican and they're implementing policies that's beneficial to their people instead of other people? Do you see that as an issue in the future? And not just for Mexicans, but I just mean, generally speaking, just anybody taking the power pendulum and it swings to a different ethnic group. Is that possible?
Well,
is that an issue for you?
I don't not. This is going to require some nuance on that one. Fundamentally, I do not have an issue with a ethnic group that has assimilated to be American, that has a background to be the majority of the governing, the majority of representatives of the governing body. Okay. The issue that I would have an issue as a consequence from that, if the federal government doesn't protect my rights to preserve from the tyranny of the majority.
Right.
Like for an example, at the beginning of the 20th century, like when Teddy Roosevelt, Woodrow Wilson, when they were president, the majority of ethnics in America were Germans. That was it. And then of course you got your Italians, Irish, and Russians. Those were your next ethnic groups that were that was behind the Germans. But by and large, there was a lot of it was like what 1/3 of ethnic Germans at that point in time. So we already went through that, right? And what ended up happening is that because they assimilated, they actually respected the aspects of the American ethos of civic duty and civic life and culture, right? So, and again, that's where you look at today's in today's world, it gets really scary because you don't know exactly if the government is going to maintain your rights because of what they've been doing the last few decades here in America with crony capitalism selling out the American people, right? That's where it gets so again, you know, that's like again historical. This is where history fucking matters because questions like that, you got to know, you got to find out if it's something to be concerned in, if we already been through that. That's why history fucking matters. And also, lastly, I'll throw this last part in. That's why Hitler was afraid of him. I mean, like Hitler did not respect America, like the American military, because he thought we were a bunch of Anglo thugs. You know, because we didn't have of an ethnic purity. That's what. But what he also feared is that because he was ethno-nationalistic and he loved Germany and he wanted better for Germans and he believed that the Aryan bloodlines of the German people were superior, he was afraid of those German Americans to fight against his fucking Germans because he knew this, you know, because that's, you know, like his own belief ate him, you know, like his own belief devoured him because of that, because of we had a lot of Germans, you know. That's a very important aspect of World War II of our of us being in there, you know, if that makes any sense.
No, it does. And I think that's the danger of becoming a literal theocracy, because within some people's theology, there is bigoted perspective, like the Jews are the chosen people. You know what I'm saying? And that would imply that some people think that they're better than other people and some people are beneath. You also got them, there's a hierarchy within these religions, and I don't want to assimilate to nobody's hierarchy through their religion and think that my place in this world is dictated by some foreign god that I don't know. You know what I'm saying? But they doing this out of good intentions. I believe some of them are. I think some people think it's straight bullshit. You know what I'm saying? But if you can get people to follow it, then it's going to be to your advantage. So yeah, I think that you have to be careful, and that's one of my gripes with Christendom, because they think that it's all good, and it's not all good. It's some bigoted ways. It's some chosen people. It's some lesser people. You know what I'm saying? And they think they can just cherry pick. But all of them don't cherry pick the same way. Some people, like the Old Testament, still think those laws still apply. So which one are we going to get? You know what I'm saying? So, like I said, to me, it's not about. It's about the ideology of what's taking over. I just want to be up under some fair ideology. I think that's why America is great, because they don't force you to be up under nobody's religious ideology completely. Absolutely. They give you freedom of that, but then you have to be up under the law completely, which has some Christian background to it. I believe some of our law are based on Christian edicts. It's also, we got pulled from law from different other places too, arguably. So I'm not saying that, you know, you cannot pull from religious places. Like, we should pull from whatever good is out there in the world. Like, that's just smart. You know what I mean? But to force your nation to be under a God with all these strange things, but the thing is, the people that's implementing those things don't believe that they're strange. That is the wonkiness of, you know, theocracy, or people having it their way through their religion.
What I would say is that I don't have a problem having Christian principles in our system, ethnic and morals. I don't have an issue with that. And does not mean that I want a theocratic state. And I'm not saying you're strong man. I'm just, adding on to the nuance that there is not good to have Christian principles in a political system. It's just that you got to have that balance where you're not going to impede on other people's independence and liberty, like abortion, for an example. That's a very hot topic that they have, because they will fucking make that they will make it a crime, and they'll give you because they will push a murder. They'll push a law towards a murder charge. It's equivalent of you killing somebody in the first degree. I have heard this, and that's where, like, let's say in that's where it gets dangerous, because if you're using a government body to enforce that, to enforce somebody else to do something with abortion, that is where the negative part would come into a theocracy, because at that point in time, you're saying it's a moral wrong. I have like an ambiguous, like, I do agree that this is just an example. I don't want to get into the weeds of the abortion debate. Let's not go. I'm just saying that I agree with the proposition that the right wingers have, is that it's a form of it being used as a form of birth control. I agree with that. I just don't like it when a government body is forcing people to do something when it's actually it's supposed to be a right for them to make a choice by themselves to carry them out, and that is not to be conflated with what you see on the left in terms of like the gender affirming care. That is not to be conflated with that. You know what I mean? And the abortion debate, that is a very fucking hot topic and very sensitive debate. And I've been working on a packet to debate that, to try to let people know that the last thing you want to do is say that I want it to be illegal because I feel that it's a bad thing. I feel that it should be illegal, because when you really examine that part, you'll find that, hold on a second, and I'll leave it there. I don't want to get into the weeds on that, because, that's a fucking beast in itself. But that's an example of, like, you don't fundamentally want a government, and also, you don't want a government body to force people to do something with their own body through legislation, executive power, like what you saw with the COVID pandemic. And we found out that, things about that, you know what I mean? You got to be very careful with that kind of shit, because now if you set that precedence, now you're spiraling into tyranny.
Right. So I can remember when I was in school, and I'm talking about as like in like junior high, and we were going over like different forms of governments and stuff like that. And then the teacher was, just explaining why all these other types of government is bad. And then she got to like a monarchy and was like, explaining how that's a king or whatever. She's like, and asked us like, you wouldn't want to be up under a king, would you? And I'm just like, well, why not? And they was like, oh, because, the king don't have to obey the law, and whatever he says goes. And here in America, since we have this democracy, we get to vote and all of this. And when I was young, that sounded good. But in actuality, now that I'm older and stuff like that, I wouldn't care about being under a monarchy, a patriarchy, a kingship or a queenship, as long as the society is fair. It's not about who's ruling. It's about the ideology of what's being ran. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. I think, you know what I mean? I think there's different types of political systems that can work. I'm not against what you call it. I'm not against communism. I'm not against what's the other one that's parallel to communism? So socialism. I'm not against socialism. I'm not against democracy. I think all those things in theory could work if you work them the right way. It's corrupt individuals that get in the way. I can see a socialist system working and being productive and conducive to society. I can see it. People think that that's just like some fairy tale shit, but I think back in the day we had something closer to a socialist society than we have today. I think whenever people first came into communities, it was more socialism than what it is now. So anyway, I just say that to say to me, it's not about the person per se, but it's about the ideology. Once again.
Yeah, that one right there is going to require debate for another time, and because that topic, like, I do have a fundamental problem with the idea that, because what you just said about communism is that, well, if it ran right, it could be effective. That's what you hear from pro-communist advocates say about it, and I strongly disagree. And that's a whole subset of debate that needs to take place between me and you on that one. I'm not going to engage in that right now because of the fact that, one, I'm tired. I'm at the end of my day, and I'm just mentally exhausted because you can see that I was going on a lot of information. Like, I'm getting tapped out here. But a communist system will never fucking work, and it's never fucking work. I mean, we had that. There's plenty of times that there was an experiment ran on that, and it always failed. Even China, for an example, they're not even a true communist. They're a hybrid of a communist capitalistic system, and that's only because that they entered into the world market in 2001 in the World Trade Organization. That's why that's really gets different from traditional communism. But that's different.
I hope we can have that conversation one day, and we don't have to debate about it. I just would like to hear your thoughts because you making.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But I would say opposed to what? Whenever you say communism has always failed, and then I don't know what we have to compare it to, because America is fairly new. You know what I'm saying? As far as the democracy and stuff like that, we've been around a few hundred years. So, and America may be going down, and we don't even have a true democracy either. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like, I think that all nations at some point they fail, but I don't know if we blame that to communism or you just blame it to bad governance. Just like here in America, I think we have corrupt officials in our system. That's what's keeping our so-called democracy from being as great as it could be. You know what I'm saying? So democracy isn't all of that, but I'm just saying that it's about the ideology. Whenever we do have a conversation, you would just have to give me the parts of the philosophy of communism of why it won't work, instead of giving examples of people and how they fucked it up. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, and it's going to be mainly about the ideology of how dangerous it was. It killed, because communism is one of those political economical systems that the cure was worse than the disease of how they had to. And also, like with modern capitalism here in America, it's crony capitalism, and crony capitalism is more closer to an oligarchy than it is to an actual capitalistic system. And I do get right wingers telling me that I'm against capitalism when I make that predisposition on that one, position on that.
Yeah.
No, thank you.
A key thing though with the communism thing, like my typical thing that I use against communism is their stated goal is to seize the means of production. Okay, what does means of production mean? That's the human labor. That means that a communist wants to seize your human labor because they think they know how to spend your human labor better than you do.
Well, and not only that, but it's also seizing your property, your wealth, and it's supposed to go to the state to be distributed to the greater good, to the proletariat, and every time you see it being executed in North Korea, Vietnam, Cuba, China, Soviet Russia, there's always a cultural revolution that caused many, many people to be displaced, disenfranchised, in most cases, death. Like they say that over 100 million people died because of the consequences of communism, and that's not a very good fucking thing on your resume to try to say. And again, due diligence. I'm not saying you're making the claim or you're defending or you're wanting, I'm just giving a descriptive of what happened in the 20th century of why communism, because communism killed more people than Hitler did kill people. That's something they don't teach you for some reason. They always talk about, oh, fascism is so bad and it's so evil, but yet at the same time, you got people here who are pushing a political and an economical system, a structure that has killed 10 times or even more so than what fascism did in the 20th century. You look at the numbers. Yeah.
I don't think that communism killed anybody. You know what I'm saying? Like, I understand what you're saying, but people kill people. Communism is ideology. You know what I'm saying? But the thing is, there's not one way to have a democracy. Is not one way to have communism, right? And then also, whenever Terry, to your point, that you says communism seeks to take the means of production. Well, there's other forms of government who do the same thing. Let's look at our society. Like, all the natural resources are monopolized, right? Whether it be super corporations that's really behind the same people. You know what I'm saying? All the natural resources are monopolized. The water, the electricity, the gas. You know what I'm saying? Like, these are manufacturing. You know what I'm saying? Oil. You know what I'm saying? A lot of these big companies are linked with governments, and they be laying in the same bed. These people be family, they be passing around the same thing. So I don't see it as any different. You know what I'm saying? Like, when you go to a monarchy, like, the government controls all the natural resources. Whenever you go to other places, the government controls the means to make the nation work. There's no different.
Well, the difference is that you got private companies still in capitalism or even a monarchy, because monarchy follows closely. They're basically a capitalistic system, and the biggest essence of a capitalistic system is private ownership and private ownership of factories. You know, of a free market trade. Communism is the exact opposite of that. That's where you're having the two biggest difference.
So let me give an example, because you're right, and in that vein, you could make a good claim that I would rather, like, a big natural resource company potentially belong to the government so the citizens can reap some of the benefits, whether it be a private corporation and then it's just getting some rich oligarchy family rich. You know what I'm saying? So that would be my argument against that. Like, if it belongs to the state, maybe we will profit from it too, or get some benefits and privileges from it also. And that's just in theory, you know what I'm saying? Because I believe that's how it's supposed to work. But does it ever work like that? No, you get some corrupt nut taking advantage. But I'm saying the essence of it is good intentions, but you have bad people that take advantage.
And then again, and you got and a key part of it, you got to understand that that's all systems. That's just not, you know, like, that's anywhere you fucking go. And it's basically, now you're reaching out. The question is that which is the less likely of it to be damaging to the point that you're killing your own people by failed policies. And it's always leaning to communism, not capitalism. Capitalism has flaws, and there's greed, of course. The will to power, Friedrich Nietzsche. But when you see the success rate of capitalism and communism, there's always been more net positive with capitalism than communism. You know,
real quick, we got to get backstage. Let me introduce him.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Pseudomaster, welcome to the show.
How's it going?
Good yourself?
Hold on 1 second, man. Sorry. Moving some shit around here. I gotta turn the volume down so we don't get. So, hey, I just want to say, what is it? Flaming Avocados? Is that it? Or what's your name? Hey, I just want to say,
Mango and Do.
Oh, Mango. Flaming Avocados? Mango? Is that it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was watching you the other night. Oh, Mango. Just want to say you're pretty based. Mango?
Thank you for stroking my ego. I kind of need that because, you know. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate. Thank you. It means a lot to me to hear that from somebody.
All right. So anyway,
Can you turn down the background? I think
Yeah.
you're watching the stream in the background.
yeah, hold on. I'm trying to. I got to find the right remote. I got a stupid cat here with a cone of shame on her head.
So while he's doing that, to comment on the point that you just made, where you gave the examples of like whenever you look in history and you see capitalism being more successful than communism, that's true in a sense. But I think what came with capitalism, right? There's a lot of mechanisms within capitalism, right? Like, so I want to give an example. Like, if you look at how, you know, the church and the patriarch kind of promoted capitalism, right? Because you can look at the people leaving Europe and Spain and Portugal and coming to the America as capitalism, coming looking and say, oh, we want this, and through God we can take this. I look at that as capitalism. You know what I'm saying? So if I look at it from that point, motherfuckers is going around the world taking what they want, exploiting different nations, exploiting their own people, whatever the case may be, like that came with capitalism. And if you want to call that success in that way, which it is, you know what I'm saying? But I feel like if you put the same mechanisms behind communism, it would have been successful. So if the measure is how brutal you can be to the world in order to make your system the prominent system and then call it successful, then okay. You know what I'm saying?
I don't want to use it as a cop out, but like no system's perfect, right? But all the statistics, all the data based on nations, cultures around the world, capitalism has pulled more people out of poverty and destitute than any other system. There's no single successful example of communism or socialism leading to anything successful. It only leads to more death and more poverty. So correlation doesn't always equal causation. I get that, but it doesn't hurt the case either.
One thing I do want to speak to what he was. I do want to say. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, what I wanted to say is that to due diligence, when he was talking about that, they go to other territories and exploit those people. Unfortunately, that is, and that mechanism has been there way before capitalism happened. It's called imperialism. That the imperialism has been there before capitalism. So in all systems that are powerful enough to do imperialism, and you see this with monarchy, especially with the British Empire, they did this heavily. But yeah, it's imperialism, what you're speaking to on that part.
Well, yeah.
Not so much it's a... No, I'm talking about to do due diligence on that part.
Right. And I'm aware of that. I agree with you on that. I think there's some evils of capitalism today also. I mean, and no doubt do we benefit from countries like China and Vietnam and Thailand making sneakers where they pay people, 50 cents a day or whatever. And, people are buying Nikes here for $100, $150 a pop. God knows what they are now. I'm probably way off on that. I get it. At the same time, if you have one versus the other, I'm going to pick capitalism every time. I just don't think there's really any way communism or socialism can be, and they can call it democratic socialism. You're stealing from the rich, as they quote it, but we all know eventually they're going to run out of the money that they take from the rich. That's limited resources, and it's going to bleed down to the middle class. And I think we're already seeing that in America already, to be honest. I mean, to be honest with you, I'm 17 years away from collecting Social Security. I'd rather not have it. I think we never should have started that program. I think it was a bad idea. I think it's form socialism. Any person that knows anything about finance will tell you if I were taking that money that they've been taking out of my checks for 30 years now, 32 years now, I'd have way more money than what Social Security is going to pay me when I retire. And who knows how long I'm going to live after that. But that's a whole different issue. But
there's two forms of capitalism I'm solely against. Well, I wouldn't say solely against. It's just it goes with unfettered power, like unlimited power. There's two forms of capitalism that has been used that crippled the the purchasing power of the average American. Number one is crony capitalism. That's the domestic part of it that really hurts the American. The second one is global capitalism, which destroyed the middle class here in America, because what happened then is that when global capitalism took place, it took in effect in 2001 when China entered into the World Trade Organization, and what ended up happening was that China reduced their corporate tax percentage, and a lot of American businesses were thought they wanted to pay cheap labor for maximum output of product. The good thing is that it was making the idea was that it was good because the product was at a lower price, so it can help Americans access to those materials at a lower cost. But what offset that was because of the fact that the liquidation of the manufacturing power of American manufacturing reduced the purchasing power of America. Therefore, it kind of defeated itself. Like it's more of a net negative because it reduced the purchasing power overall of America and destroyed the middle class of America in America.
So
yeah, I definitely agree with you. I agree with you on that. Sorry, go ahead.
We agreed that there can be different forms of capitalism, different forms of democracy. So what I'm going to pitch is a different form of communism, right? You know what I'm saying? Because people look at communism as just one thing, and then we look at all the failed examples of communism and be like, look, communism failed. But I can see a communist, socialist-based society that could be successful if you just tweak a couple things, because people say, like what Teriak said, they want to control the means of production. Well, our United States does that. You know what I'm saying? And I would rather it be in a government that I can dictate how they get to spend the profits of the means of production on the citizens, right? So if we did that way, I think that would be a good thing. If we are in a communist society and the means of exchange and distribution and production was controlled by the state, but we reap the benefits in a good way, like some European countries. I forget what European country now that has the highest social security in the world type shit, and they live in cool. They don't have, in a minute, they're not going to have to work if they don't want all kinds of shit. But anyway, so I'm saying if you do it the right way. So that's one aspect of communism that I think that will be good compared to the contrary versus public.
Can I address that point first?
As long as you make it brief, because I wanted to go through the other things too.
All right, I listen. I'm not really a debater. But I find it's easier if you take. I'll respond to that, and then I'll let you get to the other. I'd rather do things one thing at a time. I've been up a long time. My thing with that is, do you really trust, no matter who's in power in America, running the government, do you really trust them to take basically a much higher percentage, at the least, of our money? And you expect them to do the right thing under a communist system? All we have to fight against that or control it is voting, and that's it. And I don't really trust that system a whole lot. Not the same way I did 20 years ago anyway, but.
Yeah.
So I'm saying that hold on, because I want to, if all y'all want to comment on it, because I already said, he said the system. Well, the system is not doing anything independent. It's not its own entity. It's the people, right? And people regulate the system, run the system, practice the system. So your question is, do I trust the people that's going to be in that type of system? And I don't think it's no different from the democracy with the people taking advantage of our tax money. We don't get to see where that shit goes. You know what I'm saying? Like, we have a lot of things that are just like that I don't think you're running a parallel. It's like, would you trust them to be in that? Well, I'm doing it right now in America. I've got to trust people to allocate the funds accordingly. And I don't have no idea if they're doing it fair or not. If I had to bet, I would say no. So I don't think there's any difference.
Okay, so here
you go on, dude.
I'm sorry. Did I interrupt you? Were you done? I thought you were done.
No, dude, I'll let you take
trying to
it.
comment at the same time.
No, I was, but I'm going to let him take it. It's because he needs XP for this kind of stuff. No, because I can have a response for that, but I'm going to give it to this guy to let him have it, because I talked a lot. So let him talk, let you guys talk.
You probably be better off at it than me. I've been up a long time, like I said. But anyway, my response to that would be, so under communism, it's supposed to be an equal share. It's an equal share for everybody. So the workers are supposed to control the means of, they control the means of production. How can you guarantee that? Maybe I'm skeptical because I've seen this has never worked out as many times as they tried it. And I'm just putting my input. Maybe I'm not even debating here. It just seems to me if we could have made this work, it would have happened. Somebody would have done it a long time ago. I could be wrong.
We've had different forms of it in the past, but here's the thing. People get caught up, they be too stringent on definitions, because you can look at societies in the past that had a socialistic type structure, but we don't want to call it socialism because the word didn't even exist at the time, but 90% of their practices is the same way, to where it's a classless society.
You're talking about communism, no?
I'm talking about what?
About communism? Communism
yes.
and socialism aren't same things. So socialism is, any way you slice it, it's the government is deciding on who to take money from, how to distribute it. And I get that. It's kind of how it is now, but you hear all these people in this country, like on the left, 99% of them, we got to tax the rich. We got to tax the rich. We got to tax the rich. I don't make a whole lot of money. Okay. I work my ass off. I used to work 70 plus hours a week on gas pipelines, building hotels. I'm not sitting behind a desk and busting my ass. Okay. I was paying about $700 a week in federal taxes, and I still owe money at the end of the year.
That's bullshit.
It's insane. What you mean?
Yeah.
It's not true, or it's ridiculous? You mean?
It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
In a communist society, they have a remedy for that, and that's to the means of production. You can allocate it more fairly to the people. You can say, okay, the state owns all the manufacturing companies, and then if you work for it, we're going to allocate it more equally. You can do that in a communist society to where you wouldn't have that right.
I don't know. I mean, listen, you might be onto something. I'm still skeptical of it, but
Yeah, I'm just pitching. I wanted to go through all of them. You know what I'm saying? Like, who wouldn't want to be in a classless society, right? As far as, and even though class today is not as prominent as it used to be before, like, you know, in the England times, the 1800s, to where everything was class. So not so much class, you know what I'm saying? But even now, you know, we still do live in a class-based society, even though it's more subtle. And I would comment on things like fraternities and certain schools that certain families, traditional families, all go to, and you have these, you know, rich private people that send their people to private schools. So we do have still really, you know, from this old money, people keeping this high class, social class going on. It's just not put in everybody's face. You know what I'm saying? And then now people always get, this is one of the main ones that people have an issue with, and it says like the absence of like private property. So I think that we could tweak this edict, right, and make it to where like housing, right? Like government owns all the houses. You don't have to buy a house. If you working, you get to live for free, and then you know your family can go to the, you know, your descendants and stuff like that. So not individualistic like private property, like the clothes on your back belong to you, but like private property in the sense of like, you know, public transportation, you know, housing, stuff like that. I think that if I was the communist dude, I would make it somewhere like that. And thing with people, they say, oh, the absence of private property, so I can't have nothing. You can make it, it's malleable. You know what I'm saying? You can make it the way that you want to make it. So it doesn't have to be as stringent as to no private property, and that scares people.
Okay. My thing on that is, so you think everybody that works should be entitled to the same benefits?
Generally, not the same benefits. I do think you can have variation in a communist society. It doesn't have to be, I think it's unreasonable to think anything is going to be fair all the way across the board. You're going to have some, you know, differentiation in there.
Well, I don't mean fair, unfair. I mean, wouldn't you agree that in general, you have some people that they just want to work just enough just to get by, and then you have some people that want to invest their own money. They want to work their ass off, you know, so they can provide for their kids.
Agreed.
I did.
Agreed.
I wasn't handed nothing. I was a single father. Okay.
Make your point. Make your point. I agree with you.
Okay. So I had a kid with the wrong woman. I got zero. So you're talking about class, right? And there's different classes. Okay. I'm a white.
Who's talking about private property?
Well, private property. I mean, I would not trust the government owning my property. I own my property. I have taxes. I think they're high, but I could go move someplace else, where the taxes are lower. Not necessarily wouldn't want to raise my kid. She's grown now. But I think the whole class thing. Yeah, I'll grant that to you. There are some people that are definitely handed a silver spoon, just old money, however you want to describe it. I agree with you on that, but I think it's way less common than people think. I mean, you look at how many. I'd have to look at like how many people are actually in the top 1%. Or even the top 10%.
Yeah, but a quick comment on that. But the top 1% can alleviate like world poorness. So so I agree with you. But if those funds were allocated in the top 1%, you could eliminate world hunger type shit. So that's the opposite side of the stick.
Okay, what about the top 1% though? That they earned it. You put a cap on how much money you can make. You wouldn't have half of these life-saving technologies like artificial heart valves, you know, medicines, not that they're prescription drugs, not that they're all good. What's the incentive if in reality is we work,
I got you.
we live in a society where profit, which leads to more profit, leads to financial security. You want to provide for your kids. I put my kid through school. She got almost no grants. Dude, I don't make a lot of money. I'm 50 years old. I finally paid off my freaking house. I'm 50 years old. All I did was work. My whole life, all I did was work. You know what? I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. But then I see other people that complain, oh, I'm not getting enough. You know, people flipping burgers at McDonald's that are making $21 an hour. It's about 35 minutes from my house. $21 an hour to start. You got to sit in a drive-through for 10 minutes if you want to bring Big Mac. They got to bring it out to your car, and they still can't get the order right. And these people are on Facebook complaining that that's still not a living wage. Well, those kind of jobs were never meant to support a family on. I mean, I'm sorry. You can learn a skill. You can better yourself. I just think we're selling ourselves short if you want to put everybody into a system where everybody kind of gets the same. That's my point on that.
So you said that. Go ahead.
On that bombshell, we have reached the end of the show, but you can continue with if you have a rebuttal there, Didi.
Yeah. Like I said, it's malleable, right? Like it doesn't have to be as rigid as people pitch it. I think that you're right. I don't want everybody to have the same thing. I think there should be tiers, right? If you're a doctor, you're allowed to have more, right? If you're with one of these professions that, you know, that we can seem like a noble profession, that we deem noble professions, you know, people that do hard work. I'm not above those in my communist society of those people getting better. I'm saying that the top 1%, we can allocate those funds better. Because I don't see no need for anybody to be uber rich, to be trillionaire rich, to be billionaire rich. I would, if I was in charge, take some of that money and allocate it to the state, you know what I'm saying, where it needs to be done. And I know that sounds messed up and people don't like that, especially considering where we come from in America, right? You know what I'm saying? It just leaves a bad taste in people's mouth. But I think we got to start thinking in those ways, man, because it don't make no sense for the top 1% to be able to alleviate hunger, and they don't. I think that's more of a tragedy than people being able to be uber rich and not share and just die with it and don't do nothing with it. I think that's more of a tragedy.
I'll just leave it with this. I mean, the whole fair share thing. I don't know. It doesn't sit right. We're all entitled to our own opinions. I mean, you got people that make, say, $500,000 a year, $300,000 a year between state and federal taxes. Okay, they're already giving up close to 60% of their income. You know, I'm underpaid. I'll be the first to say it, but you know what? It is what it is. It's supply and demand. But God bless you. Everybody's entitled to their own opinions. I'm glad we can have these discussions in good faith, though. I was glad to be a part of this.
Appreciate that too.
100%. Man goes any final thoughts, closing things, and coming up, nuggets of wisdom.
Yeah, I'm glad this show is over because I get to relax. No, I get to relax now because, man, I enjoy a lot of. No, because I don't want to be like Teriak, okay? So, you know, like his month of Tylenol. So he's a Tylenol baby. Yeah, Teriak, that's all you, bro, man. So, fucking Teriak. Look, I really enjoyed tonight. It was really, I actually had a lot of fucking fun, and I enjoyed, like, Teriak, dude. I really fucking appreciate you, you know, like, I'm just so glad that there's a place where I'm allowed to polish my debating skills. You know, I want to, you know, keep improving, and this is a really great way to do so. Other than that, you know, like, I respect due diligence. I strongly disagree of a lot of what, you know, like, I want to be charitable because he did say that he's curious of the antithesis of what he's speaking to, so I'm going to give him a lot charity on that because there's going to be future discussions that I can actually flesh out. with what's his fucking name? The guy the pseudo master chef. That's you're okay. Yeah, dude, I saw your comment earlier about the Super Bowl halftime show about the segregation on that one. Yeah, I know you weren't happy on that, but that's a meta ethical conversation on that one. Why is it? Why or something? Okay, now I know who you are. I got you now. Okay. But no, don't worry about it. I'm not going to get mad. I'm too tired to get mad. But I have a disagreement with jobs are not meant to support us. Like I'm a left leaning liberal. Okay, I'm a classical liberal by trade, and I do have an argumentation on that part. But that's going to have to be another time. But what I am going to say, though, dude, it takes a lot of balls to step up on the internet and put your worldviews out there and have it contended with people who are willing to do so. I do respect that. And so far, from what I've seen from both of you, it's really good faith, really healthy, and really, really beneficial for the audience to flesh out what they can see from right from wrong, ain't it? Because, but anyways.
On that note, don't leave, because I want to thank you guys too for being on the platform and allowing me to have contrary opinions without you guys insulting me, cursing me out, jumping down my throat. That's a relief. I can't go on too many platforms and share my ideas without me just getting booed out the room. You guys were having conversations with me in good faith and really wanted to see where I stood on issues instead of just throwing me out the window, throwing the baby out the window with the bathwater. I felt like you guys were actually listening to me, and even though you strongly disagree with me, you never disrespected me. So I want to say thank all you guys for allowing me to just to be on the contrary side without no strife.
That's what it's all about.
Attack the argument, not the person.
That's what it's all about, or nothing gets done. And Rock Mango, sorry, I butchered your name when I was getting on. I was trying to do a million things at once. I called you something avocados or whatever.
I thought you were being a smart ass, to be honest with you. That's what.
No, I really didn't. But like I said, I remembered you from being on last night with that other guy, the 21 foot with a gun and an armbar. That was hilarious.
Oh yeah, Zombie and Trench Deacon Deacon. Look, I just want to. I'm not going to speak for Trench, but I am going to say cut him some slack because I know why he is like that, and I'm not going to hold him personally on that. He is like that for a reason.
I respect him for 100%. I know people that served. Some of them got themselves right in life, and some of them unfortunately weren't able to. And I'll leave it at that. I know you guys. I know Teriak, you want to close the show, so that's all I got to say. I'm happy. This is the first time I ever actually jumped in on one of these panels. Usually I just yap and talk shit in the comments, but this was cool. I appreciate you guys, and have a good one.
Yeah,
always support.
That's what we're here for. Yeah, go ahead, Mangos.
I'm just saying that for those who are left watching this, always support Teriak's channel, support Speakeasy, like and subscribe if you haven't already. Stick around and enjoy your time. And remember, we're just a bunch of fucking retards expressing retard thoughts. Anyways, Teriak, man, Thanks again. God bless you, buddy. God bless everybody, and have a good time. See you next time.
100%, folks, and that's why we're here, to have the conversation. Don't be afraid to make mistakes or to fuck up. You got to embrace the fuck up.
Don't beat yourself up over past mistakes. You are going to fuck up again in the future, quite possibly in the most spectacular fashion. Why worry about yesterday's fuck ups when you have tomorrow's fuck ups to look forward to? You are a fuck up. And fucking up is part of your growth process. Embrace the process.